You ever have one of those moments where the entire room seems to go quiet? Not because it's actually silent, but because everyone's attention zeroes in on one thing, one moment, one person? That was me, right in the middle of a graduation party full of suits, sparkly dresses, half-finished wine glasses, and fake smiles. And it all started because my now ex-girlfriend decided to humiliate me in front of her entire extended family. But let me back up, because this story didn't begin with a helicopter landing in a field. It began with me, standing on the outskirts of a family I never truly belonged to. My name's Lucas. I'm 27. I run a mid-sized logistics company. Nothing flashy, but we've got solid contracts, a tight-knit team, and operations in 3 countries. I didn't grow up with money. My dad worked graveyard shifts at a warehouse, and my mom juggled cleaning gigs until her back gave out. I spent most of my early 20s building something from scratch, skipping parties, eating microwave dinners, and coding supply chain software at 2 a.m. So yeah, when I met Rachel at a mutual friend's fundraiser 2 years ago, I wasn't exactly Mr. High Society. Rachel was the kind of girl who had always lived in an orbit far above mine. Designer everything. Family vacations in the Maldives. A father who invested in people, which turned out to be a euphemism for sitting on the boards of tech startups he didn't understand. But despite our differences, she seemed genuinely curious about me, about my work, about the fact that I didn't come from money, but was quietly making something of my own. We bonded over long talks, late-night drives, and our shared obsession with obscure documentaries. At least, that's how it felt. The deeper we got, the more I noticed how curated her life was. Her family had this way of smiling without ever really meaning it. Her mom, Vanessa, made pointed comments about my car being economical, and her dad, Gerald, would introduce me at events as Lucas, Rachel's friend who's trying the whole entrepreneur thing. I never corrected him, even when we were officially dating, because I knew the type. He wasn't being ignorant. He was being dismissive. Still, Rachel always defended me, at least privately. She told me not to take them seriously, that her dad treated every guy like that her mom was just intense. And I believed her, because love makes you ignore red flags until they form a full-blown parade. Fast forward to Rachel's graduation week. She'd just finished her master's in communications, and her parents were throwing her a party at their lake house. This absurd 3-story modern monstrosity with glass walls and a pool that overlooked the water. I had reservations about going. I'd been pulling double shifts at the office trying to close a deal with a major distributor and hadn't slept properly in days. But Rachel insisted, said it would mean a lot to her. So I showed up. I wore my nicest suit, navy blue, freshly pressed, with cufflinks Rachel had bought me for my birthday. She greeted me at the door with a glass of champagne and a slightly distracted smile. "You're here? I wasn't sure you'd make it," she said, her eyes already darting to someone else behind me. I chalked it up to nerves. After all, it was her big night. Her family, predictably, gave me the usual once-over. Gerald shook my hand like I was applying for a job I wasn't qualified for. Vanessa gave me a side hug and told me I looked very serious tonight. Rachel's older sister, Blair, who'd always had a weird tension with me, smirked and muttered something about how nice it must be to take a break from spreadsheets. I ignored it. I always ignored it. The first hint that something was off came about an hour into the party. I was standing near the patio, nursing a drink and watching the sun dip behind the hills, when I overheard Rachel talking to her aunt and uncle. I wasn't eavesdropping, exactly, but the voices carried. "Yeah, I think it's time to move on, she said. "I mean, Lucas is sweet, but I need someone who actually understands this world." Her aunt made some noise of agreement, and then Rachel added, laughing, "Honestly, half the time I feel like I'm dating a really polite intern." That stung. I turned away before I could hear more. I didn't want to spiral. Maybe it was just a joke taken out of context. Maybe she was trying to impress her family. I'd seen her slip into that performative mode before, especially around her dad. But the knot in my stomach didn't go away. Dinner was a buffet-style affair. Lobster, filet mignon, some kind of truffle pasta I couldn't pronounce. Everyone was dressed like they were attending a fundraiser at the Met. I felt out of place again. Rachel barely looked at me, except to ask if I could grab her another cocktail. I did, and that's when the moment happened. The one that started it all. As I handed her the drink, Rachel turned to the group around her, her parents, Blair, her cousin Andrew, a few family friends, and said, loud enough for the entire patio to hear. You know what's funny? Dad always said I should date someone who could keep up. I thought I was being rebellious, picking someone outside our world. But now I get it. She looked at me with this twisted smile. Good luck affording dinner without my dad's help, Lucas. The group laughed. Even Vanessa gave a tight-lipped smile, as if she didn't approve of the meanness but couldn't deny how true it felt. I just stood there, stunned. I didn't say a word. My chest was tight, my fingers numb. But before I could even think of a response, her Uncle Charles, Uncle Chuck, the only one in the family who'd ever treated me like a person, chuckled and shook his head. You'll be begging to be let back in, he said. They always do. It wasn't clear if he was talking to me or about me. Maybe both. But something in his tone made the humiliation settle deeper. I didn't flinch. I didn't argue. I just tapped my phone. The next few moments are a blur in my memory. But what happened next? That's when everything changed. For a second after I tapped my phone, no one moved. Maybe it was the unexpected silence that followed Rachel's dig. Or maybe it was the tiny shift in my posture, shoulders back, jaw tight, the kind of stance I hadn't taken around her family before. But something changed. I could feel it. Still, the conversation picked right back up around me, as if I hadn't even existed in their little bubble. Gerald started talking about a new investment in a renewable energy startup. Vanessa complained about the traffic from their Manhattan apartment to the lake house. Rachel slipped away, drink in hand, without even glancing back at me. I stood there for a moment longer, letting the sting of embarrassment dull into something else, cold, steady, and sharp. I wandered toward the edge of the patio, away from the lights and laughter. Just past the pool deck was a gentle slope that led down to an open field where they sometimes held outdoor movie nights in the summer. I remembered once, early in our relationship, Rachel had pulled me down there with a bottle of wine and a picnic blanket, barefoot and laughing. I remember thinking I could see myself marrying her someday. That memory felt like a cruel joke now. I stared out into the darkness, trying to collect myself, when I heard the voices behind me again. Not whispers, exactly, but the kind of quiet that makes it worse because you're not supposed to hear it. He's sweet, Vanessa was saying. But let's be honest, Rachel's finally realizing she needs someone appropriate. You mean someone with an actual pedigree, Blair chimed in. Not some warehouse kid who stumbled into a business. That's not fair, Andrew added, though without much conviction. He seems to be doing all right. Gerald gave a dismissive grunt. Plenty of kids start a company and run it into the ground within 5 years. He doesn't have legacy, no real guidance. Just a matter of time before it folds. It took everything I had not to spin around and call them out on it. But I didn't. I just listened. And something inside me hardened. The worst part wasn't what they said. It was that Rachel didn't defend me. Not once. It was only a few minutes later that she reappeared by my side like nothing had happened. There you are, she said, looping her arm through mine. Come on, we're cutting the cake. I looked at her like I was seeing her for the first time. Like all the pieces had finally clicked into place. Her hand tightened slightly, as if she sensed something had shifted. Lucas, she said, softly this time. I'll be there in a minute, I replied. She hesitated. Is everything okay? I gave her a polite smile. Go enjoy your moment. She lingered for a beat, then left. Back inside, the celebration was in full swing. People clinked champagne glasses and cheered as Gerald made a speech about Rachel's dedication, drive, and future leadership potential. He didn't mention her thesis or the late nights she'd spent writing it. He talked about the internships he had set up, the people he knew, and how Rachel was destined for greatness, if she didn't waste her time with distractions. The word hung in the air like smoke. Distractions. He didn't say my name. He didn't have to. They cut the cake. Rachel posed for photos, laughing on cue, champagne in hand. At some point, Blair made a toast and managed to sneak in another dig. Here's to Rachel, for finally realizing she deserves more. The room laughed. Not everyone, but enough. And still, Rachel didn't say a word. After that, the night unraveled quickly. I made my way to the kitchen to get some air, if not literally, then at least to be alone. I leaned against the marble counter and stared at my reflection in the oven door. My tie was slightly loose, my face pale. I looked tired. Not from the party. From pretending. That's when Uncle Chuck walked in. Chuck wasn't actually Gerald's brother. He was married to Gerald's sister, Aunt Lisa, but he had the easy confidence of someone who didn't care what room he was in. He was ex-military, now retired, and the only one in Rachel's family who ever spoke to me like an equal. "You all right?" he asked, grabbing a beer from the fridge. "Peachy," I said, forcing a smile. He didn't laugh, just cracked open the bottle and took a swig. "They were out of line," he said after a moment. "Especially Rachel." "I'm used to it," I said. Chuck shook his head. "Doesn't mean it's right." We stood there in silence for a bit, the muffled sounds of music and laughter filtering in from the other room. "You know," he added, "I saw that move you pulled earlier. The phone thing. Subtle. But something tells me you're not just standing here licking your wounds." I glanced at him. "I'm not." He nodded once, approvingly. "Good." Before I could say more, Blair appeared in the doorway, her voice like nails on glass. "Lucas, Gerald wants to speak with you before he heads out." I almost said no, but something in me wanted to see it through. I followed her back to the living room, where Gerald stood near the fireplace, drink in hand. Rachel was by his side, her expression unreadable. "Lucas," Gerald said, tone clipped. "I've been meaning to talk to you." I waited. "I think it's time we stop pretending," he began. "You're a nice guy, but Rachel is moving into a different phase of her life now. She's going to be working with real professionals, making real connections. And frankly, your business doesn't really fit that picture." My jaw tightened. "You mean I don't fit?" He didn't deny it. "I've supported this relationship for Rachel's sake, but it's clear now it's not built to last. Better to end it cleanly than let it drag out. I'm sure you understand." Rachel was staring at the floor. I took a breath. "Is this what you want?" I asked her. She hesitated. Then, softly, "I think it's for the best." And just like that, the last thread snapped. "Wow," I said, stepping back. "You could have just told me." "We didn't want to cause a scene," Blair chimed in, sipping her wine. "No," I said, chuckling dryly. "You just wanted to humiliate me in front of 100 people." Gerald's eyes narrowed. "Let's not be dramatic." "Right?" I said, pulling out my phone again. "Because I'm the dramatic one." Then came the sound. It started low, a distant whump whump whump, growing louder by the second. People began turning their heads. Conversations faltered. And then it appeared. A black helicopter, sleek and unmistakable, hovered into view above the trees before descending toward the open field below. The roar of its blades sent napkins flying and glasses rattling. It was impossible to ignore. And emblazoned on the side, clear as day, was the logo of my company. The look on Gerald's face was priceless, somewhere between confusion and disbelief. "What is that?" he said, eyes squinting. I slid my phone back into my pocket. "My ride." And that's when the crowd started murmuring. People rushed toward the patio, phones out, capturing the scene. Blair's jaw was open. Rachel looked like she'd just been slapped. I turned to Gerald, voice calm. "Thanks for the cake. And the advice." Without another word, I walked past them, heading for the field. But I wasn't done yet. Not by a long shot. Because what none of them knew, what Rachel didn't know, was that this wasn't just about showing off. It wasn't about the helicopter. It wasn't even about revenge. It was about truth. About power. About pulling back the curtain and letting them see what they'd really thrown away. The helicopter ride was short, but every second of it carved itself into my memory like a tattoo on stone. I didn't look back as I walked across the sloped field. Not at the patio full of gaping mouths. Not at Gerald, who stood frozen with a tumbler still in his hand. Not even at Rachel, whose silence was louder than anything she could have said. I just kept walking, slow, deliberate steps until I reached the helicopter door, which opened as my pilot, Jonah, stepped out to greet me. He gave me a knowing nod, barely audible over the thrum of the blades. "You ready, boss?" I nodded once and climbed in. From the air, their lake house looked small, like a toy set made of glass and steel. As we ascended, the entire property shrank away, and with it, everything that had kept me tethered to a version of myself that constantly tried to earn a seat at someone else's table. The moment we were clear of the trees, I leaned back and exhaled. But I didn't feel triumphant. Not really. The adrenaline wore off by the time we landed back at the city helipad. I told Jonah to take the rest of the night off and called a cab to my apartment. I didn't feel like being driven in the company SUV. I didn't feel like being seen. The apartment was quiet when I got in. I didn't turn on the lights. I just sat down on the edge of the couch, loosened my tie, and stared at the wall. I had spent months, years, pouring myself into that relationship. Not just the romance, but trying to make myself fit into Rachel's world. Biting my tongue, enduring slights, laughing off passive-aggressive comments. All in the name of love. Or what I thought was love. The night after the party passed in silence. I didn't eat, didn't sleep, just sat there as the city hummed on outside my windows. The real crash came the next morning. I showed up at the office with bags under my eyes and a forced smile. My assistant, Nia, gave me a quick glance and said, "You good?" "Peachy," I lied. Again. Meetings, emails, inventory updates. All of it felt like I was moving underwater. I had work to do, big work. A deal we were trying to close with a multinational freight firm. It could triple our revenue over the next 3 years. My team was excited, but I could barely focus. In the days that followed, the texts started rolling in. Not from Rachel. She didn't say a word. But Blair messaged me. "Didn't realize you were that Lucas. Guess we underestimated you, LOL. No hard feelings." Then Vanessa, 2 days later. "Gerald wants to apologize if things came off harsh. Hope you're doing well." Even Uncle Chuck texted me. That was a power move. "I owe you a beer." But Rachel stayed silent. And that hurt more than I expected. I'd been humiliated, yes. Betrayed. But part of me still hoped she'd reach out. Say she messed up. That she let her family get in her head. That she didn't mean what she said. But days turned into a week. Then 2. Nothing. Instead, her social media told the story. Photos of her in designer outfits at influencer brunches. Posing with Blair at rooftop bars. One post caught my eye in particular. Her on a yacht with a guy named Trent, whose dad ran a hedge fund. The caption, "Finally with someone who gets it." That one stung. I let myself spiral. Not publicly, of course. On the outside, I kept it together. Signed contracts. Gave presentations. Even landed that freight deal after 2 months of back and forth. But at night, I'd sit in the dark with a glass of whiskey and wonder if it had all been a performance. If I had just been a project for her to try on for size. It was a Wednesday night, 3 months post-party, when everything changed. I was sitting alone in my office, staring at a blinking cursor on a funding report, when Nia walked in holding a letter. "From the Chamber of Commerce," she said. "Thought you'd want to open it yourself." I took it, barely paying attention. "Another invite to a rubber chicken networking dinner?" She smirked. "Maybe. Or maybe something better." I tore it open. Inside was a formal notification. I'd been selected as one of the recipients of the Emerging Industry Titan Award, an honor given to under 35 business leaders reshaping logistics and infrastructure across the country. The ceremony would be in 2 months. Press coverage. Networking. Full feature in Entrepreneur Weekly. I stared at the letter, unsure how to process it. Then I laughed. A short, tired, almost bitter sound. Because Rachel's words came back to me, uninvited. Good luck affording dinner without my dad's help. And here I was, running a company that had just passed $42 million in revenue for the year, partnering with government contracts, winning awards. The thing I realized in that moment was this. I didn't need anyone to let me in. I'd already built the damn house. That was the beginning of the rise. I called Nia the next morning and told her I wanted to expand. Not just geographically, but strategically. I wanted to partner with smaller, minority-owned logistics startups and give them the same leg up I never had. We drafted a plan. Within 6 weeks, we'd invested in 3 early-stage companies and formed a coalition to take on larger freight clients as a network. Revenue spiked. Industry chatter picked up. We were becoming the underdog that the media loved to root for. Then came the call from Next Phase Ventures, one of the most influential VCs in New York. They'd been watching my company for a while. Asked if I'd be open to a Series B funding round. I told them I'd consider it, but only if I could keep full control of the board. They agreed. A week later, I was sitting in a sleek boardroom on the 32nd floor of a Manhattan high-rise, signing a deal that valued my company at $120 million. It should have felt surreal, but it felt earned. The best part? I didn't tell anyone. No announcement. No bragging. No helicopter this time. I wanted the work to speak for itself. But word got out anyway. It started with industry blogs. Then came the Entrepreneur Weekly feature. And before I knew it, Gerald's circle, his world of legacy boardrooms and country clubs, started whispering my name like it had always been there. One day, a week before the awards gala, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail. An hour later, I listened. It was Rachel. "Hey, I know I'm probably the last person you want to hear from. I've been meaning to call. A lot's happened, and I saw the article about your company. And you. And yeah, just wanted to say congrats. Maybe we could grab coffee sometime. I didn't call back. Not yet. But it stirred something in me. Not anger. Not sadness. Just clarity. That night, I stood on the balcony of my apartment, now a penthouse after I'd upgraded 3 weeks earlier, and looked out over the skyline. The wind was sharp, the city alive. I thought about my parents, who'd taught me the value of work, of grit, of never needing to beg for a seat when you could build your own table. I thought about Chuck and his beer in the kitchen. I thought about Rachel and the version of me she never cared to understand. And I knew I wasn't done yet. Not by a long shot. Because the gala was coming. And they were going to be there. Not just as guests, but as honorees. Gerald was being recognized with a Lifetime Achievement Award for his work in investor mentorship. Of course he was. And I had a seat. Front row. With a microphone. And something very interesting in my pocket. I wasn't planning on revenge. At least not in the beginning. For the first time in years, I was too busy building, growing, living, and doing it all on my terms. There was something so deeply satisfying about seeing my name at the top of headlines that used to ignore me. Lucas Ford, the quiet force disrupting logistics. Lucas Ford's company snags $20 million Series B. Lucas Ford, the guy who turned a helicopter into a middle finger. Okay, that last one wasn't a real headline. But the look on their faces that night? Still fresh in my mind. But I'll be honest, the idea of revenge didn't truly settle into my chest until I found out how far they'd gone behind my back. It was a Thursday, exactly 5 days before the black tie gala downtown. The Emerging Titans Award ceremony, they called it. Sounded like a Marvel movie, but it was legit. Invite only, covered by business media, held in a ballroom usually reserved for foreign dignitaries and overpriced weddings. I hadn't RSVP'd yet. Part of me didn't want the attention. But then I got a call from Chuck. "Hey, kid," he said, his voice gravelly but upbeat. "Got a minute?" "Always." "You sitting down?" My stomach tensed. "What's up?" Chuck took a long breath. "You remember when I told you that Gerald and his crew like to underestimate people? Turns out they do a little more than just that." "What do you mean?" "I was at the club earlier this week. Gerald didn't see me coming around the corner. He was talking to some guy in real estate about a private equity firm he's launching. Said he was using part of Rachel's trust to start it. Okay, and he said something else. Something about making sure your name doesn't show up in the industry anymore. Said, and I quote, 'I might have let him date my daughter, but I won't let him take over my sandbox.' I leaned back in my office chair, heart thudding quietly. He's trying to block me? Looks like it. Word is, he's calling in favors. Telling old friends and capital firms that the company is just a flash in the pan. That the numbers are bloated, contracts are temporary, yada yada. Said he'd give them better deals if they forgot about you. I didn't say anything. Chuck sighed. Listen, Lucas. I've seen this guy for 20 years. He doesn't like being outshined. You embarrassed him. Publicly. He's not letting it go. That was the moment something clicked inside me. Not anger. Not fear. Precision. He was playing dirty now. Trying to sabotage my work from behind the scenes. And he thought I'd just move on? Let it slide? Nah, not this time. Thanks, Chuck, I said quietly. For the call. You thinking what I think you're thinking? I smirked. I'm thinking it's time I RSVP'd to the gala. The setup didn't come all at once. It started with a quiet visit to an old friend, Danny Rivers, a sharp-as-nails investigative journalist who owed me a favor. We went way back. She once lost a major story because her editor pulled funding for an expose that would have saved a nonprofit from a hostile takeover. I stepped in and bought the publication's digital arm, letting her run the story through another outlet. She never forgot that. We met at a cafe in Soho. She wore a tan trench coat, hair in a loose bun, black coffee in one hand, notepad in the other. So you want dirt, she said, no small talk. I want truth, I replied. Same thing. Different angle, she said with a grin. Give me the name. Gerald Lawson. Danny's eyebrow arched. Rachel's dad. You've done your homework. Wasn't hard, she muttered, flipping her notebook. He's been on the city's whisper list for years. The what? List of guys no one touches publicly, but everyone's heard stories about. Self-dealing. Nepotism. Ditching investors before quarterly payouts. He's smart enough not to get caught. Dumb enough to think no one's watching. Then let's watch, I said. She closed her notebook with a snap. Give me 4 days. While Danny got to work, I did something I hadn't done in a long time. I called my mom. She still lived in the same 2-bedroom apartment in Jersey, the one with the creaky radiator and the fridge that hummed like it had a second career in a barbershop quartet. She answered on the 3rd ring. Lucas, she asked, half surprised, half smiling through the phone. Is everything okay? Yeah, Mom, I said. Just wanted to hear your voice. Oh, honey. I could hear her softening, probably wiping her hands on a dish towel. It's been a while. How are things? I told her everything. Not the whole revenge plan, of course, but the split with Rachel, the party, the helicopter, the silence, the new success. She listened, like she always did, with patience and occasional sharp little hums of disapproval at the right moments. You always had this habit, she said finally, of trying to be the bigger person. Is that a bad thing? It's a noble thing, she said. But sometimes being the bigger person just means letting smaller people walk all over you. That stuck with me. After I hung up, I went to my walk-in closet, pulled out the navy blue suit I'd worn to Rachel's party, and dropped it off at a tailor. I told them to alter it. Sharper cut, cleaner lines. No more blending in. No more being the economical boyfriend. By Sunday, Danny called me. You're going to want to sit down, she said. I'm already sitting. Well, stand up and sit back down, because this is good. She dug up records, quiet settlements buried in the footnotes of tax filings, a whistleblower complaint that mysteriously disappeared after a sudden resignation, and an old SEC inquiry that was closed suspiciously fast after a senator's nephew intervened. Danny had files, names, even emails. She wasn't publishing anything yet, but she put it all into a nice, clean, untraceable digital folder. You'll know what to do with this, she said. I did. Monday morning, I called my legal counsel, Tasha, a contract specialist who made sharks look like goldfish. We've got a chessboard, I told her. Time to play. Together, we prepared a limited but very real legal letter, addressed to Gerald, citing potential interest in investigating financial misconduct if defamatory comments about the company continued to circulate. Worded just ambiguously enough to imply we knew. Tasha made sure it came from a prestigious firm, in embossed envelopes, hand-delivered. Not an accusation. A warning shot. Then I sent invitations. Special ones. Through the gala's RSVP system, I purchased 2 extra tables. One for my executive team, and one for media partners and guests. That second table? Reserved for Danny, her camera crew, and 3 up-and-coming tech journalists. People who loved underdog success stories and corporate drama. I knew they wouldn't publish anything immediately, but they'd be watching, listening. I also invited Chuck, and I sent an anonymous ticket to Rachel. No name, just the seat. I didn't know if she'd come, but if she did, I needed her to see who I was without her. By Tuesday, the buzz had already started. Gerald's contacts in the VC world had begun pulling back slightly. Not publicly, but I noticed changes. Emails turned polite. Calls became more cautious. Someone was whispering that he'd crossed a line. And then, on Wednesday, he made a move of his own. A bouquet of white roses arrived at my office. Attached was a small card. No hard feelings. Let's talk. Gerald Lawson. I placed it in my drawer without a word. He knew something was coming, but he didn't know what. The gala was now just 48 hours away. The stage was set. The players were seated. And I had one last move to make. Not to destroy him, but to show the entire room, every single person who ever looked down at me, exactly who they had underestimated. Because when I walked into that ballroom, I wasn't going to be the guy clinging to someone else's world anymore. I was going to be the one rewriting the rules. The night of the gala arrived like the calm before a thunderstorm. The ballroom of the Astoria Grand was soaked in opulence. Crystal chandeliers, white marble columns, a carpet so plush it muffled even the click of stiletto heels. A massive banner stretched across the far wall behind the stage. Emerging Industry Titans 2025, building the future. Everyone who mattered was there. Venture capitalists, government advisors, startup founders, tech journalists. And among them, floating like ghosts through the glittering crowd, were people who used to talk over me at dinner parties, who called my work cute or ambitious, who never remembered my name until it showed up in Forbes. Now they shook my hand first. Nia, Tasha, and the rest of my executive team were seated at table 14, just a few rows from the stage. Chuck was with them, already charming a group of young founders with a glass of bourbon in hand. And at table 15, my media partners, Danny Rivers had her phone discreetly recording the crowd, journalists perched beside her with notebooks open and eyes hungry for a headline. I took my seat and scanned the room once more. Gerald was here. Of course he was. Wearing a custom-tailored black tux and a smug smile, he was surrounded by a small crowd of executives and yes-men. Blair was at his side, sipping white wine, scanning the room like she owned it. Rachel wasn't with them, at least not yet. But she had come. I spotted her across the room, near the back, half in shadow, and clearly trying to go unnoticed. She looked different, tighter, more guarded, hair pulled back into a severe bun. Not the carefree version I remembered, the girl who once dragged me barefoot down a hill with a picnic blanket. Now she looked like a PR manager at a press conference. Someone who'd forgotten how to breathe. She saw me. I nodded once. She didn't nod back. Didn't matter. The lights dimmed. The host stepped up to the mic. Applause rippled through the ballroom. Speeches began, some heartfelt, some soulless. Then came the award presentations. When they called my name, there was a small hush. And then loud, genuine applause. A few people even stood up. I walked to the stage slowly, letting the moment breathe. The presenter handed me the plaque, engraved glass, heavy and sharp. I thanked him, turned to the crowd, and stepped up to the mic. This was it. Time to speak. Good evening, I said, voice steady. I'll try to keep this short, because I know everyone's hungry, and the only thing worse than a long speech is a cold steak. A few laughs. That helped. I'm grateful to be here. 2 years ago, I was running a company out of a one-bedroom apartment, eating canned soup and juggling 3 laptops. Back then, I didn't have a board of advisors or Series B funding. I had a Wi-Fi signal that cut out every time someone turned on the microwave. More laughter. But I also had something else, something a lot more valuable. I had underestimation. The laughter died down. I sharpened. See, there's something funny about being dismissed. It clears the room. It shows you who's here for the spotlight and who's here for the long haul. I let that hang in the air for a second. Some people in this room know what I mean. They know what it's like to be told they're not enough. Not polished enough. Not rich enough. Not connected enough. My eyes flicked toward Gerald's table. Slowly, deliberately. And sometimes, those people, those critics, are close to you. Family. Mentors. Gatekeepers. I watched Gerald's smile flatten. Blair stiffened beside him. But what they forget is that while they're busy guarding their gates, the rest of us are building bridges. And eventually, the bridges get so strong, people stop needing permission to cross. A quiet murmur swept the room. So, I want to dedicate this award not to those who helped me, but to those who didn't. Because every cold shoulder, every fake smile, every whispered dismissal, gave me fuel. And if you're sitting here tonight wondering whether you're on the wrong side of someone's story, maybe you are. I let my gaze land on Gerald. Direct. Unflinching. Cheers, I said, and walked off the stage. The applause came late. Some people were still processing. Others were trying not to look at Gerald, who had gone deathly still. His jaw clenched, one hand gripping his wine glass like he wanted to crush it. Blair leaned in and whispered something to him, but he didn't respond. Back at my table, Chuck raised his glass. That, he said, was surgical. Nia grinned. You just dropped napalm and walked away with a thank you plaque. I didn't smile. Not yet. Because the real move came after dinner. During the networking session, I made my way toward Gerald's cluster. He saw me coming, and to his credit, he didn't flinch. Lucas, he said, extending a hand. Congratulations. Quite a speech. Thanks. I replied, shaking his hand with a grip just tight enough. I see you brought the family. Blair offered a brittle smile. We always support our own. Interesting, I said. I was under the impression you did the opposite. That shut her up. Gerald raised his glass again, feigning indifference. Water under the bridge. You've clearly made it. No hard feelings. Oh, none, I said smoothly. Though I did hear you were warning some firms off investing in my company. Something about us being a flash in the pan? His smile faltered. I don't know where you. It's fine, I cut in. Really, I just wanted you to know, we're not seeking capital anymore. In fact, we're becoming buyers. He blinked. Excuse me. I know about your little PE firm, I continued. I know it's operating off leveraged assets, including Rachel's trust. I also know your largest commercial property, Lexford Tower, is under a balloon refinance next quarter. I leaned in just slightly. And I already made an offer to your bank. His face went pale. I smiled. Nothing personal, just business. The fallout began 2 weeks later. The offer went through. Lexford Tower, his crown jewel property in Midtown, was now under the company's corporate umbrella. We didn't need the building, but I had plans for it. One floor would house a nonprofit tech incubator. Another? A job training center for first-generation college grads. And Gerald? He'd have to explain to his investors why he sold his most profitable asset under market value. Turns out banks get nervous when you start moving trust fund assets into risky venture pools without proper disclosure. Rachel, surprisingly, reached out again. A real message this time, not a voicemail. I had no idea he was trying to sabotage you. I didn't know about the PE stuff either. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry. I typed a reply, deleted it, typed again, deleted again, then finally wrote, thanks. I hope you find what you're looking for. She didn't respond. I didn't expect her to. Some people are lessons. Others are anchors. Rachel was both. A month later, I walked through the lobby of Lexford Tower for the first time since the acquisition. My company's logo now stood above the security desk. Staff nodded. Elevator doors opened before I reached for the button. The top floor had been remodeled already. Glass walls, reclaimed wood desks, plants. It wasn't just an office, it was a message. At the far corner of the room, where Gerald's old corner suite had once stood, I placed a single piece of decor on the wall. A framed quote. Not from a business icon, not from a TED Talk. It was something my mom once told me, years ago, while washing dishes and listening to me vent about some teacher who said I'd never be a leader. She said, let them think you're small. That just makes it easier to surprise them. I stood there for a long time, staring at that frame. Then I turned back to the city, skyline stretching endlessly, alive with lights and movement. No more trying to fit into someone else's world. I'd built my own, and they were finally starting to realize it. They tried to lock the gates, but I came back owning the land. At my family's Christmas dinner, my place setting had the black sheep on it. My aunt snickered, at least you're honest. I smiled, stood up, and said, here's to the last family meal I'll ever attend. They thought I was joking until I walked out and left them with one final surprise. Hi Reddit. I'm Jonah, 34M, and I didn't think I'd ever post about my family. Mostly because for a long time, I blamed myself for how they treated me. Thought maybe I was too sensitive, too different, too much. But something happened last Christmas that finally made me stop making excuses for them. And now, looking back, I honestly can't believe how long I tolerated it. To understand the dinner, I've got to go back a little. My family's always been complicated. On paper, we're the kind of people who send out holiday cards and coordinating outfits, host charity drives, post pictures of brunch like it's a sacred ritual. But behind all that, there's this nasty undercurrent, favoritism, passive aggressiveness, control. And most of it revolves around my mom's side, especially her sister, Aunt Lorna. Lorna is the type of person who can insult you while sounding like she's complimenting you. You've really embraced your look, Jonah, so brave to go against the grain like that. Or, I admire how you're not obsessed with money like the rest of us. Stuff like that. I used to brush it off, but over the years, it wore me down. I'm the middle child of 3, but you'd never know it. My older sister, Claire, can do no wrong. Married to a dentist, 2 kids, SUV, PDA president. My younger brother, Joel, started his own business at 23, drives a Tesla, and goes to dad for golfing weekends. Me? I work in set design for theater productions and freelance art direction. Not flashy, but it pays well and I love it. I rent a place in the city and keep to myself. That's apparently enough to make me the mysterious one, code for disappointment. This Christmas was the first time I agreed to come home in 3 years. I'd skipped the last few holidays after a particularly ugly Thanksgiving where Joel joked that I was probably on food stamps and my mom laughed. Not just a chuckle, laughed hard. I left early and didn't speak to anyone for months after. But this year, my dad called me in early December and really asked, to come. He said he missed me, that things were different, that mom had been reflecting, That word made me laugh at the time. Reflecting? Mom? She can't even reflect sunlight off a mirror without making it about herself. But part of me wanted to believe it. Dad isn't usually the peacemaker, so for him to reach out meant something. I told him I'd think about it. 2 days later, a handwritten card showed up in my mailbox. It was from my mom. Just a short note. Jonah, we'd love to have you with us this Christmas. It would mean a lot to your father. Love, Mom. No apology, of course. No mention of what happened. But still, I could practically hear her forcing the pen across the paper. So yeah, I said yes. I arrived on Christmas Eve, suitcase in hand, greeted by Claire at the door like she was hosting a red carpet event. Well, look what the cat dragged in, she said, pulling me into a hug that felt like I was being scanned. You look artistic. I didn't even ask what that meant. I knew better. Just smiled and walked inside. My parents' house hadn't changed in the 3 years I'd been gone. Same nutcracker collection. Same fireplace garland. Same photo wall with Joel front and center. I half expected a portrait of him with a halo over his head. Mom greeted me with a kiss on the cheek and a tight smile. I'm glad you came, she said, then added, you didn't have to dress up for us. I was wearing dark jeans and a blazer. Nothing crazy. Dinner that night was awkward but manageable. I stayed mostly quiet, let them have their chatter about Joel's new condo and Claire's daughter getting into gymnastics. No one asked about my work. That wasn't new. The real moment came the next evening, Christmas dinner. My mom always makes a big deal out of setting the table. She has personalized placeholders for each guest, little folded cards with our names written in cursive. She's been doing it since we were kids. When I walked into the dining room, I glanced down the table, scanning for my name. And then I saw it. Not Jonah. Not even a joke nickname. Just 2 words, carefully written in metallic ink on folded cardstock. The black sheep. At first, I thought it had to be a mistake. A bad joke. But when I looked up, Aunt Lorna was already watching me, lips twitching with amusement. At least you're honest, she said, sipping from her glass like it was the most normal thing in the world. Something in me snapped a little. Not loud, not dramatic. Just a click, like a lock sliding into place. I smiled. I pulled out my chair. I stood there for a second. And then I said, calm as can be, here's to the last family meal I'll ever attend. There was this half-second of confused laughter. Claire went, oh, come on, don't be so sensitive. Joel smirked. Mom said my name sharply, like she was trying to pull me back in line. But I didn't sit down. I reached into my jacket pocket. And that's where things really started to shift. I reached into my jacket pocket and felt the smooth envelope I had tucked in there that morning. It was plain white, nothing fancy, but heavy, thicker than a card. I could feel every set of eyes on me as I pulled it out and held it between my fingers. You always have to make it about you, my mother said. Her voice was sharper now, the smile gone. It was a joke. You used to laugh at jokes. No, I said, finally looking at her. I used to pretend they didn't hurt. That silenced the room for a second. Claire shifted in her seat and gave a low sigh, like I was the one ruining everything. Joel leaned back in his chair and smirked in that way he always did when he was enjoying someone else getting humiliated. You're being dramatic, he said, not even looking at me. It's just a name card. You're the one who's always saying you could have heard a fork drop. My mom's eyes darted from my hand to my face like she wasn't sure what I was about to do. Joel leaned back in his chair, like he was preparing for a performance. Claire looked amused, almost smug, probably expecting me to fumble and apologize like I always did. And Aunt Lorna? She had that same little smirk, like she'd already decided I'd be the punchline of tonight's story. But I didn't raise my voice. I didn't throw anything. I just pulled out a folded envelope, sealed in red, and placed it gently in the center of my plate. What's that? Dad asked, his voice the first to break the silence. I looked at him for a long moment before I answered. Something I've been meaning to share, but I thought tonight felt right. Claire snorted. You brought us homework? I didn't respond to that. I just slid the envelope slightly forward with one finger. It's not for all of you, I said, keeping my voice even. Just for Mom and Dad. And I'm leaving it here because after this, I won't be coming back. The laughter died instantly. Even Lorna sat up a little straighter. What do you mean, not coming back? Mom asked, her tone shifting, still sharp, but now edged with something else. Worry? Embarrassment? I meant what I said, I replied. This is the last dinner. The last holiday. I gave it one more shot, just like you asked me to. I looked at Dad when I said that, and he dropped his gaze. But I'm done trying to earn a place that never existed. Don't be ridiculous, Claire said. This is just who we are. You've always been the emotional one, Jonah. I used to think that was a flaw, I said, turning to her. Now I know it's what kept me human in a house that runs on shame and performance. What's your tone? Mom snapped. This is Christmas. I nodded slowly. Exactly. And Lorna rolled her eyes. Oh, please. No one's ever stopped you from being yourself, Jonah. You're just mad that no one claps every time you do it. I actually laughed at that. Not because it was funny, but because it was such a perfect example of how far off the mark they all were. This isn't about clapping, I said. It's about respect. Basic decency. You all act like you're this picture-perfect family, but you've been digging at me since I was old enough to speak differently, dress differently, think differently. And every time I pushed back, it was either he's too sensitive or he's just going through a phase. I'm 34. It's not a phase. It's me. And I'm tired of apologizing for that. Joel let out a low whistle. So what? This is your dramatic exit? You want us all to cry and beg you to stay? No, I said, calmer than I felt. I want nothing from any of you. That envelope? It's just some paperwork. You can open it after I leave. Or not. That's up to you. Mom stood up now, face red, hands stiff at her sides. If you walk out of here, Jonah, don't expect to come crawling back. I met her eyes. I won't. And with that, I walked to the entryway, picked up my coat from the rack, and put it on slowly, methodically. No one followed me. No one tried to stop me. But as I reached for the front door, I heard Dad say something under his breath. I paused, hand still on the doorknob. I turned my head just slightly. What was that? He looked up at me, and for a second, I saw something flicker in his face. Regret, maybe, or guilt. You really think we're that bad? He asked quietly. I let the question hang in the air for a moment. Then I replied, no, I think you're worse than you're willing to admit. And with that, I opened the door and stepped outside into the freezing night. The cold hit me like a wall when I stepped outside, but I barely felt it. My heart was pounding too hard, my mind buzzing. I didn't look back, not even when the door shut behind me, not even when I heard voices rising inside, confused and irritated. I walked to my car, turned the key, and sat there for a minute, staring at the house through the windshield. That house had seen so many versions of me, quiet, apologetic, eager to please. They thought tonight was a tantrum, a dramatic flare-up that would fizzle out, just like all the others. They had no idea this time was different. Let me tell you about that envelope. A few months earlier, I got an email out of the blue from a woman named Harriet. She was the attorney handling the estate of my late great-uncle Aldrich, someone I barely knew. He was my grandmother's brother, lived up north, kept to himself. I met him only once as a kid, when he visited for a week and took me to an art museum while everyone else went to a football game. I remembered liking him. He asked me real questions, listened when I answered. Harriet told me that Uncle Aldrich had passed away the previous year, and after a long probate process, the details of his will were being finalized. She said he'd left something to me. Only me. I thought it would be something symbolic, a sketchbook, maybe, or a letter. Something personal. But when I sat down across from Harriet in her office and she slid the documents toward me, I almost laughed. He'd left me everything. Not just some savings. Not just a car or a cabin or a collection. Everything. Property. A small but well-performing investment portfolio. Rights to several historical illustrations he'd sold back in the 70s that were still earning royalties. He'd been quiet about his success, but he had built a small legacy and decided it should go to me. The only condition was that I not tell the rest of the family until the estate had been fully transferred. He even wrote, in his own handwriting, Let them see who you are without explaining it to them. I'd cried in my car after that meeting. Not because of the money, but because it was the first time I felt like someone in my family saw me. And I kept it quiet. All of it. Until Christmas. Inside that envelope on the table, beneath my place card labeled "The Black Sheep," were copies of the finalized documents. A letter from Harriet confirming the transfer. And a second letter written by me, with as much composure and clarity as I could manage. In that letter, I explained how much Uncle Aldrich had left me. I laid it all out modestly, but clearly, not to flaunt it, to draw a line. I wrote about how I wouldn't be sharing a cent, not because I was vengeful, but because for years I had been treated like an afterthought, like a failure, a joke. I wrote that this wasn't revenge. This was a boundary. And then I thanked them sincerely, because without their coldness, their subtle cruelty, their constant efforts to shrink me, I might never have found the strength to stand apart, to build a life they couldn't touch. I ended it by saying they were free to continue their traditions, their gossip, their carefully curated family image. I wouldn't interfere. I simply wouldn't be participating anymore. And then I added one more line, just for Aunt Lorna. I never needed applause, just silence. And now, I finally have it. I drove away that night feeling lighter than I had in years. But I knew it wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Because if there's one thing my family hates more than being called out, it's being outdone. I didn't hear from them for 2 days. And then the calls started. First it was my mom. Then Claire. Then Joel. When I didn't pick up, they started emailing. Then texting. Then Dad left a voicemail, his voice low and tight, saying we needed to talk privately about the situation. That's when I knew they'd opened the envelope. And they weren't angry that I left. They were furious that I'd won. By the third day, my inbox was overflowing. Claire sent a string of messages, each one longer and more frantic than the last. She started out pretending to be concerned. "Jonah, we were all just caught off guard. Okay? Can we please talk about this like adults?" But it didn't take long for her real tone to come through. "You blindsided the whole family. That money was meant to help all of us. You know how much Joel and I have struggled with the kids. Do you really think Uncle Aldrich would have wanted it all wasted on your solo artist lifestyle?" I read that one twice. Then I read it again, more slowly, letting each sentence settle like dust in a room I hadn't cleaned out in years. Joel's message was shorter, but just as pointed. "Real classy, Jonah. You always had a way of making everything about you. Just remember, karma doesn't take bribes." I didn't respond. I didn't need to. Because for once, the silence wasn't mine to endure, it was theirs. But the one that really got to me was from my mom. It came as a voice memo. I hesitated before playing it, thumb hovering over the play button, pulse picking up like I was 12 again and about to be told I'd disappointed her again. Her voice started off calm. Almost too calm. "Jonah, I hope you're proud of yourself. You made Christmas about you, ruined the entire evening, and humiliated this family. That letter? That money? It's just numbers on paper. What you've really done is put yourself above the people who raised you, who tried to help you, even when you pushed us away. You think Aldrich gave you that inheritance because you're special? He barely knew you. And if he'd seen how you treat family, he would have thought twice." I replayed that part again. If he'd seen how you treat family. It was rich, coming from the woman who once told me I was too weird to raise properly, and then laughed like it was some kind of clever observation. Still, her words didn't shake me the way they used to. They made me feel something else now, clarity. I finally understood something I hadn't dared admit before. My family wasn't just indifferent. They were threatened. I wasn't supposed to grow up with self-respect. I was supposed to stay quiet, play my part, nod politely when Joel mocked my job or Claire said something condescending in front of her friends. I was supposed to keep showing up, proving my worth, hoping one day they'd finally say, "Hey, maybe we were wrong about you." But now I'd stopped playing, and I had something they couldn't ignore. It wasn't the money. Not really. It was the fact that I'd chosen to walk away before they could push me out. And they couldn't stand that. On the fourth day, a package arrived at my apartment. No return address. Just a shoebox-sized parcel with my name and handwriting I recognized immediately, my dad's. I debated opening it. Part of me thought it might be some olive branch, a letter, a photo album, even a peace offering. I opened it. Inside was a copy of a family photo from Christmas 5 years ago. The whole extended family gathered around the fireplace, wearing those ridiculous matching scarves Aunt Lorna used to buy in bulk. Everyone was smiling. Everyone but me. I was sitting off to the side, hands in my lap, looking somewhere just outside the frame. Taped to the photo was a note. Just one line, written in my dad's familiar blocky script. You walked out of this. Don't come crawling back in. And below that, a second note, clearly added by someone else. The handwriting was sharper. Claire's. P.S. Aldrich never even liked kids. I sat with that box for a long time. No anger. No tears. Just a slow, settling feeling in my chest, like a foundation being poured. They were doubling down. They weren't just upset I left. They were going to punish me for it, which meant it was my turn. Not out of spite. Not out of pettiness. Out of necessity. Because the truth is, I'd spent most of my life trying not to become like them. But maybe, just for a little while, I could let myself outsmart them. And that's when the idea for what came next started to take shape, something quiet, simple, and completely untraceable back to me. It started with a list. Not a dramatic one. Not even handwritten. Just a simple document I kept on my computer titled Things They Forgot. I started with little things. The time Joel borrowed money from our grandmother's savings account without telling anyone and blamed it on a clerical error. The time Claire publicly mocked my art exhibit on social media while pretending to be proud in person. The time my mom let Lorna shred a sketchbook I'd left on the kitchen table because it looked creepy. And when I confronted her, she told me I should be grateful anyone even noticed it. I wrote it all down, and then I added to it. Conversations, snapshots, links, every petty dig disguised as concern, every birthday dinner where they forgot I was allergic to strawberries, every joke made at my expense that turned into a lecture when I didn't laugh. But I wasn't doing this to dwell. I was doing it to remember, clearly, without the usual fog of guilt that followed me around like a shadow after every family interaction. I took time to breathe, to let go of the habit of explaining myself. I dove into work, commission projects, mentoring young artists, setting up a small community fund in Uncle Aldrich's name to help kids who grew up in environments like mine. Quiet, purpose-driven things. Meanwhile, my family spiraled. Joel started posting vague rants about certain people abandoning their blood. Claire's husband, who had never spoken more than 5 words to me, sent me an email full of passive advice about letting go of grudges before they rot you from the inside. They didn't understand what was happening. They thought this was about an inheritance. They didn't realize the inheritance was just a match. I was the one who'd built the fire. That's when I remembered something Harriet, the estate lawyer, mentioned during our final meeting. Uncle Aldrich had been sitting on the board of a private historical foundation in the city, quietly, as he did most things. He had a hand in choosing rotating exhibits for several smaller galleries, and had even anonymously funded a few of my earlier showcases. After his passing, his seat opened, and the board had offered it to me. At the time, I had declined. I wasn't sure I wanted to step into anything that felt too formal, too connected to the family's perception of legacy. But now, I saw the opportunity for what it really was. Control. So I accepted, quietly, signed the paperwork, started attending meetings, not for recognition, but because I knew exactly how to use this platform. See, Claire had been lobbying for a feature at one of the galleries connected to the foundation, a photography showcase about modern motherhood that she hoped would catapult her local influencer brand into something bigger. Joel, meanwhile, had been courting donors for his wellness retreat that was little more than a glorified vacation rental with scented candles and vague promises of inner peace. They had no idea I was involved in either decision, and I didn't sabotage them. I simply did what they'd never done for me. I told the truth. I submitted a quiet, Formal note to the board regarding potential applicants. I listed credentials, community involvement, and clarity of mission. Neither of them had any. Claire's proposal was rejected. Joel's donor pitch was gently declined. They were told the foundation was focusing on long-term sustainability and integrity in projects, not brand leverage. And when word got around that I was now part of that process, the silence was delicious. I didn't gloat. I didn't brag. I just lived. I renovated the cottage Uncle Aldrich left me, painted the walls with warm colors, filled the shelves with books and art supplies, hosted quiet little gatherings with friends who had become more of a family than the one I was born into. People who didn't roll their eyes when I spoke, or ask why I still wasn't married, or tell me to tone it down. Months passed. Then, one afternoon in June, a card arrived. It was handwritten in blue ink. The return address was Claire's. Inside was a folded note that read, "Mom's not well. She won't say it, but she misses you. We all do. Please come by. Let's talk." For a moment, I stared at it, feeling the tug of a very old reflex. The part of me that always ran when they called. The part that whispered maybe this time will be different. But then I remembered. I remembered the shoebox, the photo, the messages, the years. I folded the card neatly, placed it in a drawer, and stood in the center of my sunlit kitchen for a while, just breathing. Then I went back to work. I never sent a reply, because I didn't need to make a scene to have peace. I just had to stop letting them write the ending. And I had. Right now, I'm in a much better place, both literally and emotionally. I live in the cottage Uncle Aldrich left me, a quiet place tucked just outside the city. It's small but filled with things I love. Canvases leaned against the walls, books stacked in cozy corners, plants I used to think I'd never be able to keep alive. It's peaceful here. There's no tension in the air, no low-level dread creeping in before a family gathering. I still work as an illustrator, mostly freelance, and I've recently taken on a part-time mentorship role for a local youth art program. Something I never thought I'd have the energy or clarity to do. The community fund I started in Aldrich's name is growing, and we've already helped a handful of underrepresented artists get their first gallery showings. As for my family, I haven't seen them since that Christmas dinner. They've tried a few more times to reach out, mostly vague emails or occasional cards around holidays, but I've stayed firm. Not angry, not spiteful, just done. I no longer feel the need to explain myself or wait for an apology that may never come. They can keep telling whatever version of the story they want at family parties. I have mine, and more importantly, I have peace. Hey Reddit, my name's Adam, and I just turned 20 last week. I didn't expect my birthday to become the day that pushed me to finally leave my parents' house for good, but I guess there's something poetic about realizing your worth right when the people closest to you try to strip it away. For as long as I can remember, I've been the responsible one in my family, not because anyone ever asked me to be, but because someone had to be. My parents, especially my dad, have always been about family loyalty, which really just means doing whatever benefits him and my older brother, Michael. Michael's 24, still living at home, and has a history of making big promises about life-changing business ventures that somehow always end with my parents bailing him out. I, on the other hand, found peace in working with my hands. Since I was 14, I've been collecting and upgrading my tools, drills, saws, precision equipment, everything. I loved building things, fixing furniture, even restoring old machines from the junkyard. It was more than a hobby. It was my escape. Every polished surface, every small success in my projects reminded me that I could create something good even in a house that constantly drained me. My tools were the one thing I bought with my own money, earned from part-time jobs and weekend repairs for neighbors. They were my pride, my independence, my future. Now, to understand how things went downhill, you have to get a sense of my dad. He's the kind of man who talks about sacrifice, but never makes any himself. He acts like the patriarch, claiming everything under his roof belongs to him, no matter who paid for it. My mom follows his lead most of the time, sometimes silently, sometimes backing him up with that tone of guilt she's perfected over the years. And then there's Michael, the golden boy. He's smooth-talking, confident, and always manages to make his failures sound like noble efforts. When he crashed the old family car last year, Dad called it a learning experience. When I asked to buy a used one with my savings, Dad said, "Cars are a luxury. Be patient." So, yeah, it's always been that kind of dynamic. Me working, saving, and staying quiet, while Michael gets applauded for trying. Still, I never let myself get too bitter. I had my tools, my small workshop in the shed out back, and the quiet satisfaction of knowing that at least something in my life was mine. That brings us to my birthday. It was a Sunday, and I was supposed to have the day off. I'd planned to spend it in the shed finishing up a custom bench for a local cafe owner, my first paid commission that wasn't just from someone down the street. It was a big deal to me. But when I went out that morning, I noticed something strange. The shed was locked. Not just closed, locked with a padlock that wasn't mine. At first, I thought maybe Dad was just keeping it secure, but when I asked him about it, he didn't even look up from his newspaper. "Oh, that," he said casually. "Don't worry about it, son. We needed to make some space." "Make some space," I repeated, trying to keep my voice calm. "Yeah," he said, finally folding the paper. "Your mom and I decided to sell some of the stuff in there. You had way too much clutter, and with Michael's new business idea, we needed some quick cash for the family fund. You'll get new tools eventually." For a second, I couldn't process what he said. Sell some of the stuff? Family fund. I walked outside and opened the shed, or rather, tried to. The padlock was gone now, and when I stepped in, I froze. The walls looked bare. The shelves that once held my carefully labeled boxes were empty. My workbench was gone. The big red toolbox I'd spent months saving for gone. Even the small wooden stool I'd built myself was missing. The air smelled like dust and betrayal. I went back inside, heart pounding. "You sold my tools?" I asked. My voice cracked, and I hated how small I sounded. Dad didn't flinch. "Yes, Adam. Don't make that face. You're overreacting. You live under my roof, and everything in this house is part of the household. Family comes first. Michael's trying to start something for us all, and sometimes that means sacrifices." "Sacrifices?" I repeated quietly. "You just sold my future for one of his business ideas." Dad sighed, as if I was being difficult. "You don't understand responsibility yet, son. Those tools aren't your future. They're just things. You'll get new ones someday. Besides, you don't need all that stuff right now." I could feel my hands shaking. "I bought those with my money," I said. "Every single one." He shrugged. "And you used them on our property. That makes them family property. You've been living here rent-free. Consider it even." Mom stood behind him, wringing her hands like she always does when things get tense. "Adam, sweetheart," she said softly. "You know your father's just trying to help your brother. It's for all of us." "No," I said. "It's for Michael. It's always for him." Michael chose that moment to stroll in, grinning like this was all a joke. "Come on, man," he said, patting my shoulder. "You'll get over it. Dad's right, you'll get new ones. Think of it as an investment in me. When my business takes off, we'll both win." I stared at him. "You sold everything I worked for," I said slowly. "Everything I built with my own hands." "Stop being dramatic," Dad said, his voice rising slightly. "You're acting like a child. It's just stuff. We'll replace it when things are better." That word, replace, echoed in my head. Replace. As if the countless hours I spent saving, the sweat, the nights I stayed up fixing old machines, all meant nothing. I realized then that my dad didn't just sell my tools. He sold the one piece of independence I had left. I didn't yell. I didn't argue anymore. I just stood there, looking at them, my father smug in his authority, my mother avoiding eye contact, and my brother pretending this was some kind of family bonding moment. Something in me went quiet. I went up to my room and sat on my bed for a long time, staring at the blank wall. All my plans, my projects, my dream of starting a small repair business gone. I thought about the years I'd spent trying to earn their respect, the times I'd hoped my dad would finally say, "I'm proud of you." But deep down, I knew that moment would never come. That night, while everyone was asleep, I walked out to the shed one last time. The emptiness inside it hurt more than I expected. It wasn't just about tools. It was about every time they dismissed my effort, every moment I was told to wait my turn, every sacrifice I made that no one noticed. I realized something important. They didn't see me as a person. I was just the backup plan, the steady one they could take from without asking. When morning came, I had a choice to make. Stay and swallow my pride, or finally take back what little control I had left. So I made a decision. And by the time the sun rose, the shed wasn't empty anymore, but the house was missing a few things. That's when it started, the real story. The one that made my mom gasp in shock, made Michael furious, and made Dad storm through the backyard shouting, "Who emptied the shed overnight?" The morning after my tools disappeared, the house felt heavier. Not physically, but in the way tension clings to the air like humidity before a storm. My dad acted like nothing had happened. He was at the kitchen table, sipping his coffee and scrolling through his phone. My mom moved around quietly, setting plates, humming under her breath. Michael was on a call, laughing loudly, bragging to someone about getting seed money. Every laugh from him felt like a slap. I poured myself some coffee and sat down without saying a word. My dad glanced up briefly. "You look like you didn't sleep," he said, as if he didn't know why. "I didn't," I replied flatly. "Well, that's on you," he said. "You shouldn't dwell on things you can't change. You're young. You'll bounce back." I bit the inside of my cheek to stop myself from snapping. Bounce back. That's what he always said when something went wrong. When the car I was fixing got taken so Michael could test drive it. When my savings, temporarily, went to cover Michael's credit card bill. When my mom's promise to make it up to me never materialized. Mom placed a plate of eggs in front of me. "Eat, sweetheart. You'll feel better once you've had breakfast." "Do you even hear yourselves?" I asked quietly. "You took everything I've worked for and sold it." "For him." My dad sighed, as if I were a petulant child instead of a grown adult. "It wasn't personal, Adam. You make it sound like we robbed you." "You did," I said. "You didn't even ask." He pushed his chair back slightly. "Watch your tone. You live under my roof. I make the decisions here. The money from those tools went into the family fund. We all benefit." I looked at Michael, who was now scrolling through his phone. "Do we all benefit, or just you?" Michael smirked. "You're welcome to be part of the project if you want, man. I mean, you've got the time." "The project?" I repeated. Dad leaned forward, clasping his hands. "Your brother's starting a landscaping company. He's got vision, Adam. He just needed some capital to get started. Mowers, trailers, marketing. That's why we had to make that decision." "Wait," I said slowly. "You sold my tools so he could buy his equipment?" Dad nodded. "Exactly. And don't look at it like that. You're part of this family. When his business succeeds, we all win." I stared at them, speechless. The irony was so thick, it was almost laughable. I'd been working toward opening my own repair service for months. Even had a small online page set up for commissions. I was one job away from buying a used van to transport my work. And now my future had been traded for my brother's next failure, dressed up as vision. Michael looked up again, all smug confidence. "Don't be bitter, Adam. You'll see. Once this takes off, we'll hire you on. You can do the maintenance for our machines. Family business, right?" That did it. I stood up. "You took my tools to make me your employee?" Dad's jaw tightened. "You're being ungrateful." I laughed, but there wasn't any humor in it. "Ungrateful? You stripped me of everything I've built because you believe in his ideas more than my hard work." Mom stepped in, voice soft but firm. "Adam, please. You're twisting this. Your father made a tough choice for the good of everyone. You'll get your chance too. You just have to be patient." I turned to her. "How long have I been patient, Mom?" "When Michael dropped out of college and you used my tuition fund to pay his debt, I was patient. When he borrowed my car and wrecked it, I was patient. When he took my workshop for his storage, I was patient. But this," I gestured toward the window, toward the empty shed, "this was mine. And you sold it." Dad slammed his hand against the table. "Enough. You will not talk to your mother like that." I froze, not because I was scared, but because I realized nothing I said would ever matter. He wasn't listening. None of them were. The rest of the morning was silent. Michael went out to meet investors. Mom retreated to the garden, and Dad buried himself in paperwork. I sat alone, staring out the window, thinking about every time they'd brushed off my efforts. I thought about the old workshop, the smell of wood shavings, the hum of my tools, the quiet satisfaction of creation. All gone because my father couldn't stand the idea of me succeeding on my own terms. Later that afternoon, I heard my parents talking in the living room. Their voices were low but carried through the thin walls. "Mom, he's not taking it well." "Dad, he'll come around. He has nowhere else to go." "Mom, you shouldn't have said what you did." "Dad, I said what needed to be said. He lives here. He follows the rules." "Mom, but selling his things without asking." "Dad, I don't need to ask my own son for permission in my house. I felt something inside me harden. That was the moment I stopped feeling like their son and started feeling like a stranger who just happened to live under their roof. That night, Michael came home beaming, holding fast food and acting like nothing was wrong. "Big news, man," he said, dropping into the seat across from me. "Dad got me a meeting with a local contractor. They might partner with me. Can you believe it?" "Yeah," I said quietly. "I can believe it." He didn't catch the tone. "This is the real deal. If it works, we'll have jobs lined up all summer. You should come on board before it's too late." "Too late?" I asked. He shrugged. "Yeah, once it takes off, I'll need reliable people around. Not sure I'll have time to train you later." It was like he genuinely believed he was doing me a favor. I studied his face, the smugness, the certainty that everything would always go his way because Dad would make sure it did. "Good luck with that," I said, standing up. He frowned. "Don't be like that, man. We're family." "Yeah," I said, heading to my room. "That's what you keep telling me." Over the next few days, things got worse. Every time I passed my dad, he'd remind me that hard work is about attitude. He kept hinting that I should support my brother's vision. Michael started using my old storage cabinet for his supplies: gas cans, gloves, hoses, all piled where my organized toolboxes used to be. Mom tried to play peacemaker, dropping lines like, "You know how your father gets," or "He's just stressed about money." But the truth was, it wasn't just about money. It was about control. My dad couldn't stand that I'd built something without his involvement. He couldn't stand that my success didn't revolve around his approval. By the fourth day, I'd stopped talking to them altogether. I left early in the morning, came home late, and spent my time thinking. I knew one thing for certain: I wasn't staying there much longer. Then came the breaking point. It was a Thursday evening, and I came home to find Michael in the driveway with a brand new trailer hitched to Dad's truck. He was showing it off, talking loudly on speakerphone. I overheard bits of the conversation. "Yeah, man, the money came through. Sold some old junk my brother had lying around. He's dramatic, but whatever, he'll get over it." I froze. My jaw clenched so tight it hurt. Dad came out a moment later, slapping Michael on the back. "Proud of you, son. This is how you make things happen." Michael grinned. "Thanks, Dad. Couldn't have done it without you." I stepped closer. "Yeah," I said quietly. "You really couldn't have." Dad turned, frowning. "Don't start, Adam. This is a good day." "For you?" I said. "For me, it's just another reminder of what you took." "Watch your mouth," he snapped. I laughed bitterly. "Why? Are you going to sell that too?" Mom appeared at the doorway. "Please, stop arguing. Can't we just have one evening without this?" But I was done being quiet. "You want peace, Mom? Then admit it. You took my life's work and handed it to him because you didn't believe in me." Michael rolled his eyes. "Man, you're so dramatic. It's not that deep." "It is to me," I said. "Those tools were all I had." Dad's voice dropped, cold and sharp. "Then maybe you should have been grateful you had a place to keep them. I could have made you pay rent long ago. You're lucky I didn't." I looked at him, really looked at him, and realized I'd never win. Not by arguing, not by reasoning, not by waiting. My father didn't respect effort, only obedience. And Michael didn't care about anything that wasn't his own success. So I shut my mouth, turned around, and went inside. That night, I packed quietly, not just my clothes, but every small thing they hadn't noticed yet was mine. I wasn't going to leave empty-handed this time. The next morning, the house woke to the usual sounds: Dad making coffee, Michael bragging over breakfast, Mom pretending nothing was wrong. None of them noticed that my door was open and my bed stripped clean. And in the backyard, the shed door stood wide open. But this time, it wasn't empty. By the time Dad realized what was missing, it was too late. He came storming out, shouting my name, demanding answers. Michael was yelling too. Mom stood frozen at the door, one hand over her mouth. "Who emptied the shed overnight?" Dad roared. But I was already gone. And while they stood there fuming, trying to make sense of it, I was miles away, heading toward the place where the next part of this story really begins. When I left that morning, I didn't look back. The sun was barely rising, painting the sky in a hazy orange glow, and the air smelled like freedom and adrenaline. My car, an old pickup I'd bought cheap from a neighbor and spent months fixing up, was loaded to the brim with the last bits of my life from that house. A few clothes, my documents, some small tools I'd managed to hide from my dad's family fund purge, and a few personal things that reminded me who I was before everything got swallowed up by resentment. I didn't have a clear plan, but I had an idea. I'd been doing side jobs for a mechanic in town, Mr. Larson. He was one of the few people who actually treated me like I had potential. He once told me, "Kid, the difference between people who build things and people who take them is pride. You've got pride. Don't lose it." His words stuck with me, so I drove straight to his shop. When I pulled into the lot, he was already there, leaning against the counter with a cup of coffee. His brow furrowed when he saw me. "You look like you haven't slept," he said. "Didn't," I admitted. "I'm done at home. They sold my tools, Larson. Every single one." He let out a slow whistle. "Your folks did that." I nodded. "For my brother's business." Said it was for the family fund. He shook his head. "That's rough, kid. Real rough. But you did the right thing leaving. Once people show you they'll cross a line, they'll keep crossing it." I leaned against the counter, staring at the floor. I don't even know where to start. Everything I built is gone. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You still got your hands, don't you? And your brain? You can rebuild. You can use my tools here after hours if you need to." It was more generosity than I'd expected. "I can't ask that of you," I said. "You didn't ask," he replied simply. "I'm offering." That was the first real kindness I'd felt in weeks. For the next few days, I worked at his shop during the day and slept in the small loft above the garage. It wasn't much, just a mattress, a desk, and a single lamp, but it was peaceful. I could breathe. I could think. For the first time, I felt like I had control over my own life. But freedom comes with echoes. I didn't expect my parents to just let me go quietly, and I was right. On the third morning after leaving, my phone started blowing up. Texts, missed calls, voicemails. First from Mom, then Dad, then Michael. Mom's messages were the same tone she always used when she wanted to sound reasonable. "Adam, your father is upset. You can't just leave like that. Please call us. We can talk this out." Then, "We need to discuss what you took. Your father says there are things missing." Things missing. The nerve. I hadn't taken anything that wasn't mine. Just a few spare parts, some what I'd bought, and a few personal tools I'd hidden in the attic weeks before. Then came Dad's texts. "This is unacceptable. You think you can just run away and take my property? Everything on this land belongs to me. Return what you took, or I'll call the police." I didn't reply. Then Michael chimed in. "Real mature move, bro. You're making Mom worry. Dad says you took the generator and the compressor. You better bring those back before things get ugly." That one made me laugh bitterly. The generator and compressor were mine. I bought them secondhand from a retired carpenter years ago. They had no idea what belonged to who anymore. They just assumed everything was theirs. I ignored them all and focused on work. But the silence didn't last long. The betrayal that came next didn't come in a single moment. It crept in slowly, like rust spreading on metal until it finally breaks. A few days later, Larson handed me the shop phone. "Somebody's asking for you," he said. I hesitated. "Who?" He smirked. "Didn't say." Sounded like trouble, though. I took the receiver. "Hello. Adam," a familiar voice said sharply. "My dad." I tensed. "How did you get this number?" "Doesn't matter. You've caused enough damage already. You emptied the shed and stole family property. You're going to return it. Today." "I didn't steal anything," I said evenly. "I took what was mine." "You're in no position to argue with me," he snapped. "You're still my son, and you'll respect my house. If you don't return what you took, I'll file a report." I almost laughed. "You'd really tell the police your son stole his own tools? Go ahead. Show them the receipts. You don't have any, because you never bought them." He was silent for a moment, then said, "You're being selfish. Michael's working hard to support this family, and you're undermining him." "By existing?" I asked. "By finally saying no?" "You're ungrateful, Adam. After everything we've done for you." "Done for me?" I said quietly. "You mean using my savings for Michael, selling my things without asking, and calling it love?" "Yeah, I'm done with that kind of help." I hung up. Larson raised an eyebrow. "Family trouble?" "Yeah," I said. "Same story, different day." But it wasn't the end of it. Later that week, I found out what they'd done next, and that's when it stopped being just about pride. It became personal. I was scrolling through my social media one evening when I noticed something strange. My page, the one where I posted photos of my projects and repair work, was gone. At first, I thought maybe I'd been hacked. But when I checked my email, I found a message from the platform. "Your account has been deleted by request." Confused, I checked the details. The deletion request had come from my dad's email. My stomach dropped. He'd had my login info from years ago when I first made the account and asked him to help me verify it. I never thought to change the password. He'd gone in, deleted my entire business page, and wiped out all my client messages, photos, everything. Years of progress, gone with one click. I called him immediately. He answered on the second ring, sounding calm. "Dad," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Did you delete my page?" "I did," he said simply. "You're not using our internet connection to promote your side business anymore. I'm not paying for your little hobby." "It wasn't a hobby." I snapped. "It was my work." He raised his voice slightly. "You don't talk to me like that. You abandoned this family, Adam. You don't get to profit off the name you left behind." "The name I left behind?" I repeated. "You mean the one you dragged through the mud for years? You think deleting my page will stop me?" "I think it'll remind you where you come from," he said coldly. "You can't cut us out like that. You'll see that sooner or later." When I hung up, I just sat there for a while, staring at the wall. The betrayal wasn't just about deleting a page. It was about control. He couldn't stand that I'd escaped his reach, so he had to ruin what little independence I was building for myself. That night, I called my mom. She answered quickly. "Adam," she said, sounding anxious. "I'm glad you called. Please, can we talk?" "Did you know Dad deleted my page?" Silence. "Mom." Finally, she sighed. "He told me he was going to. I tried to talk him out of it, but you know how he is." "You let him?" I said quietly. "I didn't let him," she insisted. "He's your father, Adam. I can't stop him from doing what he thinks is right." I felt something break in me then, something small but irreversible. "Then you're just as guilty," I said. "Don't say that," she whispered. "You know I love you." "If that's love, Mom," I said, "I don't want it anymore." I hung up. The next morning, Larson noticed I was quieter than usual. "You look like you've been punched," he said. "In a way, I have," I muttered. "They deleted everything I built online. My clients, my reputation, it's all gone." He nodded slowly. "Then it's time to start again. This time without anyone's name attached, but yours." His words lit something in me again, a spark I thought was gone. I spent the next few days rebuilding. New page, new number, new contact list. I started reaching out to old clients and explaining what happened. Most were sympathetic, some even angry on my behalf. Slowly, the work began to come back. And then, just when I started to feel like I was stabilizing, the next betrayal hit. Michael showed up at the shop. I was under a car when I heard Larson call my name. "Adam, you've got a visitor." I slid out from under the vehicle, wiped my hands, and froze. There he was, leaning against the door frame with that same smug expression I'd seen my entire life. "Hey man," he said casually. "Nice setup you got here." "What do you want, Michael?" "Relax," he said. "I just came to talk. Dad told me where you were." Of course he did. He walked around the shop, pretending to admire the place. "So this is where you've been hiding. Not bad. You're really serious about this, huh?" "I always was," I said. He chuckled. "Yeah, I can tell. Shame about your old business page. You should have seen Dad when he deleted it." He was fired up. "Said it was time you learned a lesson about loyalty." I stared at him, trying to read his expression. "You think this is funny?" He shrugged. "I think you're being stubborn. Dad's not the enemy, you know? He just wants what's best for us." "Us?" I asked. "You mean you?" He smirked. "Call it what you want. Anyway, listen, I might have a proposal." I folded my arms. "I'm not interested." "Don't be so quick," he said. "My landscaping business is taking off. I need someone who knows tools and maintenance. You'd be perfect. Dad even said he'd let bygones be bygones if you came back home." I laughed, but it came out more like a scoff. "You steal from me, destroy my work, and then offer me a job fixing your mess? Think about it," he said. "It's family. It's what Mom wants too." That last sentence did it. My blood went cold. "You talked to Mom about this?" He grinned. "Of course. She misses you. She says you've changed, that you're holding grudges. She told Dad it'd be good for everyone if you just apologized and came home." Apologized? For leaving? For standing up for myself? For daring to have a spine? That was the breaking point. The trust, what little was left, shattered completely. "I'm done," I said quietly. "Tell Dad. Tell Mom. Tell whoever you want. I'm not coming back. Ever." Michael raised an eyebrow. "You sure about that?" "Positive." He smirked again. "Fine. But don't come crawling back when you realize you need us." Then he left. When the door shut behind him, Larson looked over. You okay? I nodded slowly, though my hands were shaking. Yeah, I said. I just realized something. What's that? That they're not done yet. Because if I knew my father and brother at all, they'd try again. They always did. And next time, they'd make sure it hurt even more. And I wasn't going to let that happen. After Michael left the shop that day, I felt a strange mix of exhaustion and relief. Exhaustion from the emotional roller coaster of the past weeks. Relief because I'd finally set boundaries. Clear, non-negotiable boundaries. But also an underlying unease. They hadn't finished. I knew that much. My parents weren't the type to let something like this go. But I also realized something else. I didn't need their approval. I didn't need their validation. For the first time, I had a chance to build something purely for myself. The first few weeks were rough. My old clients trickled back, but there were gaps, losses, and frustrations. Supplies were expensive. The old van I'd relied on for transporting materials had a bad alternator. I had to spend days fixing it instead of working on jobs. Some nights, I went to bed hungry because I prioritized buying a replacement tool over dinner. Larson gave me a corner of his shop, but I was technically operating on borrowed time. My finances were tight, and my energy was stretched thin. I also had to navigate the emotional toll. Every time my phone buzzed with a text from Mom, my heart would tighten. Adam, we miss you. Please reconsider. Every email from Michael bragging about some small win in his landscaping business made my stomach twist. At first, I almost faltered. I questioned if leaving had been the right choice. Maybe I was being stubborn. Maybe I should have tried harder to make peace. But the thought of walking back into a house where my efforts had been sold, stolen, and erased, I couldn't. I realized I had to stop reacting. I had to stop letting their actions dictate my life. So I started planning quietly. I made a strict routine. Work, sleep, work, repeat. I cataloged my old contacts, reconnected with local clients, and started offering small repair jobs, furniture fixes, machine tune-ups, minor renovations. Every job I completed built something tangible, something I could see and touch, unlike the digital destruction they'd inflicted. Every satisfied client was a small victory, a reminder that I could rebuild even if they tried to tear me down. Then came the first real spark of growth. One of my old clients, Mrs. Klein, owned a small cafe downtown. She'd hired me years ago to repair a broken espresso machine, and she remembered my work. She called me, asking if I could fix a batch of commercial mixers that had been acting up. I went over, worked late into the night, and left everything running perfectly. The next morning, she handed me a check that nearly made me dizzy. Not only was it more than my usual rate, but she told me she'd recommend me to her contacts. Within a week, 3 more small businesses reached out, asking for help. Slowly, my reputation began to rebuild. More jobs came in, larger ones too. I started making enough to rent a tiny workshop of my own, not ideal, but mine. I installed shelves, organized the tools I'd been able to buy, and set up a corner for my own designs. The small victories, the control over my own work, were intoxicating. I had a rhythm again, a sense of purpose that no one could take from me. At the same time, I quietly gathered information. I started checking the local business registry, keeping an eye on Michael's landscaping venture. It wasn't difficult. He'd left plenty of paper trails. Every contract, every invoice, every permit he filed was public record. I noted the patterns, the gaps in his work, the weak spots. Larson even joked, "Looks like you're learning detective work on the side." I smiled quietly, but didn't say much. I didn't need to. I was collecting data, watching the pieces fall into place. Financially, things began to improve faster than I expected. One day, I fixed an industrial coffee grinder for a small bakery chain. The owner was impressed, and within 2 weeks, I had a contract to maintain and repair all their equipment monthly. That was the turning point. Suddenly, I wasn't just surviving. I was building something scalable. I hired one assistant to help with smaller jobs. I started scheduling jobs efficiently, buying bulk materials, negotiating with suppliers. My bank account started growing steadily, and for the first time in years, I felt a sense of stability. The emotional side of my recovery was slower. I had flashbacks of Dad selling my tools, of Michael smirking as if he had a claim to my life, of Mom telling me I was overreacting. Some nights, I'd lie awake, wondering if I'd ever feel completely safe from their interference. But I realized that safety wasn't going to come from them. It had to come from me. That understanding gave me a strange clarity. And then came the first moment of unexpected empowerment. One afternoon, I was walking past a construction supply store when I noticed a familiar truck outside. It was Dad's, and next to it, Michael was pacing with a clipboard, looking flustered. Curious, I lingered at the edge of the lot. They didn't see me at first. I overheard Michael talking to a supplier on the phone, sounding nervous. Yes, Dad's backing me. I need those materials today. No, I haven't finished the paperwork yet. Okay, but I'll have it soon. It was then I noticed the tension in his voice, the first real sign that maybe, just maybe, their plan wasn't flawless. I stayed hidden, watching him fumble with invoices and delivery schedules. A part of me felt satisfaction, not for Schadenfreude's sake, but because it was proof that they weren't untouchable. They had weaknesses. Everyone did. Over the next few weeks, I continued my work, slowly expanding my business. I started documenting my projects meticulously, before and after photos, client testimonials, detailed invoices. I wanted a record that no one could delete, a shield against any attempt to undermine me. My confidence grew with every successful job, and I noticed something else changing: the quiet satisfaction of proving myself. I no longer measured my worth by their approval. Every tool I bought, every project I completed, every penny I earned was mine alone. I also began networking strategically. Larson introduced me to a few clients who had bigger projects, and I treated each one as an opportunity to cement my reputation. I learned negotiation skills, marketing tricks, even a bit of accounting on the side. Slowly, I became more than a local repair guy. I was a small business owner with a growing reputation for reliability and skill. Emotionally, I was stronger too. I learned to recognize the manipulation and dismiss it before it affected me. Mom's texts still came occasionally, begging me to return or apologize. Michael still bragged about his progress, sometimes sending subtle jabs. Dad tried 1 or 2 weak threats about calling the police or reporting my business as illegitimate. But I realized that none of it had power over me anymore. I had my own clients, my own income, my own space. I had autonomy, something they could never take back without breaking laws. And quietly, in the back of my mind, I started plotting, not revenge for the sake of cruelty, but a strategic reset. If I could operate in the open, rebuild my credibility, and gain enough influence, I could control the narrative. I could protect myself and, if necessary, ensure they could never interfere again. I didn't need to act immediately. I just needed to prepare. I needed patience, precision, and leverage. One evening, Larson asked me how I felt about the past few weeks. I told him honestly, exhausted, angry, but strangely alive. I feel like I've been blindfolded my whole life, I said, and now someone finally removed it. I'm seeing the world clearly for the first time. He nodded. Good. Keep that feeling. That clarity will take you further than you think. It did. Over the next months, I worked tirelessly. I expanded my small repair business into a proper workshop. I bought a delivery van, hired 2 more assistants, and started taking contracts I wouldn't have dared touch before. My name spread by word of mouth, and soon, I was receiving calls from clients in other towns. For the first time in my life, I was in control of my destiny. And the best part? They had no idea. Every success, every milestone, was mine alone. They couldn't brag about it, couldn't undermine it, couldn't steal it. I didn't gloat. I didn't post anything online. I just built, quietly, deliberately, until the foundation was solid. I knew one day my parents would hear about it. Michael would probably stumble across it eventually. But when that moment came, I would be ready. I would be prepared. And I wouldn't be the desperate, powerless kid they had left behind in that shed. Because for the first time, I wasn't just surviving. I was rising. And rising quietly, unseen, was far more powerful than they could ever imagine. But just as my confidence was solidifying, the next shock arrived. One that I hadn't expected, one that threatened to shake everything I had rebuilt. It started innocently enough, at least on the surface. Business was booming, my client list growing steadily, my little workshop humming with activity. I was finally feeling like I'd reached a level of stability where I could think beyond just surviving. And that's when I realized I needed leverage, not out of spite, but for protection and, yes, eventually for payback. I wasn't interested in petty revenge. I wanted something smart, strategic, and unshakable. Something that would make them realize that underestimating me had been their first mistake. I had always been careful with finances, meticulous with invoices, and diligent with documentation. But I hadn't realized how powerful that could be until an opportunity arose through Larson. He had been contracted for a large-scale renovation for a corporate client, someone who owned multiple franchises across the region. Larson was overbooked, so he offered me the chance to handle the secondary properties, big enough that I'd make real money, but under the radar. The contract required proof of insurance, business registration, tax documents, the works. For weeks, I prepared, ensuring everything was legitimate, above board, and fully traceable. I learned to manage employees, handle supply chains, and negotiate contracts. I even took a crash course in small business law at the local community center, learning the legal language and loopholes that could protect me. Every detail I learned wasn't just about growth, it was about power. If I could run a legitimate, successful business that couldn't be touched by them, I'd have the ultimate leverage. Then came the moment to apply it. One of Larson's clients, let's call him Mr. Whitman, needed a set of specialized repairs across 3 properties. Michael, as always, had boasted to Dad that his landscaping business could handle anything, and he was still using Dad's name as a shield for credibility. I saw my opening. I approached Mr. Whitman professionally, detailed the work I could do, and provided a fully licensed, insured, and verifiable proposal. I emphasized timelines, quality standards, and aftercare. Michael, in his usual overconfident style, tried to cold call the client using Dad's phone number, claiming to be the family expert. Whitman politely declined. Then I got the call. "Adam, we'd like you to take this on," he said. "We reviewed your proposal, and we're impressed with your professionalism. Let's start next week." I could feel the grin forming on my face, but I stayed calm. This wasn't a victory celebration. This was strategy in action. I now had a tangible win in a space my family thought they dominated. Over the next few weeks, I threw myself into the work. Each project was executed perfectly. I took photographs, recorded progress, and documented every step. I even started saving receipts and correspondence from Michael whenever he tried to interfere or undercut me. It was all evidence, quietly building a dossier that would one day become a weapon in my favor. The big turning point came when Larson casually mentioned an upcoming franchise conference. "You should come," he said. "Network a little. You might find some serious clients, people with money and influence." I took the suggestion seriously. I registered, prepared a portfolio, and arrived with my work displayed professionally. The conference was intimidating. People with large corporate names, slick presentations, and decades of experience, but I navigated it quietly. I didn't boast about being the kid whose tools were sold. I presented my achievements clearly, confidently, and calmly. And it worked. I gained 3 significant contracts on the spot, each one larger than anything Michael had ever claimed. Each one required upfront deposits, verified insurance, and formal contracts. For the first time, I realized I wasn't just ahead of my family. I was untouchable. They could no longer bully me, manipulate me, or claim authority over my work. Meanwhile, Michael and Dad were still operating on assumptions, still underestimating me. I had been tracking their projects quietly, watching Michael make mistakes, overpromising, underdelivering, missing deadlines. One evening, while reviewing his public filings, I noticed that one of his clients had left a negative review about an incomplete job. Perfect. A crack in the armor. I decided it was time to execute a calm, precise form of revenge, not rash, not loud, just effective. I contacted Michael's major supplier. I presented myself as a professional business owner with a verified contract needing a bulk supply of equipment. The supplier, convinced by my legitimacy and references, agreed to prioritize my order. Meanwhile, I subtly hinted at inconsistencies in Michael's account of past orders, enough to seed doubt without directly accusing him. Within days, Michael faced delays because the supplier was double-checking his accounts. His timeline slipped. His confidence faltered. Then I went one step further. I reached out to a few of Michael's major clients. I offered my services subtly, under the guise of being an independent specialist who could solve problems quickly. I didn't advertise that he had failed. I simply demonstrated competence and reliability. A few clients switched over quietly, no dramatic confrontation, no shouting matches, just lost opportunities for him. The irony was intoxicating. The next piece fell into place almost accidentally. Dad, of course, was still talking about me behind my back. One afternoon, Larson picked up a small tidbit while discussing his own business dealings. Dad had been bragging to a local contractor about Michael's supposed dominance in the landscaping market, casually disparaging me at every opportunity. I filed that mentally. That information, combined with the contracts I was securing and the clients I was absorbing, created a picture of controlled, quiet dominance. They didn't even know I was in the room, running circles around them. I also leveraged social proof carefully. I started accepting referrals from satisfied clients, letting word of mouth speak instead of any confrontation. My reputation grew quietly but solidly. By the end of the quarter, my business income had tripled compared to Michael's projected revenue. Dad had no idea. Michael was floundering, and Mom still called occasionally, pleading for reconciliation I had no intention of giving. The climax of this phase of my revenge came when I decided to attend a local business networking dinner. Michael and Dad were both present, naturally bragging about their successes. I arrived late, casually, not drawing attention. I shook hands, introduced myself professionally, and casually mentioned my business in conversations with several influential people in the room. By the end of the evening, 3 significant investors had expressed interest in contracting my services. Michael noticed, of course, and his expression shifted from smug confidence to unease as he realized I was operating at a level he couldn't match. I left the dinner quietly, no dramatic exit, no confrontation. But I could sense the ripple effect. The next week, Michael's clients began calling me directly for services he had promised. Some even mentioned hearing about me through other sources. Dad, still thinking he was in control, had no clue what was happening behind the scenes. By now, I wasn't just surviving. I was strategically dismantling the illusion of their dominance. Every move I made was calculated, every action deliberate. I hadn't raised my voice. I hadn't shouted. I hadn't done anything rash. I had simply positioned myself in a way that made them powerless without any overt confrontation. And the best part? They didn't even see it coming. Michael was furious, of course, when he noticed the shift. Dad was in disbelief. Mom was frantic, still sending me texts about how proud they were and how they just wanted the family together again. None of it mattered. I wasn't interested in reconciliation. I was interested in equilibrium, and in making sure that the people who had treated me like a disposable asset could never threaten me again. By the end of that year, my business had grown beyond anything I could have imagined, and Michael's had plateaued. He made mistakes, missed deadlines, and became dependent on subcontractors, including me. Dad tried to lecture me about family loyalty, unaware that I now held the power he had tried to crush. I had quietly, methodically, and expertly turned the tables. And all it took was patience, preparation, and restraint. Every contract I signed, every client I gained, every step forward was both a personal victory and a strategic setup for the ultimate payoff, proving, without a doubt, that I was capable of standing on my own and thriving far beyond the reach of those who tried to control me. For the first time, I could breathe freely. I wasn't just free from their interference. I was empowered, untouchable, and completely in control. And while they thought they had the upper hand, I had already won, quietly, deliberately, and with a precision they would never see coming. But even as I built this empire, I knew the final confrontation was inevitable. Michael would falter further. Dad would make his next move. And I would be ready, not just to survive, but to execute the ultimate lesson they'd never forget. It didn't happen all at once. I didn't storm in screaming. I didn't announce myself like some dramatic hero in a movie. Everything I had built was carefully orchestrated to hit them where it hurt most, and they had no idea it was coming. By the time the final act played out, I was untouchable, untangled from their control, and calm, almost serene, in the face of the storm they had unknowingly invited. The first signs of fallout were subtle. Michael started noticing discrepancies in his invoices. Suppliers began asking him questions he hadn't anticipated. Did he actually order that equipment? Did he really pay for that bulk shipment? Questions that made him stammer and hedge, betraying the fact that he had been sloppy, overconfident, and unprepared. Meanwhile, my own accounts were pristine. Receipts, contracts, emails, all neatly archived, all verifiable, all legally unassailable. Then came the first domino. A local contractor who had once been Michael's client reached out to me. He'd tried to hire Michael for a landscaping job, and Michael had promised the world, but the work had been delayed for weeks. I stepped in, offered a solution, delivered perfect results, and quietly billed the client at a fair rate. That's when Michael realized the client preferred me over him, not because of family ties, not because of any flashy pitch, but because I had proven reliability. Word spread quickly. In a matter of weeks, I had taken over multiple accounts that Michael and Dad had assumed were theirs by default. Each transition was quiet, professional, and irreversible. Michael tried to salvage his reputation, but every client I picked up quietly increased my leverage while reducing his credibility. Dad called a few of his contacts, trying to reassure them that Adam would come around, only to discover that my business name, my contracts, and my reputation were now far more prominent in the local trade networks. The real blow came when I secured a regional contract that had been Michael's dream. A major property management company was looking for a reliable contractor to maintain all their rental properties. They wanted someone trustworthy, professional, and verifiable. Michael had applied, relying on his family name and bravado. I submitted my proposal, professional, fully documented, insured, and backed by months of verified work and client testimonials. The company awarded me the contract without hesitation. Michael didn't get a call back, and Dad's attempts to intervene were dismissed as irrelevant. By this point, the family realized that their attempts to undermine me had backfired spectacularly. Dad was the first to confront me. Well, indirectly. One afternoon, a neighbor who had been loosely connected to Dad's business called me, saying, "Your dad's talking about you. He's furious. Says you've outsmarted the entire family." I chuckled quietly, sipping my coffee, feeling the weight of months of meticulous planning paying off. Michael, on the other hand, had hit rock bottom. He had spent months bragging about his dominance, only to find clients slipping away, suppliers questioning him, and contracts quietly transferred under my management. He came to my workshop one day, red-faced and stammering. "Adam, we need to talk," he said. I leaned against the counter, calm. "We do? About what?" He hesitated. I don't understand how you're getting all these contracts. Dad says it's unfair. People are talking about it. About you." I smiled faintly. "I didn't cheat, Michael. I worked. I built something you underestimated. You were sloppy, and Dad encouraged it." He turned pale. "You're ruining me." "Dad will." "Michael," I said, cutting him off, "look at the facts. I left. You mocked me. You took my tools. Dad sold my property, deleted my accounts. I didn't retaliate with anger. I retaliated with preparation. Every move I made was legal, professional, and irreversible. You lost because you weren't careful, because you underestimated me. That's not my fault. It's yours." He opened his mouth to argue, then closed it again, the reality sinking in. Every subtle jab he had thrown, every smug comment, every assumption that I would fail had been his undoing. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't taunt him. I simply stated the facts, and those facts carried weight. Dad, of course, found out soon after. He called, trying to assert authority, his voice trembling with anger that had no power behind it. "Adam, you can't just—" "I can," I said evenly. "Legally, professionally, ethically. I didn't take anything from anyone that wasn't already mine to protect. And now, I'm thriving without you. You see, the difference between us is simple. I planned, you assumed. I built, you destroyed. I acted, you reacted. That's why I'm untouchable." There was silence on the other end, the kind of silence that carries the weight of realization. Dad's voice came out quieter, almost hesitant. You've outsmarted me." "I have," I confirmed. "And that's not up for debate." Mom tried one last plea, sending texts begging me to come home, forgive, and rebuild the family. I didn't reply. I didn't need to. Their power over me was gone, their influence nullified. I had risen above their games, and nothing they did could change that. Michael, humiliated, eventually had to acknowledge defeat publicly. At a regional trade meeting, he tried to pitch a big landscaping contract to a new client. I was already the contractor they wanted. His excuses fell flat. The client didn't care about family loyalty, past promises, or appearances. They wanted results. I had built a reputation that couldn't be ignored, and Michael's failure was visible to everyone. The final fallout was almost poetic. Dad attempted to lecture me at a family gathering, confident that he could intimidate me with his voice and presence. I calmly listened, then outlined in simple, factual terms my business achievements, my contracts, my client satisfaction, and the documented proof of every step I had taken. By the end, the room was silent. The family who had once wielded authority like a weapon realized they no longer had any leverage, and for the first time, they saw me as fully independent, fully capable, and untouchable. Michael slumped in his chair, defeated and angry, while Mom's face reflected shock and disappointment. Dad, the man who had spent years defining himself through control, sat in stunned silence, unable to reconcile the reality of what had happened. He had thought his power was unassailable, his authority absolute. I had shattered both without raising my voice, without confrontation, without chaos. I had simply built, quietly and efficiently, until my strength was undeniable. Weeks later, I received a final, almost sheepish message from Dad. "We underestimated you. You've made your point." I didn't reply. I didn't need to. The message itself was the acknowledgement I had waited for. My revenge had not been about anger. It had been about precision. Every move I made had been deliberate, calm, and measured. I hadn't destroyed them physically or publicly humiliated them. I had simply exposed the truth of their mismanagement, their overconfidence, and their assumptions. And in doing so, I had taken control of my own life, my own future, and my own destiny. Michael eventually left the town in frustration, attempting to salvage what little business he could elsewhere. Dad and Mom had to adjust to a new reality, one in which I operated independently, successfully, and without their interference. The shed, the tools, the insults, the condescension, all of it became irrelevant. What mattered was my growth, my stability, and my power. I sat in my workshop one evening, looking around at the equipment I had acquired, the contracts I had secured, the business I had built from nothing. The satisfaction wasn't in making them suffer. It was in knowing that I had risen above them, untouched by their toxicity. That was the true victory. And in that quiet moment, with the sun setting over the town and the hum of my workshop filling the space, I realized something fundamental. I wasn't just free. I wasn't just successful. I was untouchable. For the first time in my life, I smiled knowing that no one, no parent, no sibling, no entitled family member, could ever take that away from me. I had built my future. I had reclaimed my power, and I had done it on my own terms. The family who once dictated every part of my life now had only one choice: watch as I thrived, quietly, relentlessly, and unbreakable. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. My mother-in-law sent out wedding invitations. My name wasn't on mine. "It's his day, not yours," she smirked. I handed it back and said, "Then I guess you don't need me there." She laughed until my fiancé opened his invitation and realized what else she had changed. I'm 33F, engaged to my partner, Adrian, who's 35M. We've been together for over 5 years now, and things have been pretty good. We get along well, and the relationship is solid. But when it comes to his mom, well, let's just say she's not exactly my biggest fan. To give you some context, Adrian and I met a little later in life, after we'd both had our share of failed relationships. We hit it off immediately, and it wasn't long before we were talking about the future. The thing is, I've always felt like Adrian's mom, Janice, didn't really approve of me. She's the type of person who thinks she knows what's best for her son, and usually that means making sure he sticks with the women she thinks are right for him. Of course, I'm not one of those women. I have a mind of my own, and I've always been independent, which has never quite sat well with Janice. Anyway, when Adrian proposed, I was over the moon. It was everything I had hoped for, until we started talking about the wedding. From day one, Janice was all over the details, offering unsolicited advice, pushing her vision for the event, and stepping all over our plans. She had her own ideas about what proper weddings should look like, and it was clear she expected us to fall in line. But the thing that really set me off was when the invitations arrived. I didn't even think to question it at first. I just assumed the envelope would have our names printed on it, mine and Adrian's, since we were, the couple getting married. But when I opened the envelope, I found a single invitation with Adrian's name at the top. No mention of mine. I was confused at first. I thought maybe it was a mistake, so I turned the invite over, but nope, there was no mention of me. It just had his name and the date. No, and guest. Nothing. Just him. I stared at it for a moment before it dawned on me. This wasn't a mistake. This was intentional. I decided to keep my cool, sort of. I didn't want to overreact, but I was hurt. So, I confronted Janice the next time I saw her, and when I brought it up, she just smiled that smug smile of hers and shrugged. "Oh, I think you misunderstood," she said. "It's his day, not yours." I'm sure she expected me to take it in stride, but I didn't. I wasn't about to let her belittle me, not in my own relationship. I looked at her, took a deep breath, and said, "Then I guess you don't need me there." Her smile faltered for just a second, but then she laughed. She actually laughed. "It's a wedding, sweetie," she said in that condescending tone of hers. "Don't take it personally. You'll be fine. It's about Adrian." I was furious, but I held my ground. "If it's about Adrian, then you've made your point. I'll let him decide if he wants me there." I didn't mention it to Adrian right away. I wanted to see how things would play out. After all, this wasn't just an issue with Janice, it was something that involved him too, and I wasn't sure how to handle it yet. It wasn't until later that evening when I saw him staring at his invitation, his brow furrowed, confusion clear on his face. "Why's my name the only one on here?" he asked, his voice a little unsure. I shrugged, trying to mask the anger I was feeling. "I guess it's because it's your day, not mine." I tried to keep it light, but he could see through me immediately. "What do you mean by that?" he asked, his eyes narrowing. I didn't have to explain. He looked back down at the invitation, scanning it more carefully, and that's when he noticed it. It wasn't just my name missing. Something else had been changed. Adrian trailed off. "She put my name on this, but look here." He flipped the invite over and pointed at the RSVP section. Instead of the usual line for 2 people, there was just one. It was clear Janice had crossed out the guest section and left a single line for Adrian, as if I wasn't even in the picture. The room went silent. I could tell Adrian was upset, but at the same time, I could see him trying to process what had just happened. He wasn't angry yet, but I could tell it was coming. Why would she do this? He muttered to himself. I didn't have an answer. All I knew was that this was no longer just an issue between me and Janice. It was between Adrian and his mother now, and I could see the storm brewing. But this was only the beginning. The more we uncovered about Janice's manipulations, the worse it got. Adrian didn't say much after that. He just sat there, staring at the invitation, clearly torn between wanting to protect me and feeling like he had to choose between his mother and me. I could see it in his eyes. He was hurt, but also trying to process how his mom could be so blatantly disrespectful. "I don't understand why she would do this," he said quietly, almost to himself. He ran a hand through his hair, his usual calm demeanor cracking slightly. I could tell he was struggling to make sense of it, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized this wasn't just a slip-up or a minor oversight. This was deliberate. Janice had been subtly undermining me for months, ever since Adrian and I had gotten engaged. She had this way of making me feel small, like I wasn't good enough for her precious son. The invitations were just the latest in a long line of her petty little tactics to remind me that I wasn't in control, that I didn't have a say in anything. "Maybe she just wants to have control over everything," I suggested, trying to make sense of it too. "Maybe she thinks this wedding is all about her." Adrian nodded slowly, his face hardening as he processed my words. I could see his mind working, trying to figure out what to do next. He was a good guy, but when it came to his mom, he often took the path of least resistance. He'd always been the peacemaker, and I could see how hard it was for him to confront her. "I'll talk to her," he said finally, standing up. "This isn't right. She shouldn't be doing this to you." I could tell he wanted to fix things, but a small part of me wondered if he was just trying to keep the peace. I wasn't sure if this was something that could be fixed with a simple conversation. Janice had a way of making everyone feel like they were the problem, even when it was clear she was the one causing all the trouble. Later that evening, Adrian went to call his mom. I didn't hear the conversation, but I could guess how it went based on the way Adrian's face shifted from frustration to resignation. When he hung up, he didn't look at me at first. I waited, my stomach twisting with anxiety. She says it was a mistake, he said finally, his voice flat. She's sorry about the invite, but she still thinks that I'm the one who should be the focus. I could tell from his tone that it wasn't really an apology, it was more like a dismissal. Janice never liked to admit when she was wrong. I don't want to make a big deal out of it, Adrian continued, looking at me carefully. But if this keeps happening, we need to set some boundaries with her. It's getting out of hand. It felt like a tiny victory, but deep down, I wasn't convinced. Janice had a way of making things appear resolved while never actually changing her behavior. I knew it was just a matter of time before she found another way to sabotage things. Over the next few days, Adrian and I tried to focus on the wedding planning. We had a lot to get done, and I didn't want this drama to overshadow everything. But Janice wasn't about to let us move on so easily. She had a way of inserting herself into every conversation, every decision, no matter how small. The worst part was when she started pushing us about the guest list. She insisted that we invite everyone she knew, including distant relatives and people we hadn't seen in years. Adrian didn't mind. He wasn't particularly close with half of the people on the list, but I was starting to feel suffocated. I didn't want a huge, impersonal wedding with people I barely knew. I wanted a small, intimate ceremony with the people who mattered most to us. But when I voiced my concerns, Janice shot them down. It's not just your day, dear, she said sweetly, her tone laced with something colder. It's Adrian's day too, and he wants his family there. And if you want this wedding to go smoothly, you'll listen to me. I bit my tongue. I wanted to argue, to tell her that this wasn't just about Adrian's family. It was about our family, our wedding. But I could feel myself getting sucked into her web of manipulation. The more I tried to push back, the more she played the family card, using guilt to make me feel like I was the one being unreasonable. And then came the next thing, the wedding dress. Janice had been pushing me to buy a specific dress, one she had already picked out, one that she loved. It was big and grand, something fit for a royal wedding. But when I looked at it, I didn't see myself in it. I wanted something simple, elegant, something that felt like me. When I told her that I had already bought a dress, one I had picked out with my best friend, Janice's face darkened. I really think you should reconsider, she said, her voice colder now. You'll regret not listening to me. It was clear that she wasn't just trying to be helpful anymore. She wasn't being the loving mother-in-law. She was trying to control every single detail of our wedding. And it wasn't just the wedding anymore. It was becoming clear that she was trying to control our entire relationship. As time went on, I found myself more and more distant from Adrian. Not because I didn't love him, but because I was starting to realize just how deep Janice's influence went. She was always there, always meddling, and it was beginning to strain things between us. The worst part was when she invited herself to the final dress fitting. I had no idea she would be there. I thought it was just going to be me and my best friend, a little celebration, just us girls. But when I walked into the shop, there she was, sitting in the corner, a smug look on her face as she watched me try on dresses. I felt like I was suffocating. I knew things couldn't go on like this, but I also knew that if I said anything, Adrian would be torn. He didn't want to upset his mom, but I wasn't willing to keep swallowing my feelings just to keep the peace. Then, at that fitting, Janice said something that would change everything. Something that made me realize how far she was willing to go to get what she wanted. The moment Janice spoke, I felt the air in the room shift, like something cold had just entered and taken over the space. I had just stepped out of the dressing room in a dress I was actually starting to like. A sleek, simple satin gown that felt like me, something I could wear with confidence. But the second I turned to look at Janice, I saw that smug, judgmental expression of hers, and I knew what was coming. I don't think that one's quite right, she said, her voice like honey, but with a sharp undertone. You know, a wedding dress should be memorable. It should make a statement. I looked over at my best friend, who had been with me through this entire process. Her face mirrored mine. She was just as taken aback as I was. Janice, I've been looking for something simple, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. This is the one I feel comfortable in. Janice didn't even flinch. She just tilted her head and smiled that smile of hers, the one that always made me feel like I was somehow lesser. Oh, I'm sure it's nice, dear, but you'll only wear it once. Are you sure you want to waste that opportunity on something so basic? I tried to stay composed, but I could feel my blood starting to boil. This wasn't about the dress anymore. It was about the way she was trying to undermine my every decision, no matter how small. I'm not wasting anything. I snapped, my patience running thin. This is the dress I chose, and I'm wearing it. Janice's face hardened for just a split second, but she recovered quickly, and then the most ridiculous thing happened. She stood up, walked over to me, and put her hand on the dress like she was inspecting it, a disapproving look on her face. Well, if you think this is good enough for Adrian, then fine. But I just thought you might want to make a better impression. My best friend, who had been quiet up until now, finally spoke up. Janice, she's the one getting married here. You don't get to decide what's good enough for her. Janice turned to her, raising an eyebrow. Oh, sweetie, I'm just giving my opinion. It's a mother's job, you know. The tension in the room could have been cut with a knife. It felt like every nerve in my body was screaming at me to leave, to get away from her, but I couldn't. Not without making this worse. Adrian hadn't been there, and I knew that if I said anything too drastic now, it would make things worse between us. She was his mother, after all. I tried to shrug it off, not wanting to make a scene. Well, I've made my decision, and I'm not changing it. Janice didn't look satisfied, but she dropped the issue, at least for the moment. I went back into the fitting room to get out of the dress, feeling more and more defeated. She didn't even seem to care about how I felt, only about what she thought was best. And that feeling wasn't new. It had been there, lurking in the background, every time she had inserted herself into our wedding plans. The moment I came out of the fitting room, Janice was on her phone, scrolling through something on the screen. I tried to push the interaction from my mind, but her presence still lingered like a shadow. Adrian hadn't been at this appointment, and while I had wanted to handle it on my own, I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed his support. I tried to put it out of my head. I couldn't let her ruin this day, and I wasn't going to let her control me. Later that evening, Adrian and I sat down for dinner, and I could sense something had shifted between us. The weight of all the recent events, the pushback I'd been feeling from his mom, had been building, and I knew it was only a matter of time before it came to a head. Adrian cleared his throat and put down his fork. So what happened at the fitting today? I could tell he'd been waiting for me to bring it up. Janice happened, I said, my voice tight. She didn't like the dress I chose. And when I stood my ground, she made me feel like I was doing something wrong. Adrian winced, his expression pained. I know she can be difficult, but she's my mom. I don't want to get caught in the middle of this. I nodded, though it felt like a punch to the gut. I get that, but this is my wedding too. I can't keep letting her make decisions for us, Adrian. I'm not asking for her approval. I'm asking for you to stand by me when it matters. He looked away, his jaw tightening. I'll talk to her. I know she's overstepping, but I wasn't convinced. Talking to her hadn't worked before, and I had a feeling it wouldn't work now. Janice had a way of twisting things, of making everything her way, and Adrian had always been the one who would cave to avoid conflict. I didn't want him to be stuck in the middle of this, but at the same time, I needed him to see how much I was hurting. The next day, Janice showed up at the house unannounced. I had no idea what her plan was, but I wasn't in the mood for another round of her interference. She didn't even knock, just let herself in like she always did, expecting to be greeted with open arms. When she saw me, she put on her most insincere smile. I thought we could talk, darling. You've been a little tense lately. I crossed my arms, not even pretending to be welcoming anymore. What is it, Janice? She took a step closer, like she was trying to win me over, but I wasn't having it. I just wanted to make sure you knew that I wasn't trying to hurt you. I'm only looking out for Adrian, you know. You should be grateful for that. I stared at her, unblinking. I'm not asking for your help. I'm asking for respect. She just laughed, like this whole situation was some kind of joke to her. Oh, sweetie, you'll learn. It's all part of the process. His family is everything. That was the last straw. The words stung, but I could see exactly where this was heading. If I didn't put my foot down now, it was going to keep escalating. She wouldn't stop until she had all the control, and I wasn't going to let that happen. I looked her dead in the eyes, and for the first time, I said something that completely took her off guard. But before I could get another word out, the door opened. Adrian stepped in, and everything I had planned to say got stuck in my throat. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice heavy with tension. He was looking at Janice, then at me, waiting for an answer. Adrian's eyes flicked between me and Janice, confusion clouding his face. Janice, however, was completely unbothered. She put on a tight smile. "I was just explaining to her how important it is to understand family dynamics, darling. A wedding isn't just about her, it's about both families." I could feel my patience snapping. "This isn't about the dress, Adrian. It's about everything. She's been pushing me around since the engagement, acting like I don't matter." Janice's expression flickered for a second, then she laughed. "Oh, sweetie, I'm just trying to help. You should be grateful I'm here. Adrian is my only son, and I want what's best for him." I snapped back. "You've been controlling everything. I've asked you to stop, but you won't listen. It's never about what I want. You keep making it all about you, and Adrian doesn't stand up for me." Adrian looked torn. "I don't want to cause problems, but maybe we can talk about this later?" I shook my head. "No, Adrian, this is the problem. I need you to stand by me, not her." Janice raised an eyebrow, looking like she didn't quite understand. "I'm just trying to protect you. You'll thank me later." I couldn't take it anymore. "I don't need your protection. I need you to respect me." Adrian finally spoke, his voice more serious than I'd ever heard. "You're right, this ends now. I love you, Mom, but you're not going to control everything anymore. I'm with her, and you need to respect that." Janice's face went pale, and she huffed. "This isn't over, Adrian." She turned and left without another word. Adrian sighed in relief, then turned to me. "I'm sorry, I should have noticed earlier." I shook my head. "It's not your fault. But now we need to set boundaries." He nodded, determined. "We will. No more letting her control us." Update. The wedding's over, and honestly, I thought things would settle down. But the aftermath has been, well, let's just say I'm not sure what I expected. After the blow-up with Janice, Adrian and I decided to go no contact with her for a while. We set some boundaries, but honestly, it's been hard. She's tried reaching out a few times, sending messages through Adrian, asking to talk, and that she wasn't treated fairly. At the wedding, I could tell she was trying to make things about her again. She started making snide comments about my dress choice and the way things were handled, and it felt like all the work I'd done to keep the peace was just being undone. Adrian stuck by me, but I can tell he feels guilty about the whole situation. He's in a tough spot. Now, Janice is pushing harder to reconnect, but the whole thing feels so manipulative. I'm tempted to keep the distance and just move on, but Adrian keeps asking me to work things out because she's his mom, and he doesn't want to lose her. The problem is, I don't feel like I'm the one being unreasonable here, but I can't help but feel bad for Adrian. So, Reddit, am I the a-hole for still holding firm on keeping boundaries with Janice? Should I give in and try to work things out for Adrian's sake, or should I just stick to my guns and not let her back into our lives? Would love opinions, especially if anyone's been through something similar. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more. Share your thoughts in the comments below. Have you ever dealt with a situation like this? We'd love to hear your experiences. My name is Cole, and I grew up in a household where the rules were pretty clear. My older brother, Nathan, was the shining star, and I was the one expected to quietly fill the background. He was the promising one, the golden ticket, the son who would carry the family name into greatness. Meanwhile, I was the reliable one, quiet, consistent, never causing trouble, but never praised either. From a young age, it was obvious where my parents' loyalty lay. Nathan could break something, lose something, or fail at something, and it was brushed off as a learning experience. If I so much as questioned anything, it was taken as me being ungrateful. It became almost laughable over time, though at the time it stung more than I wanted to admit. By the time we were both in college, the favoritism was like second nature. Nathan switched majors 3 times, took an extra year and a half to finish, and somehow managed to convince my parents he was just finding his calling. Meanwhile, I graduated on time, with a degree in computer science, landing a modest but stable job right out of school. My parents congratulated me with a half-hearted dinner at a chain restaurant. When Nathan finally scraped by with his diploma, they threw him a catered backyard party complete with speeches, decorations, and my mom crying as though he'd just won an Olympic medal. I tried not to care. For years, I told myself that as long as I could carve out my own path, their bias didn't matter. But it always circled back. Every holiday, every gathering, it was Nathan's brilliance being discussed, Nathan's plans being financed, Nathan's failures being rebranded as stepping stones. The breaking point didn't come suddenly. It was built brick by brick. Nathan decided he wanted to start his own business. Of course, he had no savings, no plan beyond a half-baked idea involving some kind of luxury subscription boxes, and no experience. But my parents latched onto it like it was the next Apple. Suddenly, every family conversation revolved around the startup. At first, I stayed quiet. I nodded when my mom gushed about how Nathan was meant to be an entrepreneur. I listened when my dad said that not everyone's cut out for corporate jobs like you, Cole. I bit my tongue when Nathan bragged about his vision, though I knew he was maxing out credit cards just to keep up appearances. Then one evening, during a Sunday dinner at my parents' house, the conversation shifted in a way that made my stomach drop. My mom set her fork down, leaned forward, and said, "Cole, your brother needs investors he can trust. We know you've been saving, and we think it's time you helped him get this off the ground." I blinked at her, unsure I'd heard right. "You're asking me to invest?" Nathan smirked like the whole thing had already been decided. "Not invest exactly. More like lend. 50,000 should be enough for the initial push." I almost laughed, but the tension in the room was too heavy. My parents stared at me as if this was the most natural request in the world. I had worked for years, living frugally, building up savings, and here they were, sitting across the table, expecting me to hand over nearly everything I had to cover Nathan's latest dream. When I didn't answer right away, my dad cleared his throat. "Cole, think about it. This is family. Your brother's success will benefit all of us. Besides, you've got a stable job, you'll earn it back. But Nathan? He needs this chance." I finally found my voice. 50,000? That's my savings. That's my security. You're asking me to risk everything for a subscription box business that doesn't even have a customer base. Nathan rolled his eyes. "It's called vision. You wouldn't understand." That line, those words, flipped a switch inside me. For years, I'd swallowed the favoritism, the unfair comparisons, the endless stream of excuses for Nathan. But being told I should empty my savings for his vision was too much. I pushed my chair back and stood. "I'm not giving you money. Not a loan, not an investment, not anything. I worked hard for what I have, and I'm not throwing it away." The silence was deafening. My mom's expression hardened instantly. My dad's jaw clenched. Nathan smirked, but this time it was tinged with something uglier, like he was already plotting how to spin this against me. That was the night I knew something had to change. I went home with my mind racing, and over the next few weeks, I started planning. I updated my resume. I reached out to connections I'd been too hesitant to call before. I started quietly looking into opportunities far away from home. Then came the moment I hadn't anticipated, an offer that doubled my current salary in a city across the country. The day I signed the contract, I didn't tell my parents. I didn't even hint at it. But 2 hours later, as though she could sense something was slipping out of her control, my mom texted me, "Don't you dare spend Christmas without covering Nathan's debt." I stared at the screen, my pulse pounding. It wasn't even a request anymore. It was a demand. Like my future, my savings, my choices weren't mine to control. That night, something inside me snapped. I sat down at my computer, pulled up every joint account, every family subscription, every shared plan. One by one, I cut ties. By morning, I had 60 missed calls and texts waiting for me. When I woke up the next morning and saw the sheer number of missed calls, my first thought was that something terrible had happened. 60 missed calls, 47 text messages, 3 voicemails. My hands actually shook a little as I scrolled through them, wondering if there had been some kind of emergency. But then I started reading. Every message was about one thing, money. From my mom. Cole, what did you do? The family account isn't working. This isn't funny. Your brother is panicking. You need to fix this now. Answer the phone. Don't you dare ignore us. From my dad. You're being childish. Undo whatever nonsense you did last night. Your brother is under enough stress. Don't add to it. I'll call the bank myself if I have to. And from Nathan, sprinkled in between theirs. Real mature Cole. You're ruining Christmas. Do you realize how selfish you sound? Grow up. Not once, in all those messages, was there a single question about me. Not one, are you okay? Or why did you do this? It was all about how my actions inconvenienced them. That was the moment it truly sank in. This wasn't about family. It never had been. I was just a resource to them, an ATM with a pulse. I didn't reply. I couldn't. My emotions were a tangle of anger, sadness, and this strange sense of relief. For the first time in my life, I had done something that wasn't about them. I had drawn a line in the sand, and even though I knew it would cause chaos, it felt liberating. By midday, my phone rang again. I recognized the number, my mom. Against my better judgment, I answered. Cole, she started, her voice sharp, but trying to mask it with that tone she always used when she wanted something. What is going on? Do you think this is funny? Cutting off the accounts, ruining your brother's progress, embarrassing us like this? I took a deep breath. Mom, those were my accounts too. My money. My subscriptions. I don't owe Nathan anything. I don't owe you anything. There was a pause. Then her voice hardened. Don't you talk to me like that. We raised you. We supported you. After everything we've done, this is how you repay us. I almost laughed at the word supported. But I didn't. Instead, I said quietly, you didn't support me. You tolerated me because I didn't need bailing out like Nathan. That's not the same thing. She gasped, as though I'd just insulted her directly. That is ungrateful. Absolutely ungrateful. Your brother is working towards something important. He is building a legacy, and you're what? Sitting behind a computer? Do you really think your job compares to what he's trying to do? Her words stung, even though I'd heard versions of them all my life. The dismissal, the constant belittling. But this time, I didn't argue. I just said, my job pays my bills. My job gives me stability. That's enough. Before she could respond, I hung up. For the next 2 days, the storm didn't let up. I muted the group chat they created specifically to guilt trip me, where every message was some variation of, fix this, or, you're tearing the family apart. Nathan even posted screenshots of supposed investors backing out, blaming me directly. The irony was almost too much. He hadn't secured any investors to begin with. It was smoke and mirrors, just like everything else he did. Meanwhile, at work, things were shifting. My new company was already sending me relocation materials, offering to cover moving expenses, housing assistance, even a signing bonus once I officially started. I couldn't help but notice how different it felt to be valued, truly valued, for what I brought to the table. It was intoxicating in a way I wasn't used to. But the guilt, it lingered. Not because I thought I was wrong, but because years of conditioning don't just disappear overnight. Every time I ignored a call, I heard my dad's voice in my head telling me, family comes first. Every time I deleted a guilt-ridden text, I remembered the endless nights as a kid trying to prove myself to people who never really saw me. 3 days later, my dad showed up at my apartment. I'll never forget the sight of him standing in the hallway when I opened the door. He wasn't angry, not outwardly. He had that calm, rehearsed expression he used in business meetings. The kind that said, I'm in control here. Cole, he said smoothly, stepping past me into the apartment without waiting for permission. We need to talk. I shut the door and followed him into the living room. You're here unannounced. That's not okay. He waved a hand dismissively and sat down on my couch. You've made your point. You're upset. Fine. But now it's time to put an end to this nonsense. You're going to transfer the money to your brother, and we'll consider this resolved. I stood there, stunned by the arrogance. You really think you can just walk in here and order me around? His eyes narrowed. I'm not ordering you. I'm telling you what needs to be done. You think you're being strong, but you're being reckless. You're burning bridges you'll regret someday. Bridges? I repeated, my voice shaking. What bridges? You've made it clear my role in this family is to fund Nathan's dreams. That's not a bridge, that's a leash. And I'm done with it. For the first time, his composure cracked. His jaw tightened, and he leaned forward. Don't push us, Cole. Your brother's future depends on this. And if you think for 1 second we're going to let you jeopardize everything he's worked for. I cut him off. What he's worked for? He's worked for nothing. He's coasted his entire life because you and Mom carried him. And now you expect me to carry him too? No, I won't do it. The room went silent. My dad stared at me like he didn't recognize the person standing in front of him. For once, I didn't back down. I didn't soften my words to avoid conflict. I stood there, meeting his gaze, refusing to let him bulldoze me the way he always had. Finally, he stood. You're making a mistake. A mistake you'll regret when you realize family doesn't forget things like this. He left without another word. The second the door clicked shut, I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. My hands were trembling, but there was a strange exhilaration coursing through me. For the first time in years, I had stood up to him and not caved. The next few days were a mixture of relief and mounting tension. On one hand, I finally felt free, like I was breathing without someone pressing down on my chest. I spent hours arranging my move across the country, packing up my small apartment, and contacting my new company about the details of relocation. I even allowed myself to imagine a life where my family's opinions didn't dictate my choices. It was a strange and intoxicating thought, almost surreal. But on the other hand, the storm wasn't letting up. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped, half expecting it to be my parents or Nathan trying to bend me back into submission. Even though I'd blocked some numbers, they always found a way: group texts from unknown numbers, emails, even messages through social media accounts I barely used. Every message was another tug at the leash I had just severed. It escalated on Friday morning. I woke up to an email from Nathan's assistant, which I hadn't even known existed. The subject line read, "Cole, immediate action required." I clicked it, expecting another guilt trip, but what I found was something more insidious. "Cole, the investors are reconsidering their support. This is critical. Please wire funds immediately to cover initial costs. Nathan cannot continue without your assistance." I reread it 3 times, hoping maybe I had misinterpreted it. Nope. They had created an illusion of urgency, a false emergency designed to manipulate me. My pulse started to rise, but I took a deep breath and deleted the email. I wasn't going to give in. Not now, not ever. By late afternoon, I started receiving texts from my parents again. My mom's were filled with manipulative phrasing. "You'll ruin everything if you don't help. We're counting on you. How could you do this to your brother?" While my dad's took a more strategic angle, almost like a lawyer mapping out potential consequences. "Cole, you are risking family unity. Consider the long-term fallout." But the most interesting, and perhaps most revealing, were Nathan's messages. They were becoming increasingly desperate, even reckless. "Cole, we trusted you. I can't believe you're doing this. Mom and Dad are furious. Do you want the family to hate you forever? You don't understand what you're jeopardizing." What struck me most was the underlying threat in all of it. Not a direct one, but a tone that suggested if I didn't comply, they would make sure I paid in some other way. My family had always had a way of weaponizing guilt, embarrassment, and even social perception to control me. This was just the next level. By Saturday morning, I realized I couldn't just ignore it. They would keep escalating until they broke me, or at least tried. I decided to preempt them. I contacted a few friends from college, letting them know the situation. I even considered hiring a legal consultant, not because I needed one immediately, but because I wanted to understand my options. This was no longer a family squabble. It was an orchestrated attempt to manipulate me financially and emotionally. That evening, I got a call from my mom. Unlike before, she didn't yell or demand. Instead, she was eerily calm, like a storm just below the surface. "Cole," she said softly, "we know you're moving. That's fine. But you need to understand, family expectations don't disappear just because you relocate. Nathan's debt is still yours to cover. And if you think leaving the city makes this easier, think again." I could feel my jaw tighten. "Mom, I don't owe him $50,000. Not now, not ever. And I won't be dictated to by threats." She laughed softly, but there was no warmth in it. "You've always been stubborn. Always the responsible one who plays it safe. But this is bigger than money. You're deciding who you are, who you want to be. And I warn you, decisions have consequences." I hung up. The call left me unsettled, not because I doubted myself, but because I realized just how far my parents and Nathan were willing to go. They weren't just going to let me walk away. Not quietly. The next morning, while I was packing boxes, I got another shock. A package left at my door. It was addressed to me in my mother's handwriting. Inside was a stack of printed emails, letters, and statements, carefully organized. On top was a note. Cole, this is everything you need to know about your brother's situation. We have been honest and transparent. Please reconsider. You are making a mistake. I flipped through the pages. They weren't just emails or documents. They were a meticulously crafted narrative, designed to convince me that Nathan was on the brink of collapse because of me. There were even falsified financial statements showing supposed investor interest lost due to my refusal. I felt my stomach turn. They had gone to the effort of creating fake documentation. This wasn't just manipulation anymore. It was an attempt to fabricate reality itself to control me. I almost laughed at the absurdity, but it wasn't funny. It was terrifying. That afternoon, I started to finalize my move, moving boxes into the rental truck. I thought maybe leaving town, cutting physical ties, would give me space to breathe. But just as I was loading the last box, my phone buzzed. A number I didn't recognize flashed on the screen. It was Nathan. Cole, he said before I could even greet him. His voice was low, controlled, but there was an edge I had never heard before. I know you think you're smarter than us. I know you think you can outrun this. But you can't. You've already caused irreparable damage. Mom and Dad are angry beyond reason. And now, I'm angry too. I froze, the words hitting me like a punch. Angry? I asked cautiously. Yes. Angry, he repeated. You think walking away fixes anything? You think cutting accounts, deleting messages, ignoring us, this changes who you are in the family? It doesn't. You've crossed a line, Cole. And now, things are going to change. Before I could respond, he hung up. I stood there for a long time, heart pounding, trying to process what had just happened. I'd expected anger, guilt-tripping, maybe even passive-aggressive messages. But his tone, it was different. It wasn't the bratty, entitled voice I'd known my whole life. This was calculated, deliberate, almost predatory. And in that moment, I realized they weren't just upset that I refused to give money. They were plotting. They were planning. And I had no idea what they were capable of now that the subtle manipulation wasn't enough. As the sun dipped behind the city skyline, I locked the apartment door, slid the last box into the truck, and stared at my reflection in the glass. I didn't feel victorious. I felt hunted. When I say the next few weeks felt like a slow, deliberate unspooling, I mean it in the most literal way possible. I moved across the country with a truck full of boxes and a quiet apartment that smelled faintly of cardboard and new carpet. I started the job 2 weeks later, signed paperwork, met my team, and for the first time in my life, I didn't have to explain who I was in terms of someone else's failures or successes. Work was steady, validating in a way that felt honest, not the performative applause I grew up with, but real appreciation for skills I'd earned. But the family noise didn't fade. If anything, it got stranger. The calls and texts turned into other tactics. There were small things at first. My old landlord called asking about a bounced check. She'd been looped into the narrative that I'd sabotaged something. Strangers DMing me with screenshots of Nathan's press releases, and even an anonymous email to my new company casting doubt on my integrity. Whoever was orchestrating this knew how to poke without getting blood on their hands. I took it step by step. No dramatic confrontations, no public tantrums. The first move was to get quiet documentation. I'm a software engineer. I trust logs, timestamps, receipts. Data doesn't gaslight you. I backed up everything. Texts, emails, the printed package my mom dropped off, screenshots of fake investor emails. I cataloged messages by date, by sender, by tone. When Nathan's assistant sent me the fake wire request, I saved the header info, sender IPs where I could, and archived the source. It felt a little petty at the time, but when you've been unfairly blamed your whole life, petty can become armor. Next, I found a lawyer. Not the melodramatic sort, but a practical one recommended by a colleague who dealt with workplace harassment. I needed to know my rights, what constituted harassment, and whether any of the fabricated material crossed into libel or fraud. The lawyer listened, nodded, and then said 2 words that steadied me more than I expected. Paper trail. She explained how we could compile my documentation into a coherent file that would be useful if things escalated. Civil suit, restraining orders, even criminal referrals if we could prove falsification or impersonation. Armed with legal advice, I started to play smarter. I called the bank and froze my old joint account. Legally, I had every right. We'd been co-owners on some services. I changed passwords, enabled two-factor authentication, and set up notifications so I would see if any new accounts were created in my name. I notified my new HR about the anonymous smear email, and they put a note on my profile. Small, mundane administrative things, but they created an institutional paper trail too. I wasn't just fighting fire with fire. I was building a firewall. But I also needed something else: leverage. My family, especially my parents, responded to one currency they respected: reputation. My dad's entire family identity was built on appearances, on the idea that they handled money, investments, and serious business. If I could make their credibility wobble, even a little, it would sting in a different place than money. That didn't mean public shaming. I learned quickly that public attacks could boomerang, but targeted exposure could neutralize their ability to manipulate others. I started quietly reaching out to people Nathan had named as investors or partners in his pitch. Many of them turned out to be non-existent, or simply friends he described as interested. A few, however, were real people who had been casually CC'd on drafts and then ghosted when Nathan didn't deliver. I gently asked questions. I sent polite emails asking for confirmation of commitments and timelines. A couple of people replied with bemused, "We were never involved" messages. Those were the ones I saved and forwarded to my lawyer. At the same time, I cultivated allies close to home. Old friends from college, the ones who'd seen exactly how Nathan operated, quietly offered to be witnesses to patterns of behavior. Instances where he'd borrowed money and never repaid. Times when my parents had bailed him out for consequences they'd refused to hold him accountable for. A coworker, an HR manager, suggested I document every interaction on company time when family messages crossed into the workplace. Her advice was practical and precise. Never react in anger, always respond in writing, preserve timestamps. I won't lie, there were nights I sat awake thinking of simpler retaliations. It would have been satisfying to post everything on a public forum, to name and shame them in a way they couldn't silence. But the last thing I wanted was to give them an excuse to paint me as the unstable child. So I kept my mouth shut and let the documents accumulate. Every inbox screenshot, every urgent printed page, every voicemail got filed. There was a compact, cold satisfaction in watching the evidence stack up. For the first time, I could see a path where their narrative and mine might collide on equal footing. While I was building the case, I was also shaping the optics. My parents loved the drama of appearances. They couldn't stand being publicly questioned. With that in mind, I devised something that felt like chess. I would not attack them where they were strongest, their circle. I would instead arm their circle with truth, in measured doses, in ways that would create doubt rather than fury. At first, I leaked a small thing, a well-phrased email to a mutual family friend who'd acted as an advisor to Nathan in the early days. It read, simply, "Hi. I'm trying to clarify some commitments made on Nathan's behalf. Could you confirm whether you or any of your partners formally backed him?" The friend's reply was cautiously neutral. "I'd be surprised." I forwarded this to a colleague. "We'll take a look." I knew that a single equivocal answer wouldn't topple anything, but it planted a seed. Simultaneously, I started preparing for a confrontation that would be public enough to matter but controlled enough to avoid the messy pitfalls of viral shame. There was an industry networking event in my parents' town, an evening where local entrepreneurs, investors, and business owners gathered. Nathan had been angling to attend, to speak about his idea and drum up real interest. It seemed like the perfect place to let their house of cards wobble. I could either expose him publicly or, better yet, create a scenario where his claims would be questioned calmly and professionally. I reached out to one of the event organizers under the guise of curiosity and professional interest. I introduced myself as someone who'd recently relocated with plans to engage locally and mentioned I was intrigued by the lineup. The organizer, welcoming and used to polite networking ambushes, offered me an invite and a slot for a brief introduction if I wanted it. I didn't accept the slot. I took the invite and, more importantly, I asked quietly whether there would be any investors or journalists present. The reply was non-committal. A few local investors, yes. A regional business blogger often attends. That was enough. I now had a crowd that would notice if Nathan's story didn't hold up. If the right person casually mentioned that they hadn't been contacted for a follow-up, or if an investor asked for documentation he couldn't produce, Nathan would be on the defensive in front of peers, the worst place for someone who relied on charm and spin. While these plans knitted together, Nathan ramped up his own moves. He started showing up in places I never expected, my company's city, at tech meetups, and once, awkwardly, outside my workplace. Always by coincidence, always with a performative bump into Cole vibe. At a meetup, he tried to corner me with a drink in hand and a rehearsed grin. "Small world," he said, as if that explained everything. "You moved fast. Must be nice." "Surprised you're here," I replied calmly. "Thought you were busy with scaling." He scoffed. "Scaling takes time. But I'm hustling. You know how it is." I let him talk and listened for the seams in his story. He had a way of talking as if reality would catch up to him, like words themselves could build a company. I kept my responses short and non-committal. If he wanted to create noise, fine. I didn't have to respond to every beat. A week before the networking event, things took a darker turn. My inbox pinged with an unfamiliar subject, legal notice. The message contained a scanned letter that appeared to come from a small claims court clerk, alleging I owed Nathan a sum for some agreement, a sum that matched the amount they'd been demanding. It was clumsy and obviously fabricated. The seal was low quality, the dates inconsistent. But whoever'd put it together hoped it would rattle me. It did what it was supposed to do for about an hour. Then my lawyer walked me through why it was meaningless and how to respond. That night, over takeout and a spreadsheet open on my laptop, we drafted a calm, legally worded reply. Present the facts, request original documentation, and state plainly that I would pursue remedies if the falsification continued. It was not dramatic. It was boring. It was precisely the kind of boring response that kills a con job. I filed the reply, CC'd it to my lawyer, and sat back. The next morning, my parents escalated in a way I'd been bracing for. Nathan published a glossy-looking one-page update on a tiny local business forum, claiming investors had pulled out because of personal family conflicts and attaching the same doctored bank statements my mom had printed for me weeks earlier. The post was performative, meant to get sympathy and to paint me as disruptive. People chimed in with the sympathetic little emojis, and "so sorry," Nathan replies. My stomach went cold. They were trying to manufacture sympathy to replace the credibility they'd lost. I did not respond publicly. Instead, I reached out privately to the forum moderator with a short, factual message. This post contains falsified documents and accusations. I can provide evidence showing this to be false and would like to discuss removing the post pending verification. I attached a handful of screenshots demonstrating the forgeries. 2 hours later, the post was taken down with a terse moderator note, "Under review." The removal felt like a small victory. It didn't solve anything, but it temporarily stopped the bleed of their narrative into public spaces. More importantly, it signaled to me that my strategy, measured, document-backed, and patient, was working. The day of the industry event arrived with the kind of unremarkable weather that makes everything feel normal. I drove back to my hometown, ostensibly for a short visit and to check on logistics for my parents' house. They'd sent a message about things needing attention, a thinly veiled power play. I kept my head down, arrived early, and watched the room fill. Nathan walked in with the practiced swagger of someone expecting applause. He greeted people, spun his story, and, crucially, accepted invitations to talk to a few potential investors. He smiled for photos and gave the kind of confident answers that work in living rooms and at holiday tables. But there was a difference tonight. I'd seeded small doubts everywhere. A couple of investors I'd spoken to earlier were present, and a regional blogger who'd attended many panels was making notes as he listened. At one point, Nathan took the makeshift stage and began what I recognized as a polished elevator pitch. He talked about product-market fit in ways that sounded impressive if you didn't know the metrics. He mentioned pilots with unnamed retailers and preliminary interest from investors without names. He called for support and implied that family friction was the only obstacle left. Then, after he stepped down to applause, a soft, professional voice cut through the hum. The regional blogger, a mild-mannered woman with a notepad, asked directly, "Nathan, could you clarify which investors you've secured and whether those commitments were conditional?" Several readers asked me to verify some of the claims you made in previous posts. The question landed like a pinprick. Nathan's smile faltered for the length of a breath. He glanced around, seeking reinforcement, and found only polite faces and raised eyebrows. "It's complicated," he said, the practiced cadence losing its polish. "We had verbal interest, but details are still being finalized." "That's fair," the blogger replied, voice steady. "Would you be able to share a copy of any signed term sheets or letters of intent? My readers are interested, and I'd like to be accurate." Nathan's eyes flicked to the investors nearby. One of them, an older gentleman in a wool coat, said quietly, "We were interested in a demo. We never signed anything." For a man raised on applause, the lack of public affirmation was its own erosion. I watched Nathan's composure become porous. He kept smiling, but the smile now had the tautness of someone who knows the next question will reveal more than he planned to show. I could have stood up there and shouted. I could have thrown down the stack of documentation showing the forged emails and fake wire notices. Instead, I stayed in my seat, breathing slowly. The advantage of letting the truth filter through other people's questions was that it removed the narrative of sibling feud and reframed it as business due diligence. As Nathan stumbled through answers, a few murmurs rippled through the room. One of the investors excused himself and approached him directly, asking a pointed question about traction metrics Nathan hadn't mentioned. Nathan offered vague percentages and projections, and the investor's face registered polite doubt. By the time the night ended, the online chatter had a different tone. The blogger posted a short piece, not malicious, just honest, noting that while Nathan had interesting ideas, he lacked verifiable investor commitments, and that some claims were inconsistent with public records. The post was careful not to name-call, but the implication hung in the air like the first drop of rain before a storm. Driving back to my temporary apartment that night, I felt a complicated relief. This wasn't a knockout blow. It was a small, surgical wound to a confidence that had always been inflated by family protection. But it was enough to change momentum. What I didn't expect was the reaction from home. The next day, my phone blew up, not with pleadings to consider once more, but with things far worse. Threats veiled as disappointment, vague messages about exposing me, and, most disturbingly, a voicemail from my father delivered in that cold, businesslike tone he reserved for negotiations. "Cole," he said, slow and deliberate, "you've started something you can't finish. We'll see you at Christmas." The message ended there, but the subtext was clear. I stared at the voicemail for a long time. My chest tightened. For weeks I'd built a quiet, rational case. For weeks I'd avoided the dramatic edges of revenge. But what the message implied made it impossible to stay purely defensive. There's a point where the reasonable approach becomes a waiting room for harm. I called my lawyer and walked her through the voicemail. She advised caution but also reminded me to prepare for escalation, monitor accounts, document everything, and consider filing for a restraining order if the messages continued in threatening ways. Her voice on the line was a steady anchor. That evening, with my files open and evidence organized, I dialed another number, an old friend from college who now worked for a small investigative firm. He owed me favors from 1,000 nights of beers and late-night debugging sessions. He listened without surprise and then asked, quietly, "Do you want me to look into the origins of those fake emails? Where they were sent from, if they used family networks, that sort of thing?" "Yes," I said, "and find out if anyone's been impersonating me or creating accounts in my name. I need to know who's pulling the strings." He didn't ask why. He'd seen Nathan and my parents in action a few times. He understood the capillaries of small-town reputations and how easily they could be manipulated. He promised to start the next day. I slept poorly, thinking small and large thoughts at once. Small, passwords I'd forgotten, places my parents might visit, friends they might call. Large, what it meant to sever ties with people who had raised you, and whether revenge, when defined as restructuring the truth so it matched reality, was worth the personal cost. 2 days later, my investigator friend called with preliminary findings. The fake wire requests had been uploaded from a cafe near my parents' neighborhood, but masked through a VPN. The printer quality of the forged documents matched a small budget print shop my mother used. The assistant email belonged to an account that had been recently registered with a throwaway address and linked, through a string of intermediaries, back to a phone number registered in my parents' name. It was the smoking gun I needed to prove coordination. It was also, in a twisted way, a relief, not because I wanted to see my family culpable on paper, but because ignorance had been replaced by knowledge. Ignorance had been a weapon in their hands. Now I had broken through to facts. That evening I sent a careful message to my lawyer and to a trusted few. I have evidence of falsified documents and coordinated impersonation. I'm not making a scene. I am preparing to respond if this continues. The message did exactly what I hoped and feared. It signaled that I had the mountain of paper, the legal counsel, and the quiet allies. It also made clear that silence was no longer an option for them. They'd been publicly questioned, and now they were exposed. What I didn't foresee was how quickly they'd pivot. My parents didn't retreat into shame. They doubled down, but this time not with documents and pleas. They did something much more personal and, to me, much more dangerous. They started aiming for my life outside our family drama. A week after I sent that message, I got a call from my company's HR. Someone had been circulating rumors about my family dispute during lunch breaks. A freelance journalist reached out asking for comment. An anonymous complaint had been filed with my landlord about noise coming from my apartment. The tactics were no longer just about money or reputation. They were harassment designed to destabilize me where I had built a new life. It was at that point I realized two things. 1. This fight was no longer something I could keep small and neat. 2. The best revenge wouldn't be an emotional eruption or a public humiliation. It would be a decisive, legal, and methodical stripping away of the tools they'd been using against me. Tools like reputation, plausible deniability, and selfish affection. So I planned. I planned for the long game. I arranged meetings with my lawyer to prepare cease and desist letters. I coordinated with my investigator to document a timeline linking each act to specific actors. I drafted a carefully worded complaint to the police that focused strictly on evidence, forged documents, impersonation, and coordinated harassment. I reached out to a counselor because, bluntly, surviving this with my sanity intact mattered. And then, as if pushed by a force I couldn't see, they made their next move. It was an escalation that pulled the private into the public in a way that could not be ignored. On a rain-thin Wednesday morning, I opened my email to find an invitation. One of those glossy, heartfelt letters my mother had a knack for composing. She'd invited friends, family, and community supporters to a holiday charity brunch she was hosting. The language was saccharine. In the spirit of family and giving, please join us. The guest list included people from my parents' social circle, members of the local business association, and, notably, several of the investors and bloggers who had attended the networking event. Under the invitation, in smaller font, my mother had written, "Cole will also be present. We hope this will be a chance for reconciliation." It was a provocation dressed as olive branch. I read it, then reread it. The brunch was not about reconciliation. It was about optics, a stage where my family could weave me back into their narrative. Repentant son, forgiven and embraced. I knew my attendance would be portrayed as capitulation. I knew my absence would be spun as continued estrangement. For the first time since I'd drawn that line, I felt truly cornered. The brunch was public, and my parents had invited witnesses they trusted. If I went, I might walk into a trap. If I didn't, they'd claim victimhood. Either way, they were trying to make the public square a tool against me. I sat at my desk, heartbeat even, and made a decision. I would go to the brunch, but not to be reconciled. I would go to confront, to calmly, professionally, and quietly present the facts to neutral witnesses. I would not yell. I would not cry. I would let the timeline and the evidence speak. I told no one but my lawyer and my investigator. I printed copies of the falsified documents alongside the originals, the emails with headers showing spoofed senders, the bank screenshots demonstrating that no wire requests were authorized, and the investigative notes tying the prints back to my parents' print shop. I framed my statements as a matter-of-fact presentation, a factual recounting of dates, messages, and people involved. On the morning of the brunch, I practiced what I would say. I rehearsed a calm voice, a steady cadence. I reminded myself again that this was not about revenge as theatrical spectacle. This was about reclaiming my narrative, exposing the falsity they relied on, and, if necessary, forcing authorities to act. I walked into the venue carrying a small folder of documents and a chest full of quiet fury. The room smelled of coffee and buttered scones. Conversations folded like pages. My parents were already there, smiling like hosts who had invited the world to watch them perform grace. My heart beat, not with panic, but with a focused kind of readiness. I took my seat across from them, folded my hands, and waited for the moment when I would finally speak. Just as the first course was cleared and the minister of the local business association rose to say a few words about community, my mother looked over and caught my eye. She smiled a practiced, porcelain smile and mouthed, very deliberately, 3 words: "Make me proud." I set the folder on the table. I slid it toward her, not harshly, but with firm intent. The room hushed, curious at the unspoken drama. When she opened it and saw the documents, the printed emails, the investigator's notes, the photographs of the print shop receipts, her face did something I'd never seen before. It moved past shock into something almost animal, a bright, dangerous focus. And then my father, who had been watching the room with a calm, controlled posture, leaned forward and said, very quietly, "Cole, what are you doing? This is our family." I looked up at him and for the first time addressed him not as my father, but as the man who'd taught me to measure worth in reputation and profit. "This is also my life," I said, "and I wanted this to be private. I wanted to give you a chance to stop, but you didn't stop." A hush fell over the table. The brunch paused like a boat suspended between tides. The organizer shifted in his seat, uncomfortable at how personal the situation had become in a room meant for public celebration. My mother's jaw twitched. "You're making a scene," she said, voice small but edged with fury. "You could have handled this privately." I took a breath. "I did handle it privately," I said. "I gave you a chance to stop falsifying things, to stop impersonating accounts, to stop dragging me into this. When that didn't happen, I prepared a factual timeline and informed the appropriate people." At that, someone in the corner, a local business owner I barely knew, cleared his throat and asked, gently, "Cole, can we see the documents?" His tone was neutral, curious rather than accusatory. I handed him a copy. He read, then looked at my parents with a gravity that made the room shift. My mother's hand flew to her mouth. My father's face, usually composed, was unreadable. Before anyone could say anything else, the front doors of the venue burst open. 2 people I had not expected to see walked in. An officer in plain clothes and a woman from the small business forum who'd removed Nathan's post days earlier. They approached our table with the quiet authority of people who'd been briefed. The officer nodded to me and said, "Cole, we need to speak with you outside. There have been additional complaints, and we'd like to document your statement." My mother looked from me to the officer, color draining from her face. My father cursed under his breath, a rare, audible sound of genuine danger. I stood up, folder in hand. The room suddenly very small and very loud. People were whispering. Someone murmured "scandal" under their breath. My parents' eyes were hard, not the accusatory hardness of before, but something like panic. I stepped outside into the cool air. The officer motioned for me to sit on a bench. He explained in a low voice that there had been an anonymous report of forged documents and harassment linked to our family, and that they were following up. He asked for my consent to collect my files. I gave it. The investigator from my friend had already left a copy at the station. The officer said their forensic unit could compare metadata and print quality. My phone buzzed with a new message, my father. It read, "Come home. Let's talk like family." I looked up at the officer, then at the church-like windows of the venue where brunch continued, oblivious. For the first time in my life, I felt like the center of a story that had started long before me and would continue long after. But I also felt something else, power. Not the hungry kind my family had always hoarded and weaponized, but a quieter, measured power born of evidence, support, and a refusal to be gaslit. I was about to hand over the last copy of my files when my phone vibrated again. This time it was a text from Nathan. "You think you can win? You think paper will stop us? Watch your back." I read it. I folded the phone back into my pocket. The officer asked if I wanted to include the message in my statement. I swallowed and nodded. As we walked back toward the entrance together, the rain had started, soft and steady. People were still inside, laughing, chewing, discussing the latest community grant. My parents were seated at the table, faces drawn, hands clasped. I felt something like resolve settle over me. I had not come here to exact petty revenge. I had come to dismantle the tools they'd used to control me. The police, the investigators, the bloggers, all of them were now witnesses in a way that mattered. We walked into the room and the chatter paused. My mother's eyes were fixed on me, and despite everything, for a split second, I saw the woman who'd once tucked me in and read stories. It lasted the span of a heartbeat, and then it was gone. I sat down across from my parents, the folder on the table between us, and I was ready to speak my truth to anyone who would listen. Then the doors slammed open again, harder this time, and 3 people I never expected to see at that brunch stepped inside. They moved with the purposeful stride of people who had information of their own. The room inhaled. I stared at them. One of them was someone whose name alone could change everything. The very investor Nathan had always mentioned in passing. The person who, if they confirmed Nathan's lack of commitments publicly, would tilt the town's opinion in a way I could not achieve alone. They looked at me, then at my parents, and said only 2 words. "You're done." The words, "you're done," hung in the air like a thunderclap. The investors and 2 colleagues I'd never met before, all people my parents had assumed would be on Nathan's side, were standing deliberately, a wall of quiet authority between me and my family. My mother's porcelain smile cracked first. My father's jaw tightened in a way that was almost painful to watch. Nathan, who had tried to slide into the room unnoticed, froze mid-step. I didn't speak. I didn't need to. The folder on the table, the officers waiting to take statements, and now these unexpected allies did all the talking. It was a controlled chaos. Every word, every document, every question my mother or Nathan tried to voice was cut short by facts, evidence, or the patient silence of people who had heard enough excuses for one lifetime. The first to break was my mother. Her voice was brittle, sharp with the kind of panic that comes when someone realizes they are no longer in control. "Cole, this isn't, you don't understand. We were trying to help Nathan. We were trying." One of the investors held up a hand. "You created falsified documents, impersonated accounts, and attempted to manipulate someone into giving you money. That is not help. That is fraud and harassment. And the people you targeted, including your own family, have documented evidence." My father's eyes narrowed. He tried a different approach: intimidation. "These are private family matters. You're making a spectacle." I let a calm smile slip across my face, the one I'd been practicing for weeks. "Private? You've involved strangers, investors, companies, law enforcement, and a public forum. You've tried to paint me as reckless, dishonest, and ungrateful to cover your own schemes. That is not private. That is public deception. And it ends now." Nathan finally spoke, his voice tight and quivering under the weight of the room's attention. "Cole, this isn't fair. You're twisting everything." I shook my head slowly. "No, Nathan. I am documenting everything you did. Everything Mom and Dad encouraged you to do. You lied about investors, you created false urgency, you manipulated accounts, and you tried to drag me into your failures. I'm not twisting anything. This is reality, measured and recorded. And you're done using me as a scapegoat." The police officer stepped forward. "Given the evidence and witness statements we've collected, we'll be opening a formal investigation into the falsification of documents and coordinated harassment. You can expect follow-up interviews, subpoenas for records, and potential charges. This isn't personal, it's law." The hush in the room was absolute. My parents' faces went pale. They had never imagined consequences could be so public, so formal, so immovable. Nathan's confident veneer crumbled entirely. For the first time in his life, the spin didn't work. The audience was impartial. They could see the facts. I looked around the room. Friends, investors, and a few neutral community members had witnessed the unraveling. The moral authority I'd felt simmering over the past weeks was no longer hypothetical. My family's manipulation, greed, and entitlement were visible to anyone who cared to look. I didn't say another word. I didn't have to. The proof was there. The forged emails, the bank screenshots, the investigators' notes linking the print shop, the corroborating testimony of third parties. The legal presence made it official. The social presence made it undeniable. By the time the brunch ended, the room had emptied with polite murmurs, leaving my parents and Nathan behind. My father tried one last maneuver. "Cole, you think this is the end? You're still part of this family. You'll regret this." I met his gaze evenly. "The only thing I regret is ever believing you would act in my best interest. This is the end of that illusion. I am moving forward, and nothing you say or do will change that." My mother, now shaking slightly, turned away. Cole. No, I said, cutting her off. You and Nathan made your choices. I'm making mine. That's over. Nathan slumped into the chair, defeated. I had no satisfaction in gloating. Only the quiet satisfaction of knowing I had dismantled the system of control they had relied on for years. No theatrics, no social media smear campaigns, no dramatics. Just truth, patience, and strategic evidence. Over the next few days, the fallout unfolded predictably. My parents attempted to contact me repeatedly, block numbers, emails, even certified letters. Every attempt went unanswered. Nathan tried to post updates about his startup on social media, but the investors who had been present at the brunch posted polite clarifications, exposing the lack of commitments. Within a week, the narrative they had tried to construct for years, that I was the obstinate, uncooperative sibling, was visibly discredited in the community. I settled into my new life. My work flourished. My professional reputation grew. I had proof of their misdeeds, a network of allies, and legal recourse if they tried any further harassment. I didn't forgive them. I didn't call them. I didn't attend family events, and they weren't welcome in my home. They had tried to manipulate, to coerce, to humiliate, and every tool they had used to control me had been turned into evidence against them. In the end, the situation was clear. My parents and Nathan were exposed as manipulators, liars, and abusers of trust. My life had been disrupted, but the structures of power they had relied on to dominate me were dismantled. I moved forward free of their influence, fully aware of their entitlement and cruelty, and prepared to live a life entirely on my own terms. And for the first time, truly, I was untouchable. In the weeks and months that followed, the fallout for my family was unmistakable. Nathan's startup quietly collapsed. The investors who had attended the brunch publicly confirmed he had no signed commitments, and the few online followers who had believed his claims quickly lost interest. He struggled to regain credibility, but everyone who mattered already saw the truth. My parents' social reputation took a hit too. Friends, neighbors, and members of the local business community quietly distanced themselves. Invitations to events stopped coming. The small network they had relied on to validate their entitlement shrank until they were isolated, left with nothing but each other and their resentment. Attempts to contact me were met with silence or formal legal responses, and over time they learned that the authority they had wielded over me no longer existed. For me, life moved forward. I focused on work, built a steady social circle, and finally felt free of the constant manipulation and financial coercion that had defined my family dynamics for years. Every Christmas, every birthday, every small interaction no longer carried the weight of obligation or guilt. I didn't forgive them, and I didn't need to. Their actions had already spoken louder than any words ever could. In the end, I realized something crucial. The revenge wasn't about seeing them humiliated. It was about reclaiming my life, my independence, and my dignity. And for the first time in years, I could finally breathe, knowing they no longer had any power over me. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. It was supposed to be the perfect birthday dinner. After weeks of planning, I had mentally prepared myself for a night of laughter, shared stories, and the warmth of my family. My mother had promised she'd put together a small gathering for me at my favorite restaurant. Nothing too fancy, just a casual celebration, but that's how I liked it. Simple. With the people who knew me best, I arrived a few minutes early, hoping to help with any last-minute preparations. The restaurant was buzzing with the usual weekend crowd, waiters gliding past, the clinking of glasses, and the faint murmur of conversations. But something was off. I walked in and scanned the room, looking for my family. But nothing. No familiar faces. No table set for a birthday dinner. The host gave me a polite smile and led me to a booth in the corner, a place where no one was sitting. "Are you expecting anyone?" she asked. I gave a nervous chuckle, trying to mask the confusion and sudden sinking feeling in my stomach. "Yes, my family. They should be here any minute." She nodded, but it was clear she wasn't expecting a crowd. As I sat down, I pulled out my phone to double-check the time. It was 7:15 p.m. The dinner was set for 7. I was sure they wouldn't have forgotten, so I waited. Minutes passed, but no one showed up. I started to grow restless. I checked my phone again. A new notification popped up, a message from my mother. "We thought you'd be busy, so we decided to eat without you." I froze. The words stung more than I expected. There was a sense of disbelief in me as I read the message over and over, as if it might change. I felt the weight of disappointment sink in like a rock in my chest. But the shock wasn't over yet. Just as I was processing her words, another notification appeared. This time, it was from my sister. "We ate without you. Sorry." My hand trembled as I set the phone down. I felt a strange, hollow emptiness inside. How could they do this? How could they forget me on my own birthday? How could they make such a thoughtless decision, as if I didn't matter? I stared at the empty restaurant table in front of me, the flickering candlelight casting a soft glow, but it only seemed to highlight the loneliness I felt in that moment. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my emotions in check. I couldn't believe what I was reading, but somehow, I knew it was real. There were no words left in me. I didn't know what to say or how to respond. I simply closed the phone and stood up. I didn't care about the meal anymore. I didn't care about the celebration. I left the restaurant, and as I walked out, I could feel the heat of anger and sadness creeping up, battling each other inside of me. But what happened next? Well, that was something I didn't expect. Something that would leave me questioning everything about my family and the relationships I had taken for granted. Days later, my phone buzzed. A call from my mother. My finger hovered over the screen, and for a moment, I hesitated. Should I answer? Could I face them after what had happened? I decided to pick up. "Hello?" I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Why didn't you come back home?" my mother asked, her voice shaky that I couldn't respond immediately. How could I? What could I say after everything? But there was more. Damn, my sister's voice echoed in the background. "We didn't mean to hurt you," she said softly. We didn't think you'd care." And then it all came rushing back. The hurt, the confusion, the disbelief. But the twist? The thing I never saw coming. I couldn't have prepared for how everything would unfold in the next few days. The tears, the phone calls, the heartbreaking confessions. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. The words, "We didn't think you'd care," echoed in my mind, playing on repeat. "What do you mean, you didn't think I'd care?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "It's my birthday. You're my family. How could you just forget about me like that?" There was a long pause on the other end of the line. For a moment, I wondered if they were even hearing me. But then, my mother's voice cracked. "I'm sorry," she said. "We didn't mean it. We thought you'd be busy with your friends, or maybe working. You're always so caught up in everything else, and we didn't want to bother you." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't just a mistake anymore. It was a misunderstanding, a complete misjudgment of who I was and how much this day meant to me. They didn't even see how much I had been looking forward to spending time with them. "Mom," I said, struggling to hold back the tears, "it's not about being busy. It's about showing up. It's about family. I'm not asking for a huge celebration, but I just wanted you to be there. That's all. To show you cared." My sister's voice cut in again, this time softer, but still laced with guilt. "We didn't think it would hurt you that much. We thought you'd understand. I mean, we always get so busy with our own lives, and we thought this year, you wouldn't mind." At that moment, I realized they truly hadn't understood. They hadn't grasped just how important this day was for me, just how much I needed to feel seen, to feel valued. Instead, they had dismissed me, assuming I'd be fine without them. "Maybe I don't understand," I replied, trying to make sense of it all. "But I feel like this is something you should have known, that I wanted to be with you." Another silence fell. I could feel the weight of the conversation bearing down on me. My chest felt heavy, and every word that followed seemed to make it harder to breathe. "Please come home," my mother said quietly. "We'll make it right. I promise. We'll do something special for you. We can't undo what happened, but we'll try to make it up to you." I wasn't sure what to say. Part of me wanted to just hang up, to walk away from it all. But another part of me, the part that still longed for the warmth of family, wanted to believe them. "I don't know," I murmured. "I need some time to think." And with that, I ended the call. Days passed, but the distance between us felt like an ocean. I couldn't stop replaying everything in my mind. What had gone wrong? Why had I always been the one to make the effort, only to be let down when I needed it most? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized it wasn't just about the dinner. It wasn't just about one night or one mistake. There was something deeper at play, something I hadn't wanted to face until now. And that's when it hit me. There had been something unspoken between us all for years, something buried beneath the surface that had festered and grown over time. What was I really walking into when I agreed to go back? I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. It wasn't just the birthday dinner anymore. It was the way my family had been drifting apart for years, but none of us had said anything out loud. We just kept pretending everything was fine, as if ignoring the cracks would somehow make them disappear. But now, with that one hurtful moment, it all felt so much clearer. I felt like I was staring into a mirror, and the reflection staring back at me wasn't the person I thought I knew. I spent the next few days in a fog, unsure of what to do. I replayed that conversation with my mom and sister over and over. Each time, it felt more and more like a broken record, a part of the same pattern. They always meant well, but it was like they were blind to how I was feeling. I had given them all the signs, but they hadn't seen it. Or maybe they just didn't care enough to look. By the time the weekend rolled around, I had made my decision. I called my mom and told her I would come over. I needed closure, but I wasn't going in with the hope of everything magically being fixed. No, I was going in to face the truth, whatever that truth was. When I arrived at my parents' house, the tension in the air was almost palpable. The house was quiet, too quiet. My mom and sister were sitting at the kitchen table, their eyes flicking nervously to the door as I walked in. They looked guilty, but not sorry enough to have truly understood the weight of what they had done. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice neutral, but even I could hear the hurt in it. Why? Mom stood up first, her arms open as if she were trying to comfort me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was all too late for that. I stepped back, not wanting to be embraced just yet. "Can we talk?" she asked, her voice soft, vulnerable. Even I nodded, pulling out a chair and sitting down. My sister didn't say anything. She just stared at her hands, the guilt eating away at her from the inside. "I'm sorry," my mother began. "I know I hurt you. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I thought you'd be okay, that you wouldn't care if we went ahead and ate. But I was wrong. I should have waited for you. I should have made more of an effort." I felt my heart tighten. It wasn't enough to hear her say sorry. It wasn't enough to fix the hole that had been left in my chest. I had wanted more than just words. I wanted them to show me they understood why it mattered. "I don't think you do understand, Mom," I replied, my voice trembling slightly. "It's not just about the dinner. It's about the fact that I've been invisible for so long. That no one seems to notice when I'm struggling, when I need help, when I need support. It's like I'm just here. Like I'm not even part of this family sometimes." My mom's face twisted with pain as if my words had pierced her, and for a second, I wondered if she had finally heard me. But then my sister spoke up, her voice barely audible. "We just didn't think you'd care," she repeated, her words laced with confusion and regret. "We thought, maybe you wouldn't want to spend your birthday with us. You're always so busy, always doing something. We didn't want to bother you." I shook my head, the frustration bubbling up inside me. "It's not about being busy, it's about making me feel like I matter. Every year, I make the effort to be there for everyone, to show up even when it's hard. But when it's my turn, you guys can't even be bothered to show up." The room fell into a heavy silence. I could see my mother's eyes starting to well up with tears, and my sister was biting her lip, fighting back her own emotions. But this wasn't about tears or apologies anymore. This was about something deeper that needed to be addressed. "I don't want to fight," I said, feeling exhausted. "I just need you to understand why this hurts so much. I'm tired of feeling like I'm always the one left behind." I waited for them to say something, anything, to show that they truly got it. But instead, it was my mother who broke the silence. "We've failed you, haven't we?" she whispered. And that was it. The dam broke. It wasn't just about the dinner or the birthday or the years of neglect. It was about something more. Something I hadn't realized until that moment. It wasn't just that they had let me down. It was that I had let myself down by not standing up for what I needed from them, by not expecting more. But just when I thought I was about to get the answers I had been looking for, something happened that I didn't expect. A confession that would change everything. The room remained quiet, the weight of my mother's words hanging in the air like a heavy cloud. It felt like we had reached a breaking point, like something was about to shift. But as the minutes ticked by, I started to wonder if any of us truly understood how deep the hurt went down. Why Mother wiped her eyes, her hand trembling slightly as she tried to compose herself. I know I haven't been there for you the way I should have, but I didn't realize how much it hurt you. I didn't realize that you felt invisible all these years. I sat in silence, letting her words sink in. It wasn't that I had expected her to fix everything in an instant, but hearing her acknowledge the truth felt like a small piece of the puzzle finally falling into place. Still, it wasn't enough to heal the wound. Not yet. But then my sister spoke up, her voice shaky but determined. "I don't know if I can make it right," she said, looking directly at me. "But I know I've been part of this too. I've taken you for granted, always thinking you'd be fine on your own, always assuming you didn't need us." She paused, her eyes brimming with guilt. And I was wrong. For the first time in a long while, I felt like they were finally starting to see me, not just as the person who always showed up for everyone, but as someone who deserved to be seen, loved, and valued in return. But before I could respond, something strange happened. The front door opened with a creak, and we all turned, startled. My father walked in, looking slightly out of breath as if he had just come from a long day at work. He froze when he saw us sitting there, the tension thick in the room. "What's going on?" he asked, his eyes darting from me to my mother and sister. It was clear that he had no idea what had been happening. For a moment, I wondered if he even cared. The years of distance between us felt like a wall I couldn't break down. But my mother stood up quickly, rushing to explain. "We were just talking," she said, her voice soft but strained. "About everything." My father raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean, everything?" I could feel the anger rising within me again. "You weren't here," I said, my voice shaking. "You didn't even notice, did you? You didn't even care. I've been invisible to this family for so long, and you never once stopped to ask how I was doing." My father's face faltered for a moment. I saw the flicker of something in his eyes. Was it guilt? Regret? But it disappeared almost as quickly as it appeared. I didn't know," he muttered, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. "I thought you were fine. You've always been fine." I stared at him, the weight of years of neglect pressing down on me. The man who had always seemed so distant, so absorbed in his work, had never once bothered to check on me. I could feel the anger rising in my chest, but I kept it in check. For now. "You've been assuming that, haven't you?" I said, my voice low and steady. "You've been assuming I was fine because I never asked for anything. But it's not about asking, it's about showing up. It's about being present." There was a long silence. My father didn't know how to respond. In that moment, I saw the cracks in the foundation of our family, and I realized that no amount of apologies or explanations could fix it. The damage had been done over years of neglect, and it was going to take more than a few words to heal the wounds. But there was something that shifted in that room, something that hadn't been there before. The three of them, my mother, my sister, and even my father, finally understood something they hadn't understood before. I wasn't just a part of the family by default. I was a person who deserved attention, love, and cared. I wasn't invisible anymore. As I sat there, the emotions swirled within me. I felt anger, pain, relief, and even a strange sense of closure. But there was still one question that lingered in the back of my mind. Could things really change? Could we fix this? Or had the damage been done too long ago? Before I could ask myself any more questions, my father surprised me. He took a deep breath, his face softening as he stepped toward me. "Maybe we've all taken you for granted," he said quietly. "Maybe it's time we stop pretending everything's okay and start doing better." I didn't know what to say to that. I wanted to believe him, to believe that things could get better. But a part of me knew that it wasn't just words that would change things. It would take actions, consistency, and effort. But for the first time in a long time, I felt like there was hope. There was a chance, and as I left my parents' house that day, I knew that the real work was just beginning. But at least we were finally acknowledging the truth. At least we were finally ready to face it. I didn't know what to say to that. I wanted to believe him, to believe that things could get better. But a part of me knew that it wasn't just words that would change things. It would take actions, consistency, and effort. But for the first time in a long time, I felt like there was hope. There was a chance, and as I left my parents' house that day, I knew that the real work was just beginning. But at least we were finally acknowledging the truth. At least we were finally ready to face it. The next few days were a blur. I didn't hear from my parents. I didn't hear from my sister. Part of me was afraid that the silence was a sign of things falling apart again. But then, just when I started to doubt everything, my phone buzzed. It was a message from my mom. "Can we meet? We want to talk." My heart skipped a beat. The old me would have resisted, would have shut myself off completely. But this time, I didn't hesitate. I wanted to believe we could start fresh. I wanted to believe that this could be the turning point. When I arrived at the cafe where we agreed to meet, I saw them sitting at a corner table, my mother, my father, and my sister. Their faces were weary, but there was something different in their eyes. Something that hadn't been there before. Vulnerability. A willingness to be honest with each other. "We've been thinking," my father began, his voice steady but low, "about everything we've been through, and about what we need to do to make it right." My mother reached out, her hand gently brushing mine. "We can't change the past, but we can change how we move forward. We're ready to put in the effort, to do whatever it takes to rebuild." I looked at each of them, my emotions swirling. I wasn't sure if I was ready to forgive, but in that moment, I realized something. The road to healing wouldn't be easy. It wouldn't happen overnight. But if they were willing to try, to make real changes, maybe I could too. "Okay," I said, my voice soft but firm. "I'm willing to try, but it won't be easy. We have a lot to work through." They nodded, understanding the weight of my words. The journey ahead was uncertain, filled with challenges and setbacks. But one thing was clear. We were no longer running from the truth. We were facing it head-on, together. As I left the cafe that day, a strange sense of peace settled over me. I knew it wasn't going to be a perfect resolution. There would be bumps along the way, moments where it felt like everything might fall apart again. But for the first time in a long time, I wasn't afraid of the future. Because, despite everything, I believed that we could rebuild. We could heal. And maybe, just maybe, we could finally be the family we had always longed to be. As the days turned into weeks, the cracks in our family slowly began to heal. We had difficult conversations, some of which left us all in tears, but we never gave up. It wasn't easy, and there were still moments of doubt, but little by little, we rebuilt the trust that had been shattered. Over time, I realized that forgiveness wasn't a single moment. It was a process. And while things might never go back to the way they were, we had created something stronger, something built on honesty and effort. For the first time in years, we truly felt like a family again. And that, in the end, was enough.
What do you think? Can this family truly rebuild after everything they've been through, or is the damage too deep to fix? Have any of you ever experienced something similar in your own lives? Let us know in the comments. And if you enjoyed the story, don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more content just like this.
For my graduation, my mom and brother kept saying, "We've got something special planned." On the big day, they never showed up. Instead, they posted photos from a beach resort with the caption, "She'll understand." I didn't say a word, but after I shared a picture with my dad's side, I got over 200 messages. "Hi Reddit. I'm 22F, and until recently, I thought that if I kept my head down, worked hard, and didn't cause trouble, maybe, just maybe, my family would start treating me the way they always treated my brother." This story is about the day I graduated college. But really, it starts much earlier than that. I grew up in a small town that looked picturesque on the outside: quiet streets, trimmed lawns, polite neighbors. But our house always felt like it was balancing on a knife's edge. My mom, Celine, had a talent for putting on a perfect face in public. At school events or church functions, she came off as warm, involved, even charming. But at home, things were different. She was the kind of parent who didn't yell or throw things. No, her method was quieter, sharper. She'd guilt you into believing you were the problem, even when you were just a kid trying to understand why nothing you did was ever enough. And then there was Levi, my older brother by 2 years. He could do no wrong in her eyes. He got C's in high school, skipped classes, and came home late without explanation. Celine always had an excuse ready. He's under a lot of pressure, or he just needs time to find himself. But if I came home 10 minutes late from the library, suddenly I was irresponsible, thoughtless, and didn't care about her peace of mind. I spent most of my teenage years chasing gold stars I never received. Straight A's, perfect attendance, volunteering on weekends, part-time jobs, none of it ever seemed to make a dent. Celine would nod vaguely when I shared good news, sometimes offer a quiet "that's nice," but nothing like the way she lit up when Levi said he might try starting a YouTube channel or talked about his latest idea for a business he never followed through on. Still, I told myself things would be different once I got into college. I got accepted to a good state school on a full academic scholarship. I packed my things and left for campus with a mix of relief and guilt. I didn't hear from Celine often during that first semester. She'd send the occasional text, mostly about bills or asking if I needed money, which I didn't, thankfully. I had 2 part-time jobs and a very tight budget, but I managed. I didn't come home much during those 4 years. When I did, I usually ended up regretting it. I once brought up something my dad had said during one of our rare phone calls, nothing even controversial, and Celine immediately changed the subject, then left the room. Levi told me I should be more grateful. "You don't know what Mom went through after he left," he said. "She stayed for us." Except, it never really felt like she stayed for me. It always felt like I was just part of the background. Still, when senior year rolled around, I decided I wanted them at my graduation. I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe I just hoped, after everything, they'd finally see me. Not as the kid who followed the rules and kept quiet, but as someone worth showing up for. I didn't expect a parade. I didn't need balloons or a dinner reservation or some huge celebration. I just wanted them in the crowd. About 3 weeks before graduation, Celine started hinting at something. It was subtle at first. One night, during one of our rare phone calls, she said, "Don't make too many plans after the ceremony. Levi and I have something special planned for you." I remember freezing, my phone pressed against my cheek as I stared at the ceiling of my tiny apartment. Something special? That didn't sound like her. Not toward me. What kind of special? I asked. "You'll see," she said, in a tone that was almost sing-songy. "We wanted to do something a little different. You've worked so hard, and we're proud." That word, proud, sent a strange feeling through me. It was like hearing a song you loved as a child but hadn't listened to in years. I wanted to believe it. I clung to it. Even though my instincts told me to be cautious, I let myself hope. Levi was no help either. A few days later, he texted me out of nowhere. "Don't book anything for after graduation. Just trust us. It's going to be big." I asked him what he meant, and he only replied with a winking emoji, which didn't exactly ease my nerves. But again, I held on to the idea that maybe this time they really meant it. In the final week before graduation, Celine called me 3 times. That was more than she had all semester. Each call ended with her saying some variation of, "Just wait. You're going to love it. We can't wait to see your face." I started imagining what it could be. Maybe they booked a small dinner somewhere? Maybe they were bringing some extended family I hadn't seen in years? Or maybe they were finally going to say the words I'd been waiting to hear since I was old enough to notice I wasn't the favorite. The night before graduation, my dad flew in. That's another story altogether. He left when I was 9, and we didn't talk for years. But sometime during sophomore year, he reached out. I was cautious, but slowly, carefully, we started rebuilding something. He's not perfect, and there are still things we don't talk about, but he's made an effort. More than I can say for the others. He and his wife, Kendra, who's actually pretty nice, booked a hotel near campus. We met for dinner at a quiet restaurant and talked about the ceremony. He seemed nervous, like he wasn't sure how welcome he'd be. I reassured him. "Mom and Levi said they've got something planned," I told him, stirring my tea. So I'm guessing they'll show up at the ceremony and do whatever this mystery surprise is. He raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything at first. Then, carefully, he asked, "Did they tell you what it is?" "Nope. Just said it was special. And to trust them." He looked down at his plate for a moment, then nodded. "All right. Well, I'll be there." Third row, left side. The next morning, I woke up early. I had laid my outfit out the night before, checked and rechecked the time of the ceremony, confirmed the venue. I did my makeup slowly, carefully. For once, I wanted to feel like someone worth celebrating. At 8:14 a.m., I got a message from my mom. Something came up. "We'll explain later. You're going to be amazing. Love you." I stared at the screen. Just stared, like maybe if I kept looking, the real message would load after that one. Maybe she'd follow it with, "Just kidding, we're already on campus." But nothing came. I checked the timestamp again. I hadn't misread it. No calls. No voicemails. Just that one line, vague and final. My hands felt cold. I sat down at the edge of the bed in my cap and gown, staring down at my lap. My shoes weren't even on yet. It felt like someone had suddenly taken the air out of the room. I hadn't cried, not yet. I just felt stopped. Kendra knocked gently on the door. "You ready, Hannah?" she asked. I took a breath and stood up. "Yeah, just need to grab my shoes." She didn't ask if I was okay. I think she could tell. Her eyes lingered on me a little longer than usual, like she was trying to offer something, maybe comfort, maybe just acknowledgement, but didn't want to intrude. The drive to campus was quiet. My dad drove. He made a few comments here and there about the weather, the traffic, how many people were probably attending. I nodded along, but my mind was somewhere else entirely. I kept glancing at my phone. Nothing from Levi. No update. No apology. We arrived early enough to find parking without trouble. Other families were streaming in, dads in too tight suits, moms carrying flowers, younger siblings waving signs. Everywhere I looked, there were people laughing, hugging, taking selfies in front of the campus fountain. It was loud and full of motion, but all I felt was stillness. The graduates were supposed to line up behind the auditorium, so I hugged my dad and Kendra goodbye for the moment and joined the others. My friends were there, Kayla, Jonah, and a few others from my business ethics class. Kayla ran up and gave me a hug. "You look amazing," she said, eyes wide. "Your mom here yet?" I froze for half a second before forcing a smile. "She's running late, but she said she'll be here." Kayla didn't pick up on it, thankfully. She just smiled and turned to adjust her tassel. The line started moving. We filed in row by row to the music I'd heard 1,000 times in movies but never in person. The lights were bright, the stage stretched wide in front of us, and the crowd, oh, the crowd. That was what hit me hardest. I scanned the rows automatically. There were so many people, so many faces blurred together in claps and flashes of cameras. I spotted Kendra first, waving, smiling. My dad next to her, standing out a little in his gray blazer and still hesitant grin. He waved too, but slowly, like he didn't want to draw too much attention. No sign of Celine. No sign of Levi. The ceremony itself was a blur. Names were called, cheers rang out, the occasional cowbell or air horn breaking through the formalities. When my name was called, I walked across the stage, shook the dean's hand, and tried to smile for the photographer waiting at the end. It felt like I was walking through fog. Afterward, outside the auditorium, my dad wrapped me in a hug that lasted longer than any hug I'd had from him before. I let myself lean into it, just for a moment. Kendra took pictures, making me laugh when she made my dad retake one because he blinked. We went to lunch at a quiet little place near campus, the kind with creaky wooden floors and mismatched chairs. They had a simple menu, sandwiches, soups, fresh lemonade. The kind of place that felt like it knew who it was. Halfway through the meal, I pulled out my phone again, not expecting much. But I had notifications. Several. Instagram, Facebook, even a few from people I hadn't spoken to in years. Confused, I opened Instagram first. The post at the top of my feed made my heart sink. There they were, Celine and Levi. reclined on beach chairs, sunglasses on, blue ocean in the background. Her feet were half buried in white sand. Levi had his usual smirk on his face like he'd just told a joke only he found funny. They looked completely relaxed. Not a trace of urgency, not a hint of remorse. The caption? Sometimes the best gift is peace. She'll understand. I didn't move. I didn't speak. My hands were frozen around my phone. The restaurant noise faded. I didn't even feel angry, not yet. Just empty. My dad must have noticed something shift in my expression because he paused mid-bite. "You okay?" he asked gently. I locked my phone and forced a smile. "Yeah, just tired." He gave me a look, half skeptical, half understanding, but didn't push. I was grateful for that. I didn't post anything right away. I didn't know what to say. But that night, after I'd taken off the cap and gown and washed off my makeup, I sat on the edge of my bed again and opened the photo Kendra had taken. Me and my dad. Me, holding my diploma folder. Him, arms slung around my shoulder, both of us smiling in front of the restaurant window. There was something quietly beautiful about it. Honest. So I posted it. No tags. No long caption. Just grateful for the people who show up. I didn't think much of it. I set my phone down and went to brush my teeth. When I came back, there were over a dozen comments. An hour later, I had over 60 messages. By morning, it was over 200. Some were from extended family, people I hadn't seen in years. Others were from friends, old classmates, even Levi's high school buddy I barely knew. All of them had something to say. And then, one comment stood out. It was from Celine's account. "We were doing what we thought was best. You don't have to make this public." I read it once. Twice. My heart began to pound, not with sadness this time, but something else. Heavier. Sharper. The dam had cracked. And then the phone rang again. It wasn't a call. It was a message from Levi. I didn't open Levi's message right away. Instead, I stared at the screen, my thumb hovering over the notification like it might burn me if I touched it. I was trying to brace myself for whatever version of the truth he thought I was ready to hear. Maybe he was going to say it was a last-minute trip. Maybe he'd pretend it was all Celine's idea. Or maybe, what I feared more than I'd admit, maybe he'd act like none of it was a big deal. Like I was being dramatic. Eventually, I opened it. "Hey, look, don't blow this out of proportion. Mom and I needed a break. We knew you'd be with Dad anyway, and you didn't even sound that excited when we told you we had plans. It's not like we promised anything. You always take things so personally." I sat there for a long time after reading that. Not angry, not crying, just quiet. It was like a switch flipped. His words were so casual, so dismissive, like my graduation was just another event on the calendar that he could skip if the weather looked better somewhere else. And then I thought about how hard I had worked to get to that day. How many nights I spent in the library until it closed. How many shifts I picked up. How I learned to stretch $20 across a week when my campus meal plan ran out. Every sacrifice, every hour spent grinding, not just for the degree, but for them, for their approval. And then I thought about the caption again. "She'll understand." No, I wouldn't. That was the moment I realized I wasn't waiting for them to change anymore. I wasn't sure what to do next, not exactly. But I knew I couldn't let them brush this under the rug, not like everything else. I wasn't looking for some childish gotcha moment. I didn't want a screaming match. I wanted clarity. And if I couldn't get that from them, I was going to create it for myself. So I started digging. The first thing I did was go through the messages I'd received. Some were supportive, people saying they were proud, telling me I deserved better. But a few caught my attention for different reasons. One was from my Aunt Liana, my mom's younger sister. We hadn't talked much since I left for college. She lived a few towns over and had always seemed kind, if a bit distant. Her message was short. "If you ever want to know what really happened with your dad, call me." That line hit harder than I expected. I hadn't thought about the divorce in years, not really. All I knew was what Celine told us, that Dad had left when I was 9 because he didn't want to deal with responsibility anymore. She never gave details. Levi had repeated it so often it became our family's version of history. I hesitated for a full day before calling Liana. She picked up on the third ring. I was hoping you would. We talked for 2 hours. I won't spill everything she said yet. Some of it I'm still processing, but what she told me reshaped everything I thought I knew. About my dad. About my mom. About the money that had mysteriously gone missing during my last year of high school. About why Celine had never wanted me to spend weekends with my dad after the divorce, even when the court allowed it. When I hung up, I sat on the floor with my phone in my lap and stared at the wall. And then I started writing. Not a tell-all post. Not some revenge-fueled rant. Just my side of the story. The one I had never been allowed to tell. It started as a private letter. Then it became a document. Then a collection of memories, screenshots, photos, texts, all the pieces I had ignored or pushed aside over the years. I didn't know exactly what I would do with it yet, but putting it together made me feel something I hadn't felt around my family in a long time: control. A week passed. I didn't respond to Celine's comment. I didn't answer Levi's follow-up message. Seriously? You're going to make a scene over one day? I let the silence stretch. And I think that made them nervous. Because that's when the call started. First from Celine. Then from Levi. Then from a number I didn't recognize, but that turned out to be my Uncle Grant. They all said the same things in different ways. You need to let this go. You're being unfair. We're family. This isn't how you handle things. And then came the kicker from Celine herself. I hope you're not thinking of turning people against us. That wouldn't be very mature, would it? I remember reading that text and finally feeling something I hadn't allowed myself to feel until then. Power. Not revenge. Not yet. But the possibility of it. Because while they'd been living in this carefully crafted world of half-truths and control, I'd been watching, documenting, growing. And now I had something they didn't expect. Proof. Perspective. And people, more people than they realized, who were watching, listening, and ready to stand behind me. The turning point came when Celine posted again. I hadn't been expecting it. It had been a few weeks of radio silence from her, and I'd convinced myself that maybe, just maybe, she realized the gravity of what she'd done. The post came through late one night. It was a photo of her and Levi, on a private yacht this time, their arms draped over the back of the boat, smiling like everything was just fine. The caption, though, was the real blow. Some things are just too important to sacrifice for drama. We're doing what's best for us. I stared at the screen for a long time, and when I finally set my phone down, I realized I was done. This wasn't just about one day. This was about how I had always been dismissed in favor of whatever suited them. How they had played me like a pawn in their little power struggle. I made the decision then. I was going to share the truth. The whole truth. All of it. The next day, I sat down with my laptop and began compiling everything. The photos, the text messages, the receipts from the last few years that showed the money transfers between my mom and Levi. The emails where my mom made it clear how much she resented me for not following in her footsteps. I even included the call from Aunt Liana, the one where she spilled the details about what had really gone down during the divorce, the fact that my dad had been cut out of the picture not because of irresponsibility, but because Celine had decided to hold on to the control. I spent the next few days gathering a few other things, messages from friends who had seen the way Levi would talk down to me when no one was looking, the times my mom had canceled plans with me to prioritize whatever business venture Levi was caught up in at the moment. I didn't need to be petty, I just needed to lay out the facts. And then, finally, I wrote my post. It wasn't a public call-out. I didn't want to sink to their level. Instead, I shared everything with close friends, extended family, and acquaintances who had been reaching out during my graduation. It was a story of how I had felt invisible in my own family, how my graduation, one of the most important milestones of my life, had been brushed off with a quick message, and how, despite it all, I was choosing to take control of my future. I didn't mention my mom or Levi directly. I didn't have to. Everyone knew who I was talking about. Within hours, the messages started pouring in. People were shocked. People were angry. And surprisingly, people were supportive. I had opened up a floodgate I never could have predicted. Friends from college who I thought were casual acquaintances messaged me to say they'd never known how much I'd been through. My old high school teachers reached out, saying they had always admired my work ethic but never knew the full story behind it. And then there was my Aunt Liana, who called me immediately. "You did the right thing," she said. "I don't know if I could have done it myself. But now you've got your voice back." The hardest part came when I got a call from Levi. I hadn't answered his messages before, but now he was calling. I hesitated for a moment, knowing what it would mean to talk to him. But I answered. "What is wrong with you?" he demanded, his voice tight and angry. "You didn't have to air all our dirty laundry. You've made this into something it's not. I told you we're doing what's best for us. Why can't you just accept that?" I didn't let him continue. "You don't get it, do you?" I said, my voice steady. "This wasn't about drama. This was about me. And you've never once cared. You always put yourself and Mom first. You never cared about how I was affected, as long as it made your lives easier." There was a long pause on the other end, then a sharp exhale. "Fine," he said, his voice suddenly softer. "I don't know what you expect from me, but this isn't something I'm going to apologize for." That was when I knew I was done. No more pretending. No more hoping. I hung up, not feeling relief, but something else. A sense of finality. It wasn't long before I heard from Celine. She called twice. I didn't pick up. The third time, she sent a message, her tone so different from before. It was a long message, longer than anything she had ever written before. She apologized in a way. She acknowledged that maybe she'd been wrong to leave me out, to prioritize her relationship with Levi over her daughter. But she never truly took responsibility for what she had done. She said she was just trying to move forward and hoped I would too. I didn't respond to that message. I just let it sit in my inbox. A few days passed before my dad called me. He hadn't been involved in any of the drama, but I could tell he was conflicted. He asked if I was okay and told me that he was proud of me. I didn't say much at first, but eventually I told him everything. I didn't hold back. I told him about Celine's behavior, the lies I'd uncovered, how my whole life I'd felt like I had to prove my worth just to be seen. He listened. He didn't interrupt. When I finished, he told me that he would always be there for me, no matter what happened with Celine and Levi. And for the first time in years, I felt like he meant it. The situation didn't resolve in the way I thought it would. Celine never came around with a heartfelt apology. Levi didn't change, either. But something had shifted in me. I no longer felt powerless. I no longer needed their approval to feel validated. I had done the hard work, both academically and emotionally, to get to where I was. I didn't hear from them much after that. The occasional message from Levi, a vague one from Celine. But I stopped checking my phone obsessively, waiting for them to come around. Instead, I focused on my future. I had a job lined up after graduation. I was moving to a new city soon, starting fresh, with no more expectations from them. In the end, I realized the best revenge was living well. Moving forward, creating a life for myself that had nothing to do with them. I didn't need their approval anymore. And that was all I had ever really wanted. On my graduation day, my family gave me a generous gift. When I opened it, I found a letter saying they were cutting me off financially. I smiled, and a year later, returned the favor at their anniversary party. "Hey Reddit, I'm Jonah, 25M, and I guess you could say my family specializes in making milestones feel a little less like achievements and a lot more like reminders of who's really in charge. I've been sitting on this story for a while now, mostly because it still feels a little surreal when I think back on it. But after talking about it with a few friends recently, they convinced me it was too ridiculous not to share. First, a little background, because without it, none of what happened will make any sense. Growing up, my family wasn't exactly what you'd call warm. We weren't cold either. It was more like performatively close. From the outside looking in, we seemed like the perfect suburban family. Nice house on a cul-de-sac, barbecues on the weekends, Christmas cards with matching sweaters, all of it. But inside the walls of that picture-perfect house, everything was conditional. Love was given if you performed correctly. Pride was expressed if you followed the right path. Disappointment? That was the default setting. especially for me. I'm the younger of two boys. My brother, Miles, 27M, was and still is the family's crown jewel. If you look up Golden Son in the dictionary, you'd probably find his picture. Football star, business school graduate, married young to his high school sweetheart, already working for one of Dad's buddies at a fancy firm. You know the type. Me? I was the artsy one. The dreamer, as my dad liked to say with a smirk that barely hid the disappointment. I wasn't out there breaking records or closing deals. I was sketching in the margins of my notebooks, staying up late editing videos, messing around with design software I barely understood. To them, that wasn't ambition. It was a phase. When college came around, the expectation was clear: practical degree, preferably business, finance, or something respectable. I still remember sitting at the dinner table the night I told them I wanted to study graphic design. Dad barely looked up from his plate. Mom twisted her napkin in her hands like she was trying to wring out her frustration. Art isn't a career, Jonah, she said, voice tight. It's a hobby. I expected the fight. What I didn't expect was how long they would hold on to that bitterness. Even after I landed a full-ride scholarship, full tuition, books, even a housing stipend, they acted like I had thrown away my future. It wasn't even about the money. They had already made it clear they wouldn't be paying for my education if I chose poorly. This was about image, about control. So off I went to college, mostly on my own. Sure, I still got the occasional half-hearted call on my birthday, and it were so proud text if I posted something remotely impressive on Facebook. But for the most part, I built my life without them. And I was proud of that. I worked freelance gigs to supplement my scholarship. I lived in cramped apartments, took buses when I couldn't afford gas, ate a lot of canned soup. It wasn't glamorous, but it was mine. And after 4 years, I was graduating with honors and a solid job offer at a marketing firm lined up before I even had my diploma in hand. When I told my family about my graduation ceremony, I didn't expect much. Maybe a polite email, maybe a card if they remembered. Instead, Mom surprised me by saying they were throwing me a party. A proper send-off, she said. It's time the family celebrated you. I should have been suspicious. But some part of me, that stubborn little kid still hoping for approval, wanted to believe it was genuine. The day of the party was one of those sticky, early summer afternoons where everything feels a little too bright and the air clings to you. I pulled up to my parents' house, freshly mowed lawn, balloons on the mailbox, the whole 9 yards. They had really gone all out. Tables in the backyard, catered food, a big "Congratulations, Jonah" banner stretched between 2 trees. Inside, it was like a high school reunion for people I barely knew. Old neighbors, distant relatives I hadn't seen since middle school, Dad's golf buddies, Miles' friends. Miles, of course, was there with his wife, Jenna, holding court like he was the guest of honor. I made my rounds, shaking hands, smiling until my cheeks hurt. Every conversation went pretty much the same way. So what are you doing now, Jonah? Oh, graphic design? Huh? Well, as long as you're happy. Maybe you can design my business cards someday. Followed by forced laughter. Through it all, Mom floated around like the queen bee, making sure everyone had enough food, enough reasons to think she was the perfect hostess. Dad stuck close to the grill, flipping burgers and avoiding real conversation. By the time they called everyone to gather near the patio for speeches and gifts, I was emotionally exhausted. Miles gave a short toast about chasing your dreams, somehow managing to make it mostly about himself. Jenna teared up. No one knew why, and my parents beamed like proud parents from a Hallmark movie. And then Mom stepped forward, holding a gift bag. Shiny, gold, a little too big for what looked like a card or a check. I felt a weird twist in my gut, but told myself not to be so cynical. She handed it to me with both hands, smiling that smile she reserved for family Christmas photos and neighborhood gossip. We wanted to give you something special, honey, she said. Something meaningful. Everyone leaned in, phones out, ready to capture the moment. I pulled out the tissue paper, careful not to tear it. Mom hated that, and found a sleek, navy blue box inside. I opened it to find an envelope. No jewelry, no check, no sentimental memento. Just a plain manila envelope tucked into the box like an afterthought. The chatter around us died down, a few awkward laughs cutting through the silence. I looked up at my parents, who were smiling just a little too widely, and opened the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of thick paper. Typed, formal. And when I read the first line, my stomach dropped. I stood there for a second, just staring at the letter. My hands felt awkward, like they didn't know what to do now that the envelope was open. Around me, people were starting to shift uncomfortably. You know that awkward little cough people do when they feel like they're intruding on something private? There were a lot of those. I finally looked down and started to read. It wasn't long, maybe a paragraph and a half, but the message was clear. Dear Jonah, congratulations on your graduation. We are proud of the man you have become, even if your path was not the one we would have chosen for you. As you move into this new phase of adulthood, we believe it is important that you learn the value of true independence. Therefore, effective immediately, we will no longer be providing financial support of any kind. We are confident that this decision will build your resilience and character as you navigate the real world. We look forward to seeing how you rise to the challenge. With love, Mom and Dad. There was no check, no small gift card, not even a symbolic $20 bill tucked in as a joke. Just, congratulations, you're cut off. At first, I didn't really react. I think my brain was still trying to catch up. I kept rereading the words like maybe they would shift into something different if I stared hard enough. When I finally looked up, Mom was watching me closely, like she was waiting for a particular reaction. Dad stood a little behind her, arms crossed, nodding to himself like he had just imparted some great life wisdom. Miles, standing off to the side with a drink in his hand, actually had the nerve to wink at me. The room, or rather, the backyard, was so silent you could hear the ice clinking in people's glasses. I knew right then that this wasn't about teaching me resilience. It wasn't even really about money. It was about power. About sending one last message that they were in control, even when they weren't footing the bill. And maybe, if I'm being really honest, it was about embarrassing me in front of everyone they knew. I could feel heat rising up my neck. Not anger, exactly. Something colder than that. Disappointment, maybe. A sense of finality. I carefully folded the letter back into the envelope, slid it into the box, and set it down on the table. Then, very calmly, I looked at my parents and said, "Thank you." Not sarcastic. Not biting. Just quiet. It was like a collective exhale moved through the crowd. People started mumbling again, a few clapping hesitantly like they didn't know if that was the right response. Mom gave a little relieved laugh and pulled me into a stiff hug. "You'll thank us later," she whispered against my ear. "One day, you'll understand." I pulled back, smiled like I believed her, and excused myself to the bathroom. Really, I just needed a minute to breathe. I found myself upstairs in my old bedroom, the one they had turned into a guest room the second I moved out. All my posters were gone. My desk had been replaced by a queen-size bed with a generic comforter. The walls were a bland beige now, erasing every trace that a person with dreams and ambitions had ever lived there. I sat down on the edge of the bed and stared at the carpet for a long time. It would have been easy to feel crushed in that moment, to sink into the familiar feeling that no matter what I did, it would never be enough for them. But instead, something inside me shifted. I realized that they didn't have any real power over me anymore. I didn't need their money. I didn't need their approval. I didn't even need their validation. All they had left were these little gestures, these desperate, petty plays to remind me that they were the ones in charge. And by smiling, by thanking them, I had taken even that away from them. Still, I'm not going to lie, it stung. It's one thing to suspect your family doesn't really see you. It's another thing entirely to have them confirm it, in writing, in front of half the neighborhood. I stayed upstairs longer than I should have, maybe 20 minutes or so, just breathing, letting the anger settle into something more useful. When I finally came back down, the party had moved into that awkward, winding down phase. People were picking at the leftovers, gathering their kids, saying their goodbyes. Mom bustled over to me immediately, beaming like nothing strange had just happened. "Ready for some pictures?" she chirped. "Pictures. Of course. Because what good is a public humiliation without proof for the family photo album? I stood there through dozens of snapshots. Me with mom, me with dad, me with Miles, me pretending to smile next to people whose names I didn't even remember. I was running on autopilot, just getting through it. And the whole time, one thought kept running through my mind. You think this is over. You think you've won. But you have no idea what's coming. The party finally ended as the sun dipped low behind the trees. Guests trickled out in clumps, offering me polite smiles and awkward congratulations. I shook hands, nodded, even hugged a few people I barely knew. Anything to keep the peace. Mom hugged me one more time before I left, tight and overly sweet. Call us if you need anything, she said, her voice lilting with pretend warmth. I just smiled and told her I would. We both knew I wouldn't. As I drove away, watching their house shrink smaller and smaller in my rearview mirror, something in me hardened. It wasn't the letter that broke something inside me. It was the look on their faces after. The way Mom had beamed like she had given me the world. The way Dad had stood there, smug and satisfied, like he had finally made a man out of me. The way Miles had watched it all unfold like it was a private joke. They didn't just cut me off financially. They tried to cut me down. And they wanted witnesses. They wanted an audience. That was the part that stuck in my chest like a stone. I spent the next few weeks settling into my new job, adjusting to the steady rhythm of 9-to-5 life. The marketing firm was a small but scrappy company, run by people who actually respected creativity. It wasn't glamorous work, lots of logos for local businesses, ad campaigns for boring products, but it was steady, reliable, mine. I worked hard, saved every paycheck, and lived modestly. No crazy nights out, no big purchases, just slow, steady progress. Every dollar I saved felt like another brick in the wall between me and my family's control. Meanwhile, I kept my distance. I answered texts with polite one-word replies. I returned calls days later, if at all. I didn't offer updates unless they specifically asked, and even then, I kept my answers vague. And somewhere in the back of my mind, the idea of revenge began to quietly take shape. It wasn't a loud, vengeful rage. It was a quiet, careful kind of anger. The kind that plans. That waits. I didn't want to scream at them. I didn't want a dramatic confrontation. I wanted something they couldn't shrug off, something they couldn't twist into a lesson or a joke. I wanted them to feel what I had felt. Blindsided. Small. Alone. The opportunity came sooner than I expected. About 6 months after my graduation, Mom called me out of the blue. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. "Jonah," she chirped when I picked up. "Oh good, you're not too busy." There was no "how have you been?" or "how's the job?" Just straight into her news. "We're planning something very special," she said. "It's going to be our 30th wedding anniversary next summer, and we're throwing a big party. Huge. Everyone's invited." I could practically hear her smiling through the phone. "We want you and Miles to help plan it," she added brightly. "You know, since you're both so creative." I bit down the bitter laugh that almost escaped. Creative. Sure. When I didn't immediately answer, she rushed ahead, as if trying to trap me with enthusiasm. "There's going to be a formal dinner, speeches, dancing. It'll be so good to have the whole family together again. And we'll need help with decorations, invitations, the whole shebang." There was that word again, family. The same family that thought independence meant tossing me out like last season's leftovers. I leaned back in my chair, letting her voice wash over me. Already, a plan was starting to take shape in my mind. Not just a rough idea, but something sharp and elegant. Something fitting. "Of course," I said, keeping my voice light. "I'd be honored to help." Mom practically squealed. "I knew you'd say yes. You're such a good sport, Jonah. Always so dependable." Dependable. The word felt heavy, like a stone pressed into my hand. We ended the call after a few more minutes of her rattling off preliminary plans. I promised to text her ideas. I promised to be involved. And I meant it, just not in the way she expected. The next several months passed in a blur of careful preparation. I volunteered for everything: designing the invitations, choosing the color schemes, helping draft the list of speeches. I was the picture of helpfulness, the dutiful son they always wanted. And they lapped it up. Every time I sent over a polished design, Mom gushed about how proud she was. Every time I came to a planning meeting, Dad clapped me on the back like we were old war buddies. Even Miles gave me the occasional grudging nod of approval. They had no idea. No idea that every suggestion, every little mistake I made was laying the groundwork for what was coming. I didn't want to just embarrass them. I didn't want a petty outburst they could dismiss later as me being emotional or immature. I wanted to mirror what they had done to me. I wanted to make them feel small, powerless, and I wanted everyone they cared about to see it happen. Patiently, methodically, I built my little house of cards, smiling sweetly the entire time. And when the day of the party finally arrived, it was perfect. Too perfect. The tables were set, the flowers were arranged, the caterers bustled around with trays of appetizers. Guests started to arrive, dressed to the nines. A string quartet played softly in the background. Everything looked polished, tasteful, expensive. Mom flitted from group to group in a long blue gown, laughing too loudly. Dad held court near the bar, telling old stories to anyone who would listen. They were glowing, basking in the admiration, so sure that they were the center of everything. I slipped away from the main crowd, weaving between the tables until I reached the small side room where the event coordinator was waiting. She gave me a thumbs up and handed me the microphone. It was time for the speeches, and according to the program I had so helpfully designed, I was the first speaker. I made my way up to the front where a small stage had been set up. The chatter slowly died down as people realized it was starting. Mom caught sight of me with the microphone and clutched Dad's arm excitedly. She thought this was going to be a sweet tribute, some sentimental thank you to kick off their big night. I smiled and adjusted the microphone. "Good evening, everyone," I began. "I just want to say what an honor it is to be here celebrating Mom and Dad's 30 years of marriage. Truly inspiring." There was a polite wave of applause. I waited until it faded before continuing. I spent a lot of time thinking about what I could say tonight, how to put into words everything they've taught me over the years. Mom's face softened. Dad nodded encouragingly. But then I realized. I paused for effect. The best lessons aren't the ones we are told. They're the ones we experience for ourselves. A few guests leaned in, sensing a shift. I smiled wider. Like when I learned about real independence last year. When I realized that love, when it's conditional, isn't really love at all. That sometimes the people who are supposed to lift you up are the ones who hold you back the most. There was a low murmur across the room. I kept going, steady and calm. Last year, at my graduation party, my parents gave me a very generous gift. A letter cutting me off financially. In front of friends, family, neighbors, anyone who might matter to a young adult stepping into the world. I could see Mom's smile faltering. Dad's jaw tightened. "But I want to thank you for that," I said, turning slightly to look at them. "Because it showed me who you really are. It taught me that respect isn't something owed just because of a title like Mom or Dad. It's something you earn." The silence was thick now. You could practically hear the collective intake of breath as people processed what was happening. I worked hard this past year, paid my own bills, built my own life, made my own success. I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out a small envelope, almost identical to the one they had given me at my graduation. I walked over to their table, placed it gently in front of them, and spoke clearly into the microphone. "And now, I'd like to return the favor." Mom looked like she didn't know whether to open it or shove it away. Dad stared at it like it might explode. I gave them a moment, then turned back to the crowd. "In that envelope is a formal letter," I said, "informing you that, effective immediately, you are being cut off from my life. No support, no assistance, no contact unless I choose it." The whispers around the room turned into full-on buzzing. "I wish you both the best," I said. "Truly. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening." but you will no longer be a part of my journey. And with that, I set the microphone down on the table and walked out. I didn't look back. In the weeks that followed, the fallout was exactly what you might expect. I heard from a few extended family members, some of them stunned, some of them quietly supportive. A few even admitted they had seen the cracks for years but hadn't said anything. Most people, though, stayed silent, not wanting to pick sides. Mom sent a few frantic texts. Apologies mixed with guilt trips. Dad called once, leaving a stiff voicemail about how family sticks together and how this wasn't necessary. I didn't respond, not because I was trying to punish them, but because there was truly nothing left to say. Miles tried to reach out once too, pretending he hadn't been complicit. I ignored him. He had made his choice when he stood there laughing at my graduation. Over time, the noise faded. The texts slowed. The calls stopped. And for the first time in my life, I could breathe. No more wondering if I was good enough. No more waiting for approval that would never come. No more feeling like love was something I had to earn by being exactly who they wanted me to be. I wasn't angry anymore, just free. Now, when I think about that night, the way they sat there, exposed in front of everyone they cared about, I don't feel regret. They taught me exactly what they never intended to, how to stand on my own, even when it meant standing without them. It's been almost 2 years since that night. Sometimes it feels like a lifetime ago. Other times, it feels like it just happened. I moved cities about 6 months after the anniversary party. Nothing too dramatic, just far enough to feel like a clean start. The marketing firm I worked for ended up promoting me after I spearheaded a big campaign that brought in several new clients. Now, I lead my own small team. It's not a flashy job, but it's mine. I come home to a quiet apartment where nobody criticizes how I decorate, how I spend my money, or who I choose to be. As for my family, we're still estranged. Mom tried a few more times to reach out after the dust settled, especially around holidays and birthdays, but every message felt the same, heavy with guilt, light on true accountability. Dad, predictably, never really apologized. He sent one email a year ago, mostly lecturing me about respecting my elders and forgiving family, but it was clear he still didn't understand why I walked away. Miles got married last fall. I wasn't invited. I heard about it through an old neighbor who still sends me the occasional update. Apparently, the wedding was a bit of a mess. Rushed planning, small turnout, lots of tension between families. I didn't feel sad missing it. I didn't feel much of anything at all. That's probably the biggest change. I'm not angry anymore. I don't replay conversations in my head, thinking of what I should have said. I don't look at photos and wonder what went wrong. I just live. It's a quiet kind of happiness, one that doesn't demand attention, but fills up my life in small, steady ways. Good coworkers. A few close friends who actually know me. Saturday mornings spent walking through the farmer's market, picking out fresh bread and flowers because I want to, not because I'm trying to impress anyone. I used to think family was something you had to cling to, no matter how much it hurt. Now I know, family isn't who shares your blood. It's who shows up with love, respect, and kindness, and stays, even when it's not convenient. If you had told me a year ago that I'd one day be standing in my brother's living room watching his kid destroy a brand new console because it wasn't the right version, I would have laughed, or sighed, or maybe both. My name is Caleb, I'm 34, and unfortunately, this isn't even the most unhinged thing my family has ever pulled. But it was the moment that pushed me from patient older brother to someone who finally realized that being the responsible one wasn't a badge of honor. It was a target on my back. I guess the best way to start this is by explaining that my brother, Liam, and I were raised in the same house, but somehow grew into two entirely different species. I got the be reliable gene, punctual, organized, the one who remembers birthdays and brings extra snacks to family events. He got the rules don't apply to me gene. Our parents weren't strict, but they expected basic manners. Liam treated every boundary as a starting point for negotiation. By the time we were adults, I worked my way into a decent career, finance, small business investing, nothing glamorous but stable. Meanwhile, Liam bounced between jobs like they were stepping stones across a fast-moving river. He'd leap onto one, wobble, panic, and then leap to the next. Then he married Mia, a woman who seemed very normal the first few months we knew her. Warm smile, polite, a little reserved. But the second they moved in together, overnight, she became someone who looked at everyone else like we were employees in a shop she didn't remember hiring. They had their son, Jasper, a year after the wedding. Most kids are cute by default, even when they're being little troublemakers. Jasper was cute too, just heavily coached. He never heard the word no, not once. Everything was, we don't say that to Jasper, or we don't upset Jasper, or, my personal favorite, Jasper shouldn't have to deal with disappointment because childhood is short. Meanwhile, I'm watching this kid grow into a little emperor who thought gravity existed purely to hold his feet on the floor while everyone else ran around, keeping his world perfectly comfortable. Before anyone says it, yes, I tried talking to Liam. More than once. I'd say things like, hey, do you think maybe we should tell him no about something occasionally? And Liam would instantly get defensive, like I'd insulted his entire lineage. We're doing gentle parenting. He'd snap, even though nothing about their approach resembled gentleness. It was more like they were emotionally bubble-wrapping their son until he couldn't function without praise, special treatment, or some kind of reward. And look, I'm not a parent. I don't pretend to know everything. But I know children are human beings, not collectible porcelain figurines. So, over time, I learned to stay out of it. I'd show up to holidays, keep conversations polite, and ignore the moments where Jasper snapped at servers or threw himself onto the floor because someone else got a bigger slice of cake. Still, I cared about my brother. Enough to help him when he genuinely needed it. He always made it sound like temporary help. A short-term loan here, a small investment in his business there, a few mortgage payments when things got tight. And I didn't mind at first. He was my brother. Blood and all that. But it slowly became obvious that Liam didn't see my help as help. He saw it as a renewable resource. Something that reset every month. The way someone might see unlimited data on a phone plan. The moment I realized this was becoming a pattern was last spring. He called me, said their electricity was going to be shut off. I paid it. 2 months later, same call. He didn't even sound embarrassed. Just annoyed he had to explain it. Meanwhile, Mia never acknowledged any of it. She'd breeze past me at family dinners holding a latte she somehow always had money for and say things like, oh, hey, with the same tone you might use for your mailman. So what does all of this have to do with the PS5 incident? Well, everything. It was the boiling point. The culmination of years of giving, forgiving, and overlooking small slights that didn't feel small anymore when they stacked up like Lego bricks under bare feet. This whole disaster started a week before Jasper's 13th birthday. Mia sent a group text to the family, me, our parents, and Liam's in-laws, saying they were organizing a meaningful, heartfelt birthday for Jasper. The message seemed sweet enough until she added, we would prefer everyone contribute something valuable rather than something random. Please coordinate to avoid duplicates. Valuable. Contributions. It sounded less like a birthday and more like a fundraiser for a very entitled cause. Then Liam called me separately. Hey, bro, he said, sounding far too casual. So Jasper really wants the PS5 Pro. You know how he's been talking about it nonstop. He hadn't been talking about it nonstop. He'd mentioned it once at Easter, for about 45 seconds, before switching topics to complain that his lemonade had pulp. I asked Liam, isn't the PS5 Pro like insanely overpriced right now? He hesitated, then said, well, but you know how important this is to him. Important? Like his life depended on it? He continued, I figured maybe you could handle that gift? You know, since you're good with money and all. Good with money. That phrase always means we don't want to pay for it. I reminded him gently that I'd already helped with the mortgage twice in the past few months. He brushed it off like I was listing minor inconveniences. This is different, he said. It's a milestone birthday. I told him I'd see what I could do, which was my polite way of saying no. But after thinking about it a few days, and after talking to my parents, who weren't buying anything big either, I decided to get Jasper a regular PS5. Not the Pro model that cost as much as a minor surgical procedure. The standard was still expensive, but manageable. I figured he'd be thrilled, or at least grateful. That was my mistake. Expecting gratitude from a kid who'd been raised on velvet cushions and zero consequences. The birthday party was at their house, a two-story suburban place that looked nice on the outside but was constantly on the brink of foreclosure. Mia decorated the living room with silver balloons spelling Jasper 13. The kitchen island was covered with catered snacks, and Jasper sat on the couch wearing a designer hoodie and looking bored, like royalty awaiting tributes. I walked in carrying the big, neatly wrapped box. Liam smiled like he'd just won a raffle. "Oh, perfect timing," he said, patting my back. "Jasper's been waiting for this one." I ignored the weird phrasing, "this one," like the gift was already predetermined, and handed the box to Jasper. He ripped the wrapping paper dramatically, like he was performing for an invisible camera crew. The second the PS5 logo showed, the room murmured in approval. Then Jasper's face froze. Not in shock, not in joy, in offense. "This is the regular one," he said flatly. I thought he was joking. Truly. So I smiled and said, "Yeah, man. It's the new model. Should be plenty of fun." He stared at me like I'd just handed him a brick. I said I wanted the Pro. "Why would you get this? This is basically old." His voice got louder, sharper. Liam didn't correct him. Mia didn't say a word. She literally sipped her coffee. The room fell silent. Jasper's jaw tightened. And then, before I could react, he lifted the console box and slammed it onto the floor. Hard. The packaging burst open. The console cracked against the tile. Someone gasped. I think it was me. Jasper pointed at the shattered PS5 like it was my fault the floor existed. "Now I can't even return it. Why would you ruin my birthday like this?" I honestly didn't process the next few seconds in real time, because the sound of the console hitting the floor wasn't what hurt the most. It was the way everyone else just sat there. Mia sipping her coffee calmly. Liam rubbing his temples like I'd made the situation inconvenient for him. Jasper glaring at me like I had committed some personal betrayal. I barely said anything. I was too stunned. I just crouched down, looked at the broken console, and exhaled. A long, slow breath that wasn't sadness or anger, just a feeling like something heavy had finally clicked into place. That's when Liam stepped closer and said, in this low voice he probably thought sounded tough, "You have 5 minutes to apologize to my son." I looked up at him slowly. "Apologize for what?" "For upsetting him," he said. "You know how important this gift was. You knew he wanted the Pro. And now look what happened." He gestured toward the mess, as if I had thrown it. Jasper crossed his arms. "Yeah, say sorry." That was the moment the emotional math of the past decade suddenly lined up. Every loan, every favor, every time I'd stepped in to fix another one of Liam's messes. He didn't see me as his brother. He saw me as a resource. And resources weren't allowed to disappoint him. I stood up slowly. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't tell him he was out of his mind. I didn't fight. I didn't explain. Because this wasn't a misunderstanding. This was their normal. And it wasn't going to be mine anymore. I pulled out my phone. Calmly, quietly, almost peacefully. And I said, "Okay, no problem." Liam nodded sharply, satisfied. Jasper smirked like he'd won something. But they had no idea what I meant. Because the first thing I did was open the banking app one used to automatically send their mortgage payment every month. And I canceled it. Then I opened the investment portal where I held the 30% stake in Liam's business that he'd begged me to fund years ago. The shares I had paperwork for. The shares that, by contract, I could reclaim if any agreement terms were violated, including disrespect, harassment, or verbal hostility toward me. Terms Liam had agreed to without reading because he always assumed I'd never enforce them. I clicked Reclaim Shares. Ownership transferred instantly. I looked at Liam and said, still calm, "Good luck paying rent next month." That was when his face finally changed. When Liam's face froze, it wasn't just shock. It was something deeper. Something I hadn't seen since we were kids, and I caught him sneaking out through the basement window, only to find out later he blamed it on me and got me grounded. That same pinched, cornered look, like reality wasn't behaving the way he expected it to, like the script in his head had suddenly been rewritten by someone else. He took a step toward me, eyes wide, voice low. "What do you mean, good luck paying rent?" I didn't answer. At least, not right away. I was watching his expression shift through disbelief, confusion, anger, and finally, fear. The kind of fear you only get when someone who has always cleaned up after you suddenly stops. When the safety net quietly pulls itself away, and you realize you've been miles above the ground this whole time and never once looked down. Mia stood behind him, still holding her coffee. Her expression barely flickered. The only sign she'd heard me at all was the subtle tightening in her jaw. She wasn't as surprised as Liam. But she wasn't calm, either. She was calculating. I could see it behind her eyes. Jasper didn't understand any of it yet. His world still operated on the principle that adults fix things, adults replace things, adults apologize when you scream loud enough. So he just crossed his arms and scowled, waiting for someone to refocus the attention on him. But Liam stepped closer. "Caleb," he said, trying to regain the authoritative tone he used when he wanted to sound in control. "This isn't funny." "I'm not joking," I replied. He swallowed hard. You can't just. What does that even mean?" "It means," I said, keeping my voice steady, "that I'm done." That one sentence seemed to take the oxygen out of the room. Even the other guests, Mia's parents, my own parents, cousins, were watching with stiff, confused expressions. They all knew I was involved in Liam's finances to some extent, but no one knew how deep it went. I'd always kept that part quiet to avoid embarrassing him. But now, there was no point in hiding anything anymore. Before anyone could speak again, Jasper stomped his foot. "Dad, make him apologize. He ruined my birthday." I glanced at the shattered PS5 pieces on the floor. "I didn't ruin anything," I said quietly. "You did," Jasper snapped. "You said you were getting me a PS5 Pro. You promised." I had said absolutely nothing of the sort, but I wasn't surprised he believed it. Jasper had been raised on rewrites of reality that suited him better. If he wanted something, then surely someone had said he could have it. And if they didn't, well, someone should have. Liam exhaled, trying to juggle the exploding situation. "Caleb, let's step outside and talk." "No," I said. "There's nothing to talk about." He blinked. "You're being unreasonable." That word hit me like ice water. Unreasonable. The exact word he'd used every time I tried to set a boundary. Every time I'd said no. Every time I told him he couldn't just rely on me like some sort of permanent financial flotation device. Unreasonable. It was almost funny. Meanwhile, the room fell helplessly quiet. No one wanted to intervene, not even our parents. My mom looked worried, my dad looked tired, and Mia's parents looked deeply uncomfortable. But none of them said a word. Liam tried again. "Okay, just calm down." "I am calm," I said. "I know you think you're teaching us something," he continued, voice shaking. "But this isn't the time. This is Jasper's birthday. And," I asked, "and you're making a scene." I looked down at the shattered console, the expensive gift I bought out of goodwill, not obligation. Then at Jasper's crossed arms, his tantrum-ready stance. Then at Mia's blank, unbothered expression. Then at Liam, who was somehow managing to be both angry and terrified at the same time. "No, Liam," I replied. "I'm not making a scene. I'm just done being part of one." That's when the whispers around the room started, distant, uneasy murmurs. People shifting uncomfortably, trying to convince themselves they weren't witnessing the unraveling of something that had been breaking for years. Liam reached toward my phone. "Show me what you did." I stepped back. "Don't touch me." He reeled slightly at the tone. He wasn't used to it. He wasn't used to me saying no and meaning it. Mia finally spoke. Her voice was quiet, but edged like a blade. "Caleb," she said, "this feels incredibly disrespectful. Whatever frustrations you have with Liam should be handled privately, not thrown into our son's birthday." Our son. Not Jasper. Not the kids. Their son. Their world. Their bubble. The universe where everything revolved around what he wanted. I met her eyes. "Your son smashed a very expensive gift on the floor because it wasn't the version he wanted. And you let him." "We weren't going to shame him over a disappointment," Mia replied. "That's not how we parent." "Oh, I know," I said. "I'm very aware of how you parent." Her jaw locked. Liam pointed at the broken console. "This is exactly why we don't ask you for things. You always have to make it about control." A laugh actually escaped me. One of those dry, exhausted laughs you let out when you've finally reached your limit. "You don't ask me for things?" "Liam, you've been asking for things since we were teenagers. And I've been giving. And giving. And giving." He winced like the words physically hit him. Mia straightened her posture. "You're acting like we owe you something." "No," I said. "You don't owe me anything. And I don't owe you anything either." Before anyone could respond, Jasper stepped closer and jabbed a finger at me. "You're the worst uncle ever. Dad said you'd get me whatever I wanted." My head snapped toward Liam. "You told him that?" Liam's lips parted, then shut. His silence was all the confirmation I needed. I suddenly understood something. Liam didn't just expect me to help. He promised my help to others as if it was his right. He had woven me into his parenting strategy as the backup plan. The fixer. The guy who would always come through when reality didn't. The realization stung more than I expected. I stepped away, needing space, needing air. But the living room felt too small, like the walls were inching closer. My mom finally spoke, her voice tentative. "Caleb, maybe this isn't the place." I turned to her. "Mom, with respect, this was never just about today." Her face softened, but she didn't object. Suddenly, Liam's phone buzzed. Loud enough for everyone to hear. He pulled it out, glanced at the screen. Then his face drained completely of color. "What?" Mia asked sharply. He didn't answer. He just stared at the notification like it was a ghost. His business partner had texted. "We need to talk. Just saw the transfer." "What's going on?" Mia looked over his shoulder, scanned the message, then snapped her head toward me. "What transfer?" I didn't respond. She stepped forward. "Caleb, what did you do?" My silence spoke louder than anything I could have said. But if the tension in the room had been heavy before, it turned suffocating when Liam's phone buzzed again, repeatedly. Notification after notification from employees, from the accountant, from vendors. I watched realization spread over Liam's face like a slow-moving shadow. The business wasn't just something he wanted. It was the only thing keeping them afloat. He whispered, "You wouldn't." "I would," I said. Before he could respond, Jasper threw his hands up. "Can someone please fix my gift already?" The entire room stared at him. And for the first time in his life, Jasper seemed to notice the silence wasn't in his favor. But then it happened. The moment that shifted the entire day from bad to catastrophic. Mia exhaled sharply, stepped forward, and actually said, "Caleb, you need to apologize to Jasper. Right now." Everyone froze. "You showed up with the wrong gift," she continued. "You upset him, and now you're humiliating his father. This is your fault. So fix it." My fault. Those two words hit me harder than anything else that afternoon. And something in me, some last thread of patience, finally snapped. I opened my mouth to answer. But before I could say a single word, the front door burst open, and the last person I expected to see stepped inside. His eyes went straight to me. His expression was pale, tight, and urgent. He said my name, and everything in the room shifted. When the front door swung open, the room looked like a paused movie. Everyone frozen in disbelief, mid-breath. And standing in the doorway was someone I hadn't seen in months, my cousin Aaron. Not a dramatic figure by nature. Not someone who storms into rooms or interrupts birthday parties. But the look on his face, it wasn't shock. It wasn't confusion. It was urgency. The kind that hits the body first, thoughts second. "Caleb," he said, breathless. "We need to talk. Now." Liam turned toward him, annoyed. "Hey, man, this is a family moment." Aaron cut him off. "This is about family." There was something in his tone that silenced even Mia. He stepped farther into the room, eyes flicking to Liam, then Mia, then Jasper, then finally back to me. A silent question, a silent confirmation. He'd walked into something awful, but he wasn't reacting to the scene. He was reacting to what he'd come to tell me. "Let's go outside," he said quietly. I felt the entire room watching as I moved toward him. I didn't look back. Not at Liam. Not at Mia. Not at Jasper still glaring like he was the only one entitled to attention. My chest felt tight, but not in anger anymore, just exhaustion. Exhaustion so deep it felt like it weighed down my bones. The second we stepped outside, Aaron shut the door behind us and exhaled hard. "Okay," I said. "What's going on?" His eyes softened, his shoulders dropping a little. I didn't know how else to tell you." "Tell me what?" He hesitated. "Your mom called me earlier." That alone knotted something in my stomach. Mom wasn't someone who called people unnecessarily. If she reached out, it was because she felt she couldn't call me directly in that moment. She was worried. Aaron continued. "About you. About how much you've been carrying on your own. She said she felt helpless. She said she didn't know how to make you step back before something snapped." I blinked. "She said that?" "Yeah." He sighed. "She said she thinks you've been hiding how much stress you've been under." My jaw clenched involuntarily. For years, I'd built myself into the guy who didn't break, didn't complain, didn't ask for help. I thought it was strength. Maybe it wasn't. Then Aaron reached into his jacket and pulled out a small stack of papers. Legal documents. My name printed at the top. "What is this?" "Your accountant called my mom," he said slowly. Because they couldn't reach you. They tried calling twice. I stared. Why would they call her? Emergency contact, he said. And because it's important. He handed me the papers. I unfolded the first page. Read the heading. Read the numbers. Then I froze. Because I wasn't looking at debt, or trouble, or a financial disaster. I was looking at something I hadn't expected. A valuation report. For my investments. For my own small portfolio, the one I'd nurtured quietly in the background while helping Liam stay afloat. The numbers were absurd. My portfolio hadn't just grown, it had exploded. Wait, what? I breathed. Aaron nodded, almost smiling. Yeah, the market shift last quarter hit everything you invested in at the perfect time. Your stakes tripled, more in some areas. I kept scanning the pages. My acquisitions, my diversified holdings, all the little projects I'd put money into over the years, not expecting miracles, just long-term growth. But while I was busy babysitting Liam's financial irresponsibility, quietly helping others, quietly keeping everything running, my own life had been building momentum behind the scenes. Caleb, Aaron said softly, you're not just doing okay. You're doing great. My breaths felt shallow. This wasn't a fantasy. It wasn't exaggerated. It was math, numbers, valuation, and signatures from professionals who didn't exaggerate anything. I didn't even know. I whispered. Yeah, Aaron said. I figured you didn't. The air was cool, quiet, a complete contrast to the chaos inside that house. And that's when it hit me. For years, I'd been so focused on fixing everyone else's problems, I had never once stepped back and asked myself what I actually wanted, what my future looked like, what I deserved. And worse, I had let people treat my kindness like a currency they never had to repay. Why did you come here? I asked finally. Because, Aaron replied. Your mom said she didn't want you to find out alone. She was scared you'd look at the numbers and still feel like you're not allowed to enjoy it, like you're not allowed to move on. She wanted someone, anyone, to make sure you knew you didn't have to stay chained to them. Them, Liam, Mia, their endless emergencies, their entitlement, their expectations. I looked down at the papers again. My name at the top. Numbers that represented security, freedom, independence. Something I'd earned without even realizing how far it had grown. And I felt it. A drop of something warm in my chest. Relief. Not joy. Not excitement. Relief. That maybe, just maybe, I wasn't trapped in the role I'd played my whole life. I don't know what to do, I admitted. The confession felt strange, like peeling off armor I'd welded to myself years ago. You don't have to do anything right now, Aaron said gently. Just breathe. Take a step back. Think about what's best for you. Not them. I let out a long breath. I should go home. He nodded. Yeah, I'll drive you. I hesitated. My car's here. Then leave it, he said simply. You can come back for it later. You don't need to walk back into that house. I glanced toward the front door. Inside, I could almost feel the tension simmering. Liam pacing, Mia whispering, Jasper complaining, everyone trying to stitch together a narrative that didn't make them look bad. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel guilty walking away. I got into Aaron's car, closed the door, exhaled slowly as the engine hummed to life. The drive was quiet, calm, no questions, no judgment, just the hum of the road and the sense that something inside me had finally cracked open in a good way. When we reached my place, Aaron pulled to a stop and turned to me. Listen, he said gently, you're not alone. You never were. You just didn't look up. I nodded. Thank you. He squeezed my shoulder once. Rest. Think. But don't let them drag you back in. Not this time. I went inside my house and locked the door. For the first time in years, my home felt like mine. Quiet. Peaceful. A place I didn't have to share with anyone else's needs or messes. I sat down on the couch, the papers still in my hand. My brain finally slowed enough for the weight of the day to settle. The broken PS5. The demands for an apology. The entitlement. The humiliation. The threats. The years of taking advantage. The quiet fear in Liam's eyes. The carefully hidden calculation in Mia's. The sudden shift in my own future. My phone buzzed. Liam. Then again. Mia. Then again. My mom. Then my dad. Then Jasper. Voice messages. Whining. Demanding. Still thinking the entire world revolved around him. I set the phone face down on the table. Then I stood up, walked to the kitchen, got myself a glass of water, and leaned against the counter. For the first time in a very long time, I felt like a person again. Not a bank account. Not a safety net. Not the responsible brother. Not the fixer. A person. I slept that night better than I had in weeks. Months, maybe. The next morning, everything felt clearer. Like seeing the world through clean glass. I made coffee. I sat down with my laptop. I opened the portfolio dashboard. I reviewed my numbers, my options, my future. And I realized something. I didn't need vengeance. I didn't need drama. I didn't need to win. I just needed to grow. And so, quietly, almost secretly, I began rebuilding myself. I started calling people back about opportunities I'd previously turned down because Liam needed me. I met with a couple of small business owners who wanted advice. I reconnected with a mentor I hadn't spoken to in ages. I even got back into running, something I hadn't done in years. And every day, I felt a little stronger, a little more like myself. But the universe has a way of reminding you that peace never lasts forever. And after 3 calm days, something happened. Something that made every quiet, rebuilding moment screech to a halt. Because late that afternoon, while I was reviewing some investment documents, there was a loud knock at my front door. Not a soft tap, not a hesitant greeting, a demanding, forceful, open up right now knock. I froze, put the laptop down, walked toward the door, looked through the peephole. The person standing on the other side of my door wasn't Liam. It wasn't Mia. It wasn't Jasper or my parents or even one of the cousins who'd witnessed the meltdown. That would have been predictable. This was something else entirely, something that made my pulse kick up just a little, not from fear, but from the sense that whatever peace I'd managed to build over the last 3 days had just shattered. It was Mr. Dalton, my brother's business partner, a man who rarely showed emotion, rarely raised his voice, and rarely showed up unannounced to anyone's home unless something was catastrophically wrong. And the look on his face told me this was exactly that. I opened the door slowly. Mr. Dalton? He exhaled sharply, stepping inside before I even finished speaking. Caleb, I'm sorry to bother you like this, but we need to talk. Immediately, I closed the door behind him. What's going on? He rubbed the bridge of his nose, pacing once like a man trying to organize his thoughts. I've been trying to reach Liam. He's not answering me. And I've been trying to reach you as well, but your phone. I silently gestured toward the phone lying face down on my coffee table. I turned it off. He gave a stiff nod. He understood more than he said. Right. Well, look, I got a notification the other day about a sudden ownership transfer. Shocked the entire board. 30% of the company shifting back into your name? No warning? No explanation? I nodded. It was part of the agreement Liam signed when we set up his business. There were terms. He violated them. Mr. Dalton stopped pacing. His eyebrows lifted slightly. He what? Multiple times, I said. And then, let's just say things escalated at his son's birthday party. That felt like the understatement of the century, but I didn't want to walk him through an hour-long emotional breakdown in my living room. The terms allowed me to reclaim my shares immediately. Mr. Dalton watched me for a long moment. Not angry, surprisingly. Not even annoyed. Just thoughtful. Finally, he said, You know, I always suspected you were the one keeping that business stable. I blinked. What do you mean? He let out a slow, almost sad breath. Caleb, your brother is a good salesman, but he's not a manager. He's not consistent. He's not reliable. Half the time he comes into work late and leaves early. The only reason the business didn't collapse years ago is because someone, and by someone, I mean you, kept injecting money into the cracks. I didn't know whether to feel validated or stupid. Maybe both. He continued, voice softer now, but now? With you holding that percentage? With everything going the way it is? We need to talk about what comes next. I sat on the couch, gesturing for him to take a seat across from me. He didn't sit at first. His mind was clearly racing, but eventually he lowered himself onto the chair. I assume Liam hasn't told you anything, I said. He hasn't answered a single call, Mr. Dalton replied. But the accountant told me the mortgage auto payment was canceled. Payroll access froze for 24 hours. And vendors are seeing delays. He paused. Is everything all right? It was a genuine question, and one with an unfortunately complicated answer. I'm fine, I said, but things with my brother aren't. He nodded slowly. I see. Then something in his posture shifted. No longer tense. No longer frazzled. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. I want to offer you something. I didn't expect that. He reached into his briefcase and pulled out a thin folder, sliding it across the table toward me. I opened it. Inside was a detailed business restructuring proposal, one where I wasn't a silent investor, not a bailout artist, not a safety net, but a partner. And more than that, a majority owner. I stared at the document, trying to wrap my brain around the implications. I know you've stayed in the background, he said quietly, but considering the circumstances, I think it's time the person who actually understands stability steps into the role that matters. My stomach tightened. You're asking me to save the business, he finished. Your brother can stay involved in some capacity if you want. Or not. That's entirely up to you. But the company needs leadership. Real leadership. I set the folder down, rubbing my palms slowly along the edge. This wasn't revenge. This wasn't about settling scores or humiliating Liam. This was about acknowledging something I had ignored for too long. The more I pulled myself out of the hole my family kept dragging me into, the more opportunities appeared. The more I stood up for myself, the more the world seemed to open instead of collapse. But something about this offer, this sudden shift into a position of real authority, felt heavier than anything else. This is a lot, I said after a moment. I know, Mr. Dalton replied. Take your time, but don't take too long. Liam has already been making poor decisions out of sheer panic. We need steady hands. Panic. Of course he was panicking. For the past 3 days, I had ignored every message, every missed call, every accusation, and every plea that likely filled my voicemail. And I knew exactly what was happening inside his head. He wasn't reflecting. He wasn't learning. He wasn't apologizing. He was scrambling, trying to figure out how to undo what I did, trying to find a shortcut, trying to pressure me, guilt me, manipulate me back into position. I exhaled slowly. Let me think. Of course, Mr. Dalton said, standing. But Caleb, I'm glad you finally stood up for yourself. That sentence stayed with me long after he left. When the door closed and I sat alone with the proposal in my hands, something inside me twisted. Not uncomfortably, not painfully, but with recognition. This was the beginning, not of vengeance, not of spite, the beginning of choosing myself. Still, I couldn't deny it. This opportunity made something else possible, something I hadn't planned for but had begun to consider. A structured revenge is not just about punishment. It's about clarity. It's about fairness. It's about reclaiming what was taken. It's about ensuring the pattern doesn't repeat. And there was a pattern. Years of it. Liam taking. Liam demanding. Liam assuming I was there to clean up every mess like a one-man emotional janitorial service. But now his access was gone. And he was spiraling. I spent that evening pacing the living room, the folder open on the coffee table, my mind turning in slow, deliberate circles. What did I want? What did I need? What was the right move? Not the angry move. Not the emotional move. Not the retaliatory move. The strategic move. At around midnight, I made tea, sat at the counter, and finally opened the messages on my phone. 129 unread texts. From Liam alone. Everything from, "Bro, can you just call me? This is ridiculous." 2. "You need to fix what you did or the business is going into freefall." 2. "Why are you doing this? Just apologize to Jasper so we can move on." And finally, "If you don't call me back tonight, I swear I'll show up at your house." I set the phone down. He hadn't changed. He wasn't sorry. He didn't even understand why I stepped away. And that was when the idea formed. Not fully, not clearly, not even consciously. But the shape of a plan began taking form in the back of my mind. A plan that wasn't about making him suffer, but making the truth undeniable. He needed to see the consequences of his actions, not just for one day, not just for one argument, but for years of behavior he had never been held accountable for. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel guilty about thinking it. I felt justified. The next morning, I got a call from my mom. I expected anger, worry, confusion. Instead, her voice was quiet and tired. "Caleb, your brother came here last night." I closed my eyes. "What did he do?" She hesitated. "He was upset. Very upset. He said you're trying to ruin him." I swallowed. "And what did you say?" "I told him," she said softly, "that maybe he should start taking responsibility for himself." That surprised me. My mom had never spoken that directly about him before. But something in her tone told me she had reached her own breaking point long before I had. "He wants to talk," she added. "He said he's coming to your house today." I checked the time. 2:13 p.m. I had about an hour. "Thanks for letting me know," I said. "Caleb, be careful." Probably the most cryptic thing she'd ever said to me. After we hung up, I walked to the living room, straightened the documents on my coffee table, cleaned the space instinctively, and took a slow breath. This wasn't going to be an apology session. This wasn't going to be about smoothing things over. This wasn't going to be one more round of Caleb fixes everything while Liam gets rewarded for bad behavior. This was going to be the start of the setup, the first real move. And when the knock finally came, loud, hurried, unsteady, I didn't rush. I walked to the door. I placed my hand on the knob. I inhaled once, slowly. Then I opened it. And standing on my porch was Liam, red-faced, disheveled, shaking with anger or fear. I couldn't tell. But it wasn't just him. Standing slightly behind him was Mia, tight-lipped, focused, watching me like I was a puzzle piece she suddenly needed. Liam didn't waste a second. The moment I opened the door, he pushed past me into the living room. Not violently, just with the entitled urgency of a man who had never once considered that someone might say stop. Mia followed him in with long, controlled steps, her eyes scanning my home as if calculating what everything cost. She always did that, measuring the world in terms of ownership, what she could claim, what she could shame, what she could use. I closed the door behind them. Neither said thank you. Neither said can we talk? No. Liam spun around, face flushed, voice cracking with the strain of someone who finally realized their world wasn't built on solid ground. You're destroying my life, he said, pointing at me. Do you understand that? Do you have any idea what the last 3 days have been like for us? I raised an eyebrow. For you? His jaw tightened. Don't start with me. You know exactly what I mean. Mia crossed her arms. We are trying to have a calm, mature conversation, Caleb. Calm. Mature. From the same woman who watched her son smash a $600 console because it wasn't the version he wanted. I simply stood there and waited. When they realized I wasn't reacting emotionally, Liam's voice rose. You have to fix this. Right now. Transfer the shares back. Put the mortgage payments back. Call the vendors and tell them it was a mistake. No. The word hung in the air like a chime made of glass. Sharp, clean, undeniable. Liam stared at me, eyes widening with disbelief. What do you mean, no? I mean, no, I repeated. I'm not fixing anything. You don't get to decide that, he snapped. I already did. He blinked rapidly, as if someone hit him with a flashlight. This isn't a game, Caleb. I'm serious. You're ruining everything I've built. You didn't build it, I said calmly. I did. And you used it. He opened his mouth, ready to throw something back, but nothing came out. He just stood there, chest heaving. Mia stepped forward. Caleb, let's talk woman to. She stopped, adjusted. Adult to adult. You've made your point. You're upset. We understand. But this is excessive. No, I said again. This is overdue. She glared. You were always dramatic. I laughed softly. If anyone in your house is dramatic, it's your son. Don't bring Jasper into this, she snapped. He's 13. He had a moment of frustration. Most 13-year-olds don't destroy expensive gifts and then demand apologies. She squared her shoulders. That's your opinion. No, I said. That's reality. Liam threw his hands in the air. Enough. I don't care about the birthday anymore, okay? Forget the birthday. This is about my business. It's falling apart. I nodded. Yes, it is. You have to fix it, he said again. Softer this time. Pleading. I stepped toward him. Liam, you spent years treating me like a backup generator you could switch on whenever your life started flickering. A resource. A convenience. Someone who would always pick up the slack without asking questions. I paused. And you were right. Until now. His voice broke. Caleb, please. The employees. I don't have the money to cover payroll this month. That hit me harder than I expected. Not for him, but for the people who worked there. People who didn't deserve to be pulled into his chaos. I took a slow breath. I'm aware. You can't let this happen, he said desperately. You can't let the business collapse. I'm not letting it collapse. He blinked. What? And that's when I picked up the folder Mr. Dalton had given me. I placed it on the table between us and flipped it open. I'm taking over. The silence was so sudden and heavy it felt like pressure on my chest. Liam stared at the documents. Then at me. Then back at the documents. His face slowly flushed red again, this time deeper. Hotter. More wounded than angry. No, he whispered. You can't do this. I already can, I said. The shares are legally mine. The board knows. The accountant knows. The vendors know. Mr. Dalton knows. The only person who hasn't accepted it yet is you. This is my business, he said, voice cracking. No, I said softly. It was your business. And you treated it like another one of your chores you could put off. I'm stepping in to protect the people who depend on it. The people you've been neglecting. He sank onto the edge of the couch, elbows on his knees, hands gripping his hair. Mia's voice turned ice cold. You're punishing us. I turned toward her. No, not punishing. Consequences. That's the same thing. No, I repeated. Punishment is emotional. Consequences are logical. She stepped closer, voice lowering. You've always hated me. I shook my head. I don't hate you, Mia. I think you enabled the worst in my brother, and I think you both taught your child that the world is a vending machine. But hate? No. I just won't sacrifice my life for you anymore. She stared at me with something between shock and disdain. I looked back at Liam. You can stay in the business, I said, but not in your current role. His head snapped up. What does that mean? It means you go back to being what you're good at. Sales. Lead generation. Client relationships. You're charismatic. You can charm almost anyone. But you cannot run a company. And you can, he shot back. Yes, I said simply. He stood suddenly, fist clenched. This isn't fair. Neither was expecting me to fund your life indefinitely. Mia stepped forward. If you do this, Caleb, our family will never forgive you. I met her eyes. You mean your family? She blinked, taken aback. My voice softened, not with weakness, but with finality. We stopped being a family the moment you both decided my worth was based on what I could give, not who I was. Liam's breathing went shaky. Caleb, I'm going to lose everything. I stepped closer. No, you're going to lose the version of everything that relied on me never saying no. He stared at me, his expression shifting through every stage of grief, denial, anger, bargaining, despair. Eventually, he settled on something like acceptance, though it wasn't acceptance of the situation. It was acceptance that I had changed, and I wasn't going back. The rest was surprisingly simple. Within a week, the board approved my new position. Mr. Dalton stepped into a co-leadership role. Payroll was fixed. Vendors were stabilized. The employees were informed of the transition. And Liam? He came back to work. Quietly. No tantrums. No grand speeches. No attempts to reclaim authority. His desk was moved out of the corner office and into the main space. A smaller desk. A more practical one. He didn't complain. Not once. Because for the first time in his life, he had no leverage. Mia didn't come near the office again. And Jasper? I didn't see him for months. But I heard stories, from mutual relatives, from my parents, from people who still interacted with that household. The smashed PS5 became a turning point. Not because of me, but because the fallout in their home forced Liam and Mia to confront something they never had before. Their son had no concept of consequences. Jasper hated the new rules. The lack of instant gratification. The sudden expectation that he care about other people's feelings. But it wasn't my battle. It never had been. My relationship with my parents improved dramatically. They stopped tiptoeing around Liam's feelings. They started holding him accountable, even gently. And as for me, my life finally felt like my own. I woke up every morning knowing I wasn't living in service to someone else's emergencies. I started taking classes again, something I'd put off for years. I traveled more. I breathed more. The weight I'd been carrying for a decade slowly lifted, piece by piece. One evening, about 3 months after everything, I got a text from Liam. Just one line. I think I finally understand why you stopped helping me. I read it twice. Then I put my phone down. I didn't respond. Not out of anger, but because I had already given enough of my life to him. There was nothing left to explain, and nothing left to repair. Peace doesn't always come with apologies. Sometimes it comes with distance. Sometimes it comes with boundaries. Sometimes it comes with choosing yourself without saying a word. And so the revenge, the fallout, the rise, it all led to one simple truth. I finally stopped carrying a brother who never learned to walk. And for the first time in my life, I walked forward alone. My parents skipped my graduation and blocked my number. A month later, I found out why, and I'll never speak to them again. I'm a 24-year-old woman, and my name is Marissa. I have 2 older brothers, Evan and Colin. Ever since I was a kid, my parents always seemed to have this unspoken preference for Evan, the eldest. To them, he could do no wrong. Colin, the middle child, often got attention for his bad boy antics, which somehow made him interesting to them. As for me, I was the invisible one, the quiet, good kid who flew under the radar. But honestly, I didn't mind too much. I was used to being overlooked. That was until my college graduation came up. Let me set the scene. I had been busting my butt for 4 years, working part-time, juggling internships, and keeping my grades up. My degree wasn't something my parents cared much about. I wasn't a doctor or a lawyer. I studied art history, something they thought was frivolous. But I didn't let that get to me. I worked hard, and when graduation day finally arrived, I thought it was going to be a moment I could at least share with my family. I'd invited my parents months ahead of time, asking them to come. I was nervous, sure, but also excited to have them there. It was a big deal for me, and I really hoped they'd show up. I'd heard some stories about families not showing up to graduations, and I had always thought those people must be crazy. How could a parent not come to their kid's graduation? It was a rite of passage. Fast forward to the big day, and I'm sitting in my cap and gown, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. I glance around the stadium, searching the crowd for my family. They're not there. Not even a text message. Nothing. I told myself they were probably stuck in traffic or running late. I waited and waited and waited. The ceremony started, and I had to walk across the stage alone. My phone buzzed once the ceremony ended. It was a text from my mom. The message was short, just a couple of sentences. It read, "We couldn't make it today. Hope you understand." There was no explanation, no apology, no acknowledgement of how important it was to me. Just that. I was in shock. I hadn't expected them to make a huge fuss over my degree, but this was beyond disappointing. My friends' parents were all there, hugging them, cheering for them. I felt like an absolute fool. I texted them back, asking what happened, but I didn't hear anything for hours. Finally, after a long silence, my dad sent a message. It said, "We just didn't feel it was the right time. Let's talk soon." I was so confused. This wasn't like them. Sure, they weren't the most emotionally available parents, but they'd never completely shut me out before. And now they were blocking me, not even bothering to show up to my graduation. I kept wondering if I had somehow done something wrong. The days dragged on, and I tried to reach out again. But the more I called and texted, the more I felt this wall go up between us. I could feel them pulling away, and I had no idea why. After a few weeks, they finally responded, but it wasn't what I expected. "Your brothers and I have discussed things. We think it's best if we don't stay in touch for a while. We're just trying to keep the peace." That was it. No explanation of what had happened or why they were treating me this way. Just a cold, distant message that made me feel like I didn't matter. And then it got worse. A month later, I found out something that completely shattered my understanding of everything. I was at work, trying to push through another day of miserable phone calls and emails, when I got a call from Colin. I hadn't spoken to him much since graduation, and honestly, I wasn't even sure he knew what was going on with me and my parents. But I answered, hoping for some kind of explanation, even from him. "Hey, Marissa," Colin said, sounding way too casual. "I heard from Mom and Dad. They said they've been having some issues with you lately." I felt my stomach drop. What issues? I had no idea what he was talking about. "Yeah, they said you've been making things harder for them. You've always been a bit of a disappointment, but this is different. They're just done, you know? It's not personal, but they just can't deal with you anymore." My heart was racing. Was he kidding? This was some kind of twisted joke, right? But his voice didn't have the usual teasing tone. It was flat and different. "Wait, what?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "What are you talking about? Why didn't they tell me this themselves?" Colin paused. "Look, I don't know, okay? But they just feel like they can't keep pretending everything is fine. I think it's better if you don't push them too hard." I didn't know how to respond. I had always tried my best to keep the peace, to make them proud even though I knew they never cared much about what I did. But this was beyond what I could take. I hung up and sat there, numb. My mind was racing, trying to piece together everything I'd heard. Issues with me? A disappointment? What had happened to my family? Why were they treating me like this? And then the thought hit me. This wasn't just a random disconnect. This was deliberate. Something had changed. Something I didn't know about. And that's when I started digging. I had to know what had happened, why my parents had turned on me so suddenly. I started asking around. First, I called Evan. He was usually a little more sympathetic, but even his responses fell off. He didn't give me any details, just vague. I don't know, Marissa. You should talk to them. That didn't help me at all. Then, one day, I found something that would make me question everything. A mutual friend of mine and my brothers had posted something on Facebook. It was a group photo from a family gathering a few weeks ago, and in the corner of the image, I saw my parents and both of my brothers, all smiling. But there was one thing that stood out, a new addition to the group, a woman I'd never seen before. The photo had a caption, "Great to have our new sister-in-law with us." I stared at the image, completely stunned. It was then that I realized I wasn't the one who had been cut off from the family. It was them. My parents had welcomed someone else into their life, someone they clearly cared about more than me. I spent the next few days and days staring at that Facebook photo, unable to tear my eyes away from the smile on my parents' faces. They looked so happy, so genuine. But all I could think about was how completely excluded I felt. I had no idea who this woman was. There was no mention of her at all in the text messages from my parents, and my brothers had said nothing. It felt like they had just erased me. I couldn't understand how they could do this, especially after everything I had been through to get my degree. I had worked harder than anyone in my family, and for what? To be tossed aside for someone I didn't even know? The following weekend, I decided to confront Evan. I wasn't expecting him to have all the answers, but at least he might be able to shed some light on this strange situation. I didn't tell him what I knew about the woman, the photo, the whole thing. I wanted to see if he'd tell me something on his own. I called him, and after a few rings, he picked up. "Hey, Marissa," he said, his voice casual, almost too casual. "Hey, I need to talk to you about something," I said, trying to keep my tone steady. "I've been trying to figure out why Mom and Dad haven't been talking to me, and I need to know what's going on." There was a long pause on the other end, and I could almost feel him scrambling for the right words. "Look, it's complicated," he finally said. "You don't really know everything that's going on, and I don't think it's my place to explain it to you." My stomach twisted. "What do you mean? I'm your sister, Evan. If something's going on with the family, I should know." He sighed. "I don't want to get into this right now. Just trust me when I say you should let things go for a while. Things will blow over." I could feel my frustration rising, but I held it in. "No, I won't let it go. Not until I know the truth." "Are you really telling me that nothing's changed?" "Look, it's not as simple as you think," he said, and I could hear the irritation in his voice now. "Maybe you need to just move on, okay?" That was it. I couldn't hold it in anymore. "No, I'm not going to just move on. You've been acting like everything's fine, but it's clear that something is going on. What's the real reason Mom and Dad won't talk to me? Why did they skip my graduation?" I almost shouted the last part, but I tried to keep it together. There was another pause, and then Evan's voice lowered. It's about the woman in the photo. Mom and Dad have been focused on her. She's important to them, more than you think." I was speechless for a moment. I had no idea who this woman was, but the way Evan was talking, it sounded like she was the reason everything had gone downhill for me. The way he'd said, "more than you think," made me feel like there was something darker to this. "I don't know her, Evan," I said slowly, trying to make sense of what he was saying. "Why does she matter more than me?" Evan's voice was tight. "You wouldn't understand. Just drop it, okay?" "No," I said, my voice shaking now. "Tell me what's really going on. Why does she matter more? Why am I being treated like this?" Evan finally snapped. "Because they think you're too much of a burden. You always have been. You've never been the perfect daughter they wanted, and they're tired of trying to fix things with you. You're just not what they hoped for." The words hit me like a slap across the face. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "You're seriously telling me this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "I'm not saying it's right," Evan said, his tone now cold. "But that's the reality of it. They want peace, Marissa, and you're You're just too complicated for them to handle right now. They're tired of all the drama. I felt like the ground had been ripped out from under me. My own brother, the one I had always thought I could rely on, was telling me that my parents, my family, didn't want me. I wasn't what they hoped for. I couldn't breathe. My chest felt tight, and the room seemed to close in on me. How long has this been going on? I managed to ask, barely able to keep my voice steady. A while, Evan replied, though I could tell he was trying to sound indifferent. I don't know exactly when it started, but it's been building for a while now. You've been hard for them to deal with. They've been under a lot of stress, and they think that cutting ties with you is the best thing for them. This wasn't happening. I couldn't process it. But you're okay with this? I asked, my voice trembling. There was a long pause before Evan answered, his voice distant. I don't know, Marissa. I'm just trying to keep things as calm as possible. It's not like I have much say in it. The conversation ended shortly after that. He didn't offer any more answers. He didn't offer any support. I hung up the phone feeling more broken than I ever had in my life. I had been pushed aside. The person I had always been, the person they had always ignored, the person who had tried to get their approval, to make them proud, didn't matter anymore. And then I remembered the woman, the new sister-in-law they'd welcomed into the family, the one who had taken my place. I needed to know who she was. I had to understand why she was so important, why she was the one who mattered. I couldn't rest, couldn't just let this go. My whole life, I'd spent trying to prove myself to my parents, trying to be something that would make them proud. And now, after everything, I was just nothing to them. But I needed answers. I had to find out more about this woman. I had to know what was so special about her. I spent the next few days obsessing over the photo. I zoomed in on her face, studying every detail. She looked about my age, maybe a little older. Dark hair, striking smile. A part of me hated her already, though I had no reason to. But there was something about how my parents looked at her, how they seemed so happy, so whole with her in their lives, that made me sick to my stomach. I asked around, first with friends of my brother's, and then with some distant relatives who still occasionally kept in touch with my family. It didn't take long before I found someone who knew exactly who she was. Her name was Vanessa. She was the girlfriend of Colin's best friend, a guy named Jake. And apparently, she and my parents had hit it off immediately. Too immediately, if you asked me. But it wasn't just that. Vanessa had apparently been involved with my family for a while. I'd never heard her name before, but she'd apparently been hanging around at family gatherings, helping with family stuff. The more I dug, the more I found out that this woman had insinuated herself into their lives in ways that I couldn't even comprehend. And the worst part? My parents had allowed it. No, they welcomed it. But that wasn't the part that stung the most. The real kicker came when I found out that, for the last few months, they had been planning something. Something I wasn't part of. Something they didn't tell me about. The plan was simple. My parents were going to sell our family home. And instead of splitting the proceeds among the kids, like it was supposed to be, like it had to be, they were giving it all to Vanessa. I didn't believe it at first. But as I kept hearing the whispers, it became clear. Vanessa was the one they were grooming to be a permanent part of the family. She was the new daughter they'd always wanted. Not me. Me, with my art history degree, who had never been able to measure up to their expectations of success. They were using her to fill the void I had left behind. The betrayal hurt more than I could put into words. Not only had they skipped my graduation, but now I was learning that they were planning to cut me out completely. They had already moved on without me. That was when the anger really started to build. I wasn't just going to sit back and let them do this. I had to take action. So I decided to confront them. I was done with the passive approach. I wasn't going to let them think they could just walk all over me. I made the call. It was a Friday evening when I called my mom. The phone rang a few times before she picked up, and when she did, there was an immediate coldness in her voice. Marissa, what do you need? I took a deep breath. We need to talk. There was a brief silence. Then she sighed, her voice tight. I don't have time for this right now. We're busy. I wasn't having it. You're always busy. But this time, I'm not letting you get away with it. You've been shutting me out, Mom. You and Dad both. And I need to know why. There was another pause, but I could hear her shifting around on the other end, probably trying to figure out what to say. Marissa, you've always been difficult. Always making things harder than they need to be, she said. Your father and I have tried to make things work, but we're done. We don't need the extra stress you bring into our lives. My heart was pounding in my chest. Extra stress? What are you even talking about? You don't want me in your life anymore, do you? Her response came like a slap to the face. Not if it means constant disappointment. We're tired of fighting with you. Vanessa is different. She makes us feel at peace. She doesn't challenge us. She just fits in. And frankly, that's something we've wanted for a long time. I felt like the ground was crumbling beneath me. You're seriously telling me this? You're replacing me with her. We're not replacing you, Marissa, she replied, almost sounding like she was patronizing me. But it's clear you've never been able to give us the kind of relationship we want. Vanessa does. She understands us. And that's why we've decided to make her part of the family. It's for the best. You'll see. I couldn't believe it. So, what? You're going to just ignore me now? Kick me out of the family completely? There was a pause. Then she said flatly, if that's how you want to see it, then yes. I felt something snap inside of me. The years of trying to earn their love and respect, of bending over backwards to please them, all for nothing. They were throwing me away like I meant nothing to them. And the house? I asked, my voice trembling with rage. What's going on with that? You're giving it all to Vanessa, aren't you? She didn't answer right away, and I could almost hear the gears turning in her head. Then, in a tone that was almost too casual, she said, that's right. It's a new chapter for all of us. We want to help her settle in and make a life for herself. She deserves it. I was seething. They were literally taking everything from me. My family, my history, and now the home I grew up in. You're cruel, I said, barely holding back tears. You've made it clear you don't care about me at all. You've always been too much, Marissa. Maybe it's better if you leave us alone, she said before hanging up. I sat there, my phone still pressed against my ear, trying to process what I had just heard. I couldn't believe how easily they'd thrown me away, how casually they had made the decision to prioritize someone else over their own daughter. The anger I felt after that call was unlike anything I had ever experienced. I had spent my entire life trying to fit into their mold, bending over backward for approval that was always out of reach. And now, after everything, they had replaced me with a woman I didn't even know and tossed me aside like I was nothing. I couldn't let them get away with this. Not this time. I didn't have the luxury of time to wallow in self-pity. If I was going to do something about it, I needed to act quickly. I'd always been careful to stay under the radar with my family. Never too rebellious, never too outspoken. But now, I was ready to show them exactly who I could be when pushed to my breaking point. I spent the next few days gathering information. My brothers were no help at all, avoiding my calls and messages like I was some kind of plague. Evan had clearly bought into my parents' narrative, but I wasn't about to let that stop me. I went to the family house one evening, pretending to visit, hoping to catch them in a moment of weakness. I knew Vanessa had been spending time there. Her name had come up so often in passing conversations that I figured she'd be around. I just had to get close enough to see what was really going on. When I arrived, the house was quiet, eerily quiet. My mom's car was in the driveway, so I knew she was home. I knocked at the door, not expecting much, but hoping for a crack in the facade. My mom answered, and her face fell as soon as she saw me. She didn't even say hello. Marissa, what are you doing here? She asked, her tone already dismissive. I just wanted to check in, Mom, I said, keeping my voice even. I've been thinking a lot about what you said the other day, and I just wanted to talk. She sighed, clearly irritated, but stepped aside to let me in. As I walked into the living room, I spotted the photo of my parents, Colin, and, of course, Vanessa. It was sitting on the mantelpiece. I couldn't believe they'd chosen to display it so proudly, so openly. How's Vanessa? I asked casually, pretending not to notice the photo. She's fine, my mom said, though there was an edge to her voice. She's a part of the family now, Marissa. I wish you'd accept that. I bit my tongue to keep from snapping. You told me that you're helping her settle in, but I was wondering, what exactly is she helping with? My mom's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? I just mean, you've been spending a lot of time with her, I said innocently, leaning forward slightly. What's she doing for the family that I couldn't? Her face stiffened. You don't understand, Marissa. This is none of your business. Oh, I think it is, I shot back. I'm still a part of this family, aren't I? Or am I just a burden now? You've made it pretty clear that you want me out of the picture. I saw her flinch. That was all I needed to know. She opened her mouth to say something, but I cut her off. And about the house. I'm guessing you've already worked out the details with Vanessa. Huh? You're just going to give it to her, aren't you? Her expression hardened, but she didn't deny it. It's for the best, Marissa. It's our decision. You can't just come in here and try to control everything. I kept my voice calm, but there was a fire burning in my chest. I'm not trying to control anything. I'm just asking for some clarity. If the house is going to Vanessa, does that mean you plan to take everything from me? All of it. Stop being so dramatic, she snapped. It's a new chapter. You need to learn to let go. Let go. Those two words echoed in my mind. I knew then that there was no going back. My parents had made up their minds. But I also knew this. They hadn't seen the last of me. I stood up and gave my mom one last, long look before heading for the door. I'm not done here, Mom, I said. I'll find a way to get what's mine. You'll see. She didn't even look up as I left. But I knew, deep down, that I'd just made my first real move. It wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The next few weeks were a whirlwind. I started pulling strings. I didn't need to be a lawyer to know that my parents had crossed a line with their plan to take everything. That house wasn't just theirs. It was supposed to be mine too. It was my inheritance, my birthright. And I wasn't going to let them just hand it all over to Vanessa without a fight. I reached out to a lawyer who specialized in family estates. I didn't tell them who I was, at first anyway. I just played the part of a concerned family member who had questions. Slowly, over the course of a few meetings, I began to piece things together. The moment I had been planning for finally came. I had everything in place. Legal papers, the proof that my parents had been neglecting their duties, the betrayal I could now prove to anyone who would listen. I was ready to hit them where it would hurt the most. The house wasn't just a property. It was my inheritance, my history, my memories. They couldn't take that from me. I called a family meeting. At this point, I had no patience left for pretending. I was going to make sure everyone knew the truth, including Vanessa. My parents had been so blinded by her charm, so eager to hand everything over to her, they hadn't even realized they were leaving themselves wide open for legal disaster. When they all sat down in the living room, including Colin, who had been entirely swept up in the fantasy of this new family, I could see the tension in the air. They thought I was going to just be quiet, compliant, but I had no interest in that anymore. I was done. Let's talk about the house, I said, my voice steady but loud enough to make them all stop and listen. My mom gave me a nervous look, but it was too late. The truth was coming out. You've been planning to give it all away to Vanessa, right? Without even telling me, without telling anyone else. Not to mention that you've already made the decision to cut me out. Well, here's the thing. I've already spoken to a lawyer, and I've got paperwork that proves you've been violating the terms of the will and ignoring my rightful share. My dad's face went white. Colin was still too shocked to speak, but I could see the wheels turning in his head. Vanessa, though, just sat there looking confused, but I could tell she didn't like where this was going. Stop with the drama, Marissa, my mom tried to say, her voice shaking. This is our decision, and it's done. You need to respect it. I leaned forward, looking at both of them. You want respect? Then maybe you should have treated me with some when I was growing up. But now, I'm done. You don't get to replace me with her, and you don't get to cut me out of everything just because you've decided I'm too difficult. I will fight for everything that's mine. And if I have to take you to court, I will. There was a long, painful silence. No one moved. My mom looked like she was about to say something, but I didn't let her. I'm cutting ties with both of you. I don't need to be around people who only care about themselves, who use me when it's convenient and toss me aside when it's not. I'm done. And with that, I left. I didn't speak to them again. The house was eventually put on hold due to the legal dispute, and my parents didn't get away with handing it over to Vanessa like they'd planned. The money I inherited from my rightful share went towards starting my own business, something I knew they'd never support, but I didn't care. I've never spoken to them since that day. The truth came out, and it was clear they never cared about me. I still have moments where I wonder if I did the right thing, but deep down, I know this was the only way to get back at them. My parents took my brother on a luxury trip for his promotion. When I opened my gift, it was a letter saying they were done supporting me. "You need to learn," my dad said. I packed my bags and left without looking back. Weeks later, they called, panicked. "Please, we didn't mean it. I'm Callum, 27 years old. I'm not a writer, and I've never posted on Reddit before, but I feel like I need to get this off my chest because I can't shake it. I know a lot of people have family problems, but what happened to me feels different. I don't know what's worse, the betrayal, the shock, or how I didn't see it coming. I've been sitting on this for weeks, and now that I've had time to process it, I feel like I need to tell the story. So here goes. I grew up in a pretty typical family, at least on the outside. Dad was a businessman, successful, hardworking, never took a day off. Mom was always the homemaker, the type to keep everything looking perfect, even when it wasn't. But they never really focused on me. They focused on my brother, George. No, don't get me wrong. I never expected to be treated like George. He's always been the one to get everything handed to him. He's smart, charming, and has always done well at school, at work, in everything he does. But growing up, it always felt like whatever I did, it would never be enough. No matter how hard I tried, I was always living in George's shadow. For a long time, I didn't care much. I had my own life, my friends, my hobbies, my job. I didn't need their validation. I worked in IT, nothing flashy, but it paid the bills. It wasn't glamorous, but it was enough. George? He works in finance, and he's been climbing the corporate ladder for years now. He gets promotions, awards, and constant praise from our parents. Not that I'm bitter about it. Well, not anymore. But it always felt like the love and attention I got from them was only when I managed to do something impressive enough to pull their attention away from George's latest win. So when I heard George was getting a big promotion at work, I wasn't surprised. The family gathered around, talking about how proud they were of him. George kept talking about this trip he'd take to Paris with them as a celebration. A luxury vacation. First class. I wasn't really listening at first, figuring it was just another one of George's wins that would pass over me like everything else. But when I heard that they were going to Paris and I wasn't invited, I started feeling, well, I don't know. Angry? Hurt? A mix of both. At first, I tried to brush it off. It was just a trip, after all. They didn't have to invite me. Maybe it was a family bonding thing. Maybe it would be uncomfortable for me anyway. But something about it nagged at me. I kept hearing how special the trip was going to be, how George deserved it. And I began to feel like I was the one who wasn't good enough to deserve anything. Then, one night, about a week before they were scheduled to leave for Paris, I received a package in the mail. At first, I thought it was just another birthday gift, something they had forgotten to send earlier. My birthday wasn't for a couple of months, but I figured maybe they had just been busy. I opened the package, expecting a thoughtful gift or a card, but instead, it was a letter. The letter was from my dad. It wasn't even a card, just a plain envelope with his handwriting on the front. I didn't open it right away. I thought it was just some kind of family update. But when I did open it, I couldn't believe what I was reading. The letter was short, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. Callum, we've been thinking a lot about you lately, and we've come to the conclusion that it's time for you to stand on your own. You've been getting by on our help for too long, and it's time to grow up. We can't keep supporting you forever. This is part of your journey, and you need to learn to take responsibility for yourself. We love you, but you need to figure things out on your own from here on out. Dad, I just sat there, staring at the letter. The words didn't make sense. We love you, but we can't keep supporting you? What did that even mean? I've never asked for their help, never asked them for money or handouts. I've always been independent. Sure, I don't have the fancy job or the fancy lifestyle George has, but I've always been fine with that. I've always made my own way. But reading those words, I felt something break inside me. I hadn't realized it before, but I think I had been waiting for their approval for a long time, waiting for a sign that they were proud of me, that they actually saw me. But all they saw was my brother. I don't know how long I sat there, holding the letter in my hands. Time seemed to slow down. I felt like I was suffocating, like all the air had been sucked out of the room. I thought about the trip to Paris. They were about to spend thousands on a luxury vacation for George, and here I was, getting kicked out, getting told that I was no longer worth their time or support. Finally, I stood up and walked to my bedroom. I didn't say a word to anyone. I didn't cry or yell or try to explain myself. I just packed my bags. I had some savings, enough to get by for a while, so I didn't need their help. I didn't even tell them I was leaving. I just grabbed everything, put it in my car, and drove away. I didn't look back. I didn't think about it for a few days. I stayed at a friend's place and started looking for a new job, something better, something that would finally prove that I could do this on my own. But it wasn't just about the job anymore. It was about proving to myself that I didn't need them. I didn't need their approval. For a while, things felt fine. But then, a few weeks later, I got a call. It was from my mom. I didn't pick up. Then another call and another. I let them go to voicemail. I didn't want to talk to them. Then one night, I got a voicemail from my dad. It was short, but something in his voice sounded different. I listened to it. Callum, we didn't mean it. Please. We didn't mean what we said. We're sorry. Come back. We need to talk. I didn't call back. Not right away. I felt a little guilty, but also, I didn't know if I was ready to hear them apologize. I didn't know if I even wanted their apology. What good would it do now? Then, a few more weeks passed. I got another voicemail. This time, it was more desperate. My mom's voice was shaky. Callum, please. We love you. Please don't cut us out of your life. We didn't mean what we said. Your dad is just stressed. He didn't know what he was doing, but I still didn't respond. I wasn't sure I could forgive them. And then, one night, I got another call. This one was different. This time, they both left a voicemail, and they sounded even more panicked. Callum, my dad said, his voice barely above a whisper, we're sorry. We didn't mean it. Please, just come home. Please. That night after I got the voicemail, I spent hours staring at my phone. I couldn't bring myself to call them back. What would I even say? How could I explain how much this all hurt without sounding bitter or angry? Because I was angry, and I didn't want to sound like the angry son who was just holding on to resentment for no reason. But there was a reason. They had disowned me in a way. They had pushed me out of their lives with no warning, no explanation, and now, all of a sudden, they were asking me to come back like nothing had happened. I remember one night, when I was still staying at my friend Luke's place, I called my sister, Emily. She's a few years older than me, and, to be honest, she's always been the more successful one in the family, married, with kids, doing well in her career. She never had to deal with the same kind of favoritism I did growing up. So I called her, thinking maybe she would have some perspective on all of this. Callum, you're still mad at them, aren't you? Emily asked after I explained what had been going on. I hesitated before answering. I wasn't sure if I was mad at them or at myself. But I said, yeah, I'm mad. How could I not be? They basically told me they were done with me. And now, when they need something, they want me back. Just like that. How do I even go back to that? Emily was quiet for a moment. I could hear her sigh through the phone, like she was thinking about what to say next. Look, I know it feels like they've been unfair to you, she said. And I'm not saying you're wrong to be angry. But you have to understand, Callum, this isn't just about you. It's about them, too. They're struggling in their own way. Dad's business has been going under for a while now, and he's been so focused on trying to keep everything together. It's been hard on him. And Mom, Well, she's been trying to hold everything up while he falls apart. I know they don't always show it, but they're scared. That hit me. I mean, I knew things hadn't been easy for them, but I'd never really considered how much pressure they were under. Not because I thought they were invincible, but because I was too focused on how much I was hurting. I didn't want to feel sorry for them. I wanted them to feel sorry for me. Emily continued, but that doesn't make what they did okay. I know it doesn't. I just think you need to figure out what you really want, Callum. Do you want to stay angry at them? Or do you want to move on? Because holding on to this forever, it's not going to make you feel better. You're only going to get more bitter. And that's not who you are. You're better than that. I wasn't sure how to respond to that. Emily was right in some ways. Holding on to anger forever wasn't going to get me anywhere. But at the same time, I didn't know if I could let them back in so easily. Could I forgive them for the way they treated me? Could I really just forget everything that had happened? I ended the call with Emily, but her words stuck with me. I spent the next few days just thinking about the situation, trying to sort through my feelings. I couldn't talk to George about it. I didn't feel like he would understand. He was too busy living in his own world, wrapped up in his job, his promotion, his new Paris vacation. I couldn't talk to Luke either. He had his own problems. So I just kept to myself. Eventually, I decided to visit my parents' house. I figured I should at least hear them out. If nothing else, I could get the closure I needed. I called them up, and my mom answered the phone, sounding relieved when I told her I was coming by. I made it clear that I wasn't going to come back and live with them, but I was willing to talk. I felt like I needed that, even if I didn't know what I was hoping to get from the conversation. When I walked into their house, everything was the same. The same clean, pristine living room, the same polished furniture. Nothing had changed, but I had changed. I wasn't the same person who had left weeks ago, hurt and confused. I was different now, and I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to forgive them. They were sitting in the living room when I walked in. My dad, as usual, looked composed, like he was trying to control every situation. My mom, though, looked more fragile than I'd ever seen her. Her makeup was smudged, and her eyes were red. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. She looked human, not like the perfect, pristine woman I'd grown up with. I realized, then, how much pain this whole situation had caused them, too. Callum, my dad said, his voice softer than I'd ever heard it. We owe you an apology. I don't expect you to forgive us right away, but I need you to know that I'm sorry for what I said. I've been hard on you. I've been hard on both of you, but especially you. My mom didn't speak at first, but then she added, I'm sorry, Callum. I didn't mean to make you feel like you weren't enough. I never meant to hurt you. It wasn't the apology I was expecting. It wasn't grand. It wasn't even enough to make me feel like everything was okay again. But it was something. And in that moment, I didn't know what to do with it. But there was still so much left unsaid. And I didn't know if I was ready to hear it yet. I sat there, feeling the tension thickening in the air, as my dad and mom both watched me, waiting for a response. Part of me wanted to just walk out and leave them with nothing but the realization that they'd messed up, that they'd driven me away with their selfishness and neglect. But part of me still wanted them to see me in a way they hadn't for years. The silence lingered between us for a while, the kind of silence that felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me, reminding me of all the things left unsaid. My mom's eyes were brimming with unshed tears, but I could tell she was trying to hold it together. My dad was more composed, though I noticed his hands were clenched tight. They were trying so hard to keep it together, but I could see through the facade now. I saw their vulnerability, something I had never noticed before. But the anger I had been holding in for weeks wasn't gone. It was still there, simmering just beneath the surface. The thing is, I wasn't one to lash out without reason. I didn't want to scream at them, throw their words back in their faces. That would be too easy. I wanted something that would leave an impression, something that would show them that I wasn't just going to roll over and forget everything that had happened. I wanted them to feel the weight of what they'd done. But I didn't want to be cruel. I wasn't going to do anything that would break them. I wasn't interested in destroying their lives, just reshaping how they saw me. Do you think, I started, my voice steady but cold, that a simple apology is enough? You really think I should just come back and everything will go back to normal? My dad shifted in his seat, clearly not expecting that. He opened his mouth to speak, but I held up a hand, silencing him. You told me that I needed to figure things out on my own. Well, I've done that. I'm not the same person I was when I left, and you need to understand that. My mom's face faltered, like she wanted to reach out, but she held herself back, probably thinking I'd pull away if she did. She didn't know how to approach me anymore. I could see the confusion in her eyes. The thing is, I continued, not letting either of them interrupt, I don't need you. Not like I did before. You've made it clear I'm not a priority to you. I've been working on my own. I'm getting by. And you can't come back now and act like it was all just some mistake. I saw my dad flinch at that, but I wasn't going to let up. Not yet. You've made it clear who you care about, I went on, looking directly at my father, and who you're willing to invest in. George, I get it. You don't have to apologize for that. I've known for years. But now, I'm not that same kid who was just looking for scraps of attention from you. And you're right, Dad. I do need to learn. I learned how to be independent, how to not depend on anyone's approval. And honestly, it feels good. I let the words hang there for a moment, letting them sink in. It wasn't about tearing them apart. It wasn't about saying anything that would make them feel worse. It was about making them see the truth that I had been living without them for weeks now, and I was fine. Better than fine. Then, slowly, I added, you know, I thought about coming back here at least to get some closure, but I think I've already gotten what I needed. I stood up, ready to walk out, but then I turned back. The look on their faces was a mix of regret and desperation. They weren't sure how to handle the new version of me. It wasn't the quiet, passive son who would just absorb everything they threw at him anymore. It was someone who had learned to stand up for himself. But before I go, I said, my voice softening just a little, there's one thing I want to tell you. I looked at my mom first, then my dad. I wasn't going to give them everything right away, not yet. I wanted them to feel the shift. I wanted them to realize that I wasn't just going to fall back into their mold. Dad, you said I needed to learn. Well, I've learned. I'm not going to be the kid you left behind anymore. You don't get to control me. You don't get to decide what I'm worth, not anymore. I turned to my mom, her eyes wide as if she was about to speak. But I stopped her with a glance. Mom, I know you're sorry. I can see that. But I'm not the one who needs fixing here. I don't need you to try to save me. You need to understand that I'm not your responsibility anymore. I'm doing fine without you. It wasn't a full confrontation. I wasn't screaming at them, throwing things, or doing something dramatic. I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of seeing me lose my cool. But I could feel the weight of my words hanging in the air as I walked out of the room, not looking back. I left their house without looking back. I didn't slam the door. I didn't make a scene. But I knew they would feel it. They would feel the distance between us, the fact that I wasn't coming back, not in the way they expected. For the next few days, they kept calling. Texts, voicemails, messages. I didn't respond to any of them. But I knew they were trying to find a way back into my life. They were panicking. They didn't know how to fix what they had broken. But I wasn't going to just let them back in. Not after everything. Not after the way they treated me. I needed them to understand that they couldn't just push me away and expect me to come running when they decided they were ready to fix things. I knew that the real revenge wasn't in throwing their words back at them, in calling them out or humiliating them. The real revenge, the one that would make them feel the most, was in not needing them anymore, in standing on my own, without their approval, in showing them that I could thrive without their validation. That was the revenge they never saw coming. And as the days went by, I kept working, kept improving. I was getting offers from other companies, better opportunities that I knew I wouldn't have considered if I had stayed in that toxic environment. Every offer, every success, felt like a quiet victory. A week passed, then another, and still, no response from me. My parents left voicemail after voicemail, text after text. Every message was filled with apologies, desperate pleas, and vague promises to change. They would say things like, "Please, Callum, we're sorry. We never meant to hurt you. Come home. Let's talk." There were even some messages that sounded like they were on the verge of tears. But I couldn't just forgive them. Not yet. Not the way they seemed to want. They wanted me to sweep it all under the rug, pretend nothing happened, and go back to the way things were. But things could never go back to how they were. I had changed. The next time they called, I felt the urge to pick up. I wasn't sure if I was ready, but I knew it was time. I hadn't forgotten the things they'd done, the way they treated me like I wasn't worth the same attention they lavished on George, but I also wasn't going to let this resentment dictate the rest of my life. I'd grown too much, and I wasn't going to be angry forever. I answered the phone, my heart racing. "Hello." It was my mom, and her voice was thick with emotion, like she was trying not to cry. "Callum, I don't know what to say, but I need you to know how sorry we are. We've been thinking about everything, and we understand now. You were never a burden. We should have seen that. We've been selfish, and we regret it. I regret it so much." I stayed quiet for a moment, letting her words sink in. It was the apology I needed, but it wasn't enough. I wasn't just going to accept it without considering the impact it had on me. "Mom, I hear you," I said slowly. "But it's not that simple. You can't just tell me you're sorry and expect everything to go back to the way it was." She gasped, almost like she hadn't expected that response. I could hear her scrambling for the right words, trying to convince me that they truly meant it, that they had learned their lesson. But I needed to make one thing clear before anything else. I wasn't going to let them off the hook. "I need you to understand," I said, "that what you did to me wasn't just a mistake. You made me feel like I didn't matter, like I was invisible to you unless I was doing something to prove my worth. I spent so many years trying to get your attention, trying to earn your approval. And for what? To be tossed aside the moment I didn't live up to your expectations?" There was a long silence. I could feel the weight of my words hanging between us, a heavy reminder of everything that had transpired. But I wasn't done yet. "I'm not going to pretend everything is fine," I continued. "I'm not going to jump back into this family dynamic where I'm the second choice. I'm not some backup plan you can pull out when you need me. I have my own life now, and I've learned to live it without you." The words hung in the air, but they didn't feel like a burden anymore. They felt like freedom. I had said what needed to be said. She let out a shaky breath. "Callum, I understand. And I know I can't fix everything with just words. But we're still your parents. We're still here, and we love you. Please don't shut us out forever." "I'm not shutting you out," I replied, my voice firm but not cruel. "I'm just setting boundaries. You can't expect to have everything with me just because you're sorry. You can't just fix this overnight." It was then that I heard my dad's voice, faintly in the background. I could tell he was listening. He must have picked up on the tension, and he wanted to speak. "I'm sorry too, Callum," he said, his voice quieter than I had ever heard it. "I've been a fool. I know I've hurt you. And I can't change the past, but I want to make it right. I want you to know I'm proud of you, whether you believe it or not. You've grown into a man I respect. I've always been hard on you, but that was my mistake, not yours." I could hear the sincerity in his voice, and something in me shifted. Maybe it wasn't too late for us. Maybe there was a chance to rebuild, but it would have to be on my terms. I wasn't going to let them walk all over me again. "I appreciate that, Dad," I said slowly. "But we need to take it one step at a time. I'm not going to just forgive you overnight. But I'm willing to try. I'm willing to build something new, something healthier. But it has to be different. I won't settle for anything less." There was a long pause on the other end, then a soft sigh. "We'll do whatever it takes, Callum. Just don't shut us out completely." I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the decision. It was still going to be a long road, and it wouldn't be easy. But I wasn't going to let bitterness take over anymore. I was ready to move forward, but I wasn't going to forget what had happened. I couldn't. Not yet. After hanging up, I sat there for a while, letting the conversation sink in. I wasn't sure what the future held, but for the first time in weeks, I felt like I was in control. I wasn't just the son who had been cast aside. I was someone who had learned how to stand on his own, and if I ever did go back, it would be because I chose to, not because they expected me to. In the weeks that followed, I kept my distance, but I wasn't cold anymore. I went to visit them occasionally, but only when I felt ready. I set boundaries that were respected, and over time, we began to build a more honest relationship. It wasn't perfect, but it was real. And for me, that was enough. As for George, well, things didn't change much there. He kept his distance, wrapped up in his own world, his promotion, his fancy vacations. I stopped trying to compete with him, stopped measuring my worth against his success. I learned to focus on myself, on what I could build, not on what others expected of me. In the end, the revenge wasn't in destroying them or making them feel guilty. The revenge was in showing them I didn't need their approval anymore. I didn't need their validation. I could thrive on my own, and that was the best victory I could have asked for.